Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Reality of Everything by Rebecca Yarros, narrated by C.J. Bloom and Teddy Hamilton. Chapter 1. Morgan. Take the money. Use it. Don't just give it to charity or stick it in a bank account, Morgan. Spend it on something that brings you happiness. Use it to leave like you always planned. I just wish I were going with you. Okay, so maybe I was in over my head. As if the octagon-shaped house agreed with my thoughts, one of the struggling shutters on the third floor gave up its battle with the ocean breeze and came loose with a loud creak. All three of us leaned to the right, following the slow slide of the doomed shutter until it snapped free, slammed into another shutter, knocking it loose, and finally fell 30 feet to the sand below. "Let me get this straight," Sam said, sliding her sunglasses down her nose to peer over the frames at the stilted beach house that, as of 36 hours ago, I now owned. "Will left you $500,000, and you bought this?" "Not exactly," I drawled. They both turned their heads slowly toward mine. "Will left me a secondary life insurance policy worth $500,000. His attorney invested it until I was ready to do something, and it ended up a little over $600. "And you bought this?" Sam repeated, her hazel green eyes wide with disbelief. "Yep." Sure, it kind of resembled a giant mushroom, but the price had been right. "To tear down," she clarified. "I'm fixing it up," I declared, my voice a hell of a lot stronger than my certainty. That had been one of the conditions of the purchase. The house groaned, and we tilted our heads to the left as the previously assaulted shutter submitted to gravity and plummeted down the gray-shingled exterior, landing next to its partner like a tombstone in the sand. "Even the exterior is jumping ship," Mia muttered from my other side, folding her arms across her chest. As our only Outer Banks native, her appraisal gave me pause. If anyone knew beach houses, it was Mia. She was more than Sam's sister-in-law. She'd grown up an hour north of here and was currently studying architecture at UNC. "It survived the last hurricane," I argued on behalf of the house. "On life support," Mia muttered, walking forward to examine the stilts. Hence, why it had been so cheap. "It's not that bad," my voice pitched a little high. Maybe it was weathered. Rather ugly, odd-shaped, and appeared to be falling apart. But I'd been assured that the bones were good. I received 2 doses of side-eye from my girlfriends. "It was bad enough for you to call in reinforcements." Sam raised her eyebrows. "Not that I'm complaining. I'm just glad I happened to be visiting Grayson's parents when you called. Plus, it's been ages since I've seen you." Guilt pricked me right in the heart. "It hasn't been ages. I saw you at your wedding just 2 months ago. Oh, you mean the half hour you were at the reception before leaving Vegas? You didn't even say goodbye to Paisley." Her tone teased, but I felt the underlying worry. "Yeah, well," I took a deep breath, searching for the words that had eluded me for the last 22 months. "How did you tell your best friends that as much as you loved them, you simply couldn't stand to be around them? Or their happiness? I wanted to stay, but I couldn't." It sounded lame even to my ears. "Still?" she asked softly. "Still." Sam was the only one in our group of friends I could talk to without being 95% fake about how I was doing. Maybe it was because she'd been my roommate for a while in college. Maybe it was because she didn't point to the calendar and push me to be all healed, pretty, and ready for social niceties. Or maybe it was because she didn't shove her happiness in my face. The others, well, they oozed happiness, and then left it lying around like glitter you could never get out of the carpet. And sure, Sam had fallen in love with Grayson, one of our flyboys, while he was in Army flight school, but Grayson hadn't been tangled up in what followed afterward. It was always Josh and Ember, then Paisley and Jagger, and Sam and Grayson. I had assumed it would be Will and me, until he was killed in Afghanistan. The girl I'd been, the one who believed in happily ever afters, had died with him. I didn't even know the woman I was now. Just that she had a fixer-upper beach house and a master's degree in childhood education and English. The rest of me was a whole lot of empty, and whatever wasn't empty was pain. "They miss you," Sam said softly. "Ember, Paisley, the guys. I'll get there." The promise felt as hollow as my heart. Just not yet. "And until then, we get to have you," Mia offered with a supportive smile. "And maybe being here will help you heal at your own pace instead of everyone else's." Sam's posture softened, and she squeezed my arm gently. "Why don't you show us the inside of this monstrosity?" "Yeah, let's do that," I agreed, thankful she let me off the hook like always. We climbed the stairs that led from the pedestal garage to the first floor of the house. The homes around here were all on stilts to protect them from the rising waters brought in from storm surges, and my house was no exception. My house. It wasn't really mine, though, was it? It was his, bought with money I'd never wanted from something I'd spent nights praying would never happen. "Watch the landing." I skipped over the split board halfway up the staircase. "You know, you could always wait 6 months for Grayson to get home from deployment. I bet he'd be happy to lend a hammer," Sam suggested as we crossed the dilapidated deck to the front door. "In 6 months, this thing might be a heap on the beach," Mia teased, pulling her black curls into a ponytail. She was unlike her brother in almost every way. Petite where he was broad, ivory-skinned where her brother had a perpetual tan, and bright blue eyes where Grayson's were more the color of gunmetal. But her stubborn streak? Yeah, that was all Grayson. Good thing Sam had an even bigger one to put up with him. "Oh, come on. You haven't even seen the inside yet," I argued. "I'm picturing something very Addams Family," Mia drawled. "I mean, I'm delighted you took the job at Cape Hatteras Elementary, but maybe I should have come down and checked this out for you. Or sent Joey. Or someone. Anyone." I paused with my hand on the sun-warmed door handle. It was in the 70s, which was warm for mid-March in the Outer Banks. It was nothing compared to the intensity summer would bring. Luckily, having been born and raised in southern Alabama, I was no stranger to heat or humidity. "Okay, so buying it when all I'd seen were the pictures on Zillow and the inspection report was risky. But just wait." The door stuck, and I forced it open with a shove of my shoulder before stepping into the small foyer. Aged wood paneling greeted us along every wall as I led them toward the living room. "Holy shit," Sam whispered, her jaw dropping at the view. "Exactly." The wall of windows looking out over the Atlantic was what had convinced me to pull the financial trigger and buy. We walked across the spongy avocado green carpet that matched the kitchen walls, counters, and appliances, and I opened the sliding glass door with a cringe-worthy squeak. "Ignore that boarded-up window," I nodded toward the southmost side. "And that one, too?" Sam pointed toward another segment of plywood. "Yep, and watch for the missing boards out here." The salty ocean breeze lifted the hair off my neck and back as the girls followed me across the wide deck until we rested our hands on the splintered wooden railing. Below, the small fenced yard ended with a gate leading to a short wooden path that climbed over the dune to a deserted beach about 100 feet away. Waves crashed with soothing regularity, coming in a hypnotizing rhythm. "Can you believe people actually live here? Talk about paradise." His voice slid across my heart, and my eyes fluttered shut at the sharp, sweet pain the memory inflicted. It had been almost 2 years since I stood on a deck like this one, farther up the coast in Nag's Head, with Will. Now I was one of the people who actually lived here. He would have loved it. Now I can see why you bought it. Mia's gaze drifted north, then south. What year was this built? Early 50s? 51, I replied. How did you know? There are no other houses beyond the dunes. You and your lone neighbor right there are the only ones for miles. Hatteras has a protected beachfront, and my guess is this was built right before the seashore was established as a national park. Wow, I wonder how it escaped the eminent domain proceedings back then. The land has to be worth $1 million, Morgan. Maybe if you tear the house down, but there's a clause in my purchase contract that if the structure ceases to exist or is extended beyond a certain point, the land reverts back to the government. Fixing it is my only option. Mia shook her head. With the damage from last year's hurricane, this must have blended in with all the other fixer-uppers. You have your work cut out for you, but you seriously lucked out with the real estate. Shape of the house isn't bad either. Looks awkward as hell, but it actually deflects the wind like a champ. Probably why it's still standing. So it will always be just you and your lone neighbor, Sam surmised. By the way, why didn't you buy that one? She nodded toward the house next door. It was a bit smaller, but in perfect condition, because it wasn't for sale. Besides, I like this house. Well, the possibilities, anyway. It was 2,500 square feet, had been in my price range, and felt like I did. Weathered, beaten, and broken in ways that needed more than just a coat of paint. It was a kindred spirit. Well, I know what I'm checking out next. The beach. Sam headed toward the northernmost staircase off the back deck. We followed her through the sandy yard, past the gate, and up the wood-planked path that led over the dune. You'll have to shovel the rest of this out, Mia said, pointing to the sand-covered path as we crested the small hill. The wind picks up the sand from the beach and leaves it right here, hence the dune, but it protects the house. Got it. I made a mental note, and we hiked down the first 5 feet, then slid the remaining 10 or so of the dune until we reached the beach. I gathered my flip-flops in one hand and surveyed the beach. Other than a few families farther up the coast, it was deserted. It's so quiet. Just the way we like it, Mia noted with a grin as we walked toward the water. It'll pick up in a couple weeks for spring break, and we're slammed in the summer, but once the tourists leave, it will pretty much look like this. It's peaceful, Sam remarked. Peace? I hadn't felt anything close to that emotion in the last couple of years. I wasn't even sure it existed in my reality. But the water, the sand, and the crisp breeze were soothing. That was enough. The sand grew firm and damp the farther we walked, and I paused, watching the ocean rush up to meet my toes and then overtake them. The water was deliciously cool, and it wasn't long before I sank slightly, sand eventually covering my feet. Color flashed next to my toes. When the next wave retreated, I scooped a small handful of wet sand and held my fingers slightly apart as the water returned, letting the sand strain through the gaps to reveal a slightly rounded, quarter-sized piece of frosted blue glass. What is... Sam shielded her eyes from the midday sun as she gawked at something in the water. Whoa! I mimicked her pose and saw a man coming out of the ocean a dozen yards away. Mercy! He was... well... For a lit major, I was completely, ironically, speechless. Water sluiced down the cut lines of his muscles like he was some kind of ocean deity as he walked out of the surf, the black swim trunks contrasting his tan skin like the black tattoo that ran down his side. His abs had abs. He rubbed his hands over a thick head of light brown hair, rolled his broad shoulders, and then jogged down the beach, straight toward us. "Oh, my God," Mia drawled out every word. "Is he real? Or am I dreaming? Or do insanely hot men just appear from the water around here?" "I don't even know," Sam answered as he got closer. The wind whipped my long hair across my face, and I quickly fisted the unruly brown locks and the rebellious hem of my dress as he nearly reached us. Sweet Lord. He was a scorcher if I'd ever seen one. Strong nose, carved chin, full chiseled lips with a Captain America edge that made me want to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. It was like God himself had crammed everything I found attractive into one man and dropped him into the ocean by my house. "Afternoon, ladies," he said with a slight smile, his breathing as even as his pace. Ocean blue eyes. Of course. Just a shade darker than the glass I held in my hand. They locked with mine, widening for a second before he passed and continued his run down the beach. "No southern accent," I said once I'd found my vocal cords. "Must be a tourist." "Seriously, I'm going to visit you every weekend if this is how the island treats you." Mia walked toward the water and cupped her hands around her mouth. "Chris Hemsworth, please, or I'll settle for Liam." "Seriously, Mia, the ocean doesn't take requests." Sam rolled her eyes. "Not that we don't have a habit of meeting boys at the beach in our little group. What was it Paisley called Jagger?" "Mr. California," I answered, remembering the day she'd met him on the coast of Florida almost 4 years ago. But their story has a happy ending. My eyes followed the retreating form of our jogger. "Ah, that's right. That one doesn't feel like a California, though," she mused. "More like Mr. Carolina," I offered. "Ah, Carolina." The girls sighed in tandem. He continued down the shore, and relief replaced the butterflies that had assaulted my stomach. As long as men like that didn't pop out of the ocean every day, I was in the clear. Not like I was in the market for a relationship anyway. It was impossible to offer someone a heart that I didn't have. Mine was buried over 500 miles away at West Point. Mia and Sam chatted while we climbed back to the house and then took the grand tour of what my heartache had bought me. Bedrooms, bathrooms, it all needed to be overhauled. "Well?" I asked as the girls took stock of the kitchen. "Honest opinion?" Mia leaned against one of the Formica counters. Of course. She and Sam shared a glance. "What?" "We need to call Joey," Mia said. "Joey as in your sister?" I asked. She nodded. "She manages Masters & Co. The family boat-building business," Sam clarified. "That's right. You guys build racing boats or something, right?" I hated that I wasn't as familiar with Grayson's family as I should have been, seeing as I'd met them a couple years ago. "Or something," Mia said with a smirk. "But Joey knows all the reputable contractors in the OBX. She'll be able to give you a good list to start with. Unless you were thinking you'd head to the hardware store and start ripping stuff out yourself?" Her eyes widened. "Please say that's not what you're thinking." "Kind of." I shrugged at the horrified looks on both their faces. "Oh, Morgan. Not only no, but hell no. You're not—" Sam motioned to the house. "I know you're a huge HGTV fan, but this is not in your wheelhouse, and I say that with all the love in my heart. At least the structural stuff needs to be handled by professionals," Mia urged. "Remodeling on the beach is tricky." My stubbornness softened at the plea in their eyes. What harm could getting a few bids on the bigger projects be? "Fine. Call Joey. Whatever I can't do myself, I'll hire contractors for. Sound good?" "Yep, absolutely." A couple hours later, Joey was on her way down from Nag's Head. Mia had gone in search of pizza and Sam tequila. I, on the other hand, was on a quest for the lights. The sun would set in a couple of hours, and I wasn't going to unload what little I'd brought with me with only half the lights on. I flipped through the file the real estate agent had left for me in the kitchen. Secondary breaker in the garage, I read aloud. Why in the hell would someone put another breaker box there? Maybe Sam and Mia were right. I'd at least need a contractor for the electrical work. There was probably another half hour before the girls got back, which meant if I found that box quickly, we could have the whole house lit. I rushed out my front door, not bothering to close it, and raced down the steps, jumping to the landing. Snap! The sound registered in my brain about a millisecond before I plummeted through the landing. I shrieked, throwing out my arms to catch my weight on the remaining platform. My boobs took the rest of the impact as they slammed against the edge of the hole I'd made with my lower half. Blinding pain ripped through me as my body scraped to a halt, but I didn't fall through. The sound that left my mouth was anything but ladylike. Holy shit, it hurt. Fire raced up my sides from thighs to ribs, and I was pretty sure my full D's were going to mutiny back to an A cup or just fall right off. I took a few breaths to steady my heart, praying the pain would subside, and then struggled to get my elbows under me. Maybe I could lift just a little. Nope. You have to be fucking kidding me. There was no moving. None. Nada. Zip. I was firmly wedged in a hole of my own making without enough leverage to hoist myself out. A huff of self-deprecating laughter slipped free. Talk about a metaphor for my life. Will would have laughed his smug little ass off. Yeah, I bet you think this is hilarious and symbolic of some nonsense, I muttered, slipping into the familiar pattern of talking to him when I was alone. I swiveled my legs as far as I dared, hoping to find some purchase, but came into contact with nothing. Of course not. I was easily 7 or 8 feet off the ground here. Not deadly, just annoying. Humiliating if I was still here by the time Sam and Mia got back. Way to prove that I'd be totally fine out here on my own. I hadn't even made it through one day. I jiggled a bit and tried to squeeze my girls down through the opening. Ouch. That wasn't happening. What skin wasn't already raw from the scrape was protesting the pressure from the remaining boards. The sound of footsteps caught my attention, and I looked over to my neighbor's deck to see a little red-haired girl skipping down her stairs toward me. She had that kindergarten look about her, all round cheeks and wide eyes. Around 5 years old was my best guess, which meant there had to be an adult home, too. Oh, thank God. Hi, sugar. How are you? I asked as she raced across the 30 feet or so between our houses. She paused, shy of my staircase, her ride of curls stopping a second after the rest of her.
Hi. I'm not supposed to be out here alone, but I heard you yell. You're stuck.
Her forehead puckered over big brown eyes as her southern accent dragged out that last word just like mine would have. Not a tourist. At least that meant the house next door wasn't a vacation rental. I am, I admitted. I'm Morgan, your neighbor. Her eyes widened.
Our new neighbor? We had old ones. Really, really old ones. They didn't get stuck.
I might have laughed if the wood against my ribs would have let my chest expand that far. That's who I bought the house from. What's your name?
I'm Finley. Daddy calls me Finn. Like a fish? Or a shark?
She wandered under the landing, and I lost sight of her. My feet stilled immediately. I wasn't taking any chances I'd kick her on accident.
Hey, I like Hello Kitty too, she squealed in delight. I have the boring Saturday undies on today, but that's because I don't like the Sunday ones. They're green.
Hello Kitty. Oh my God. I assessed my situation more carefully, seeing fabric pooled beneath my breasts in a way it shouldn't be. And that breeze? Oh, no. No, no, no. Earth, just swallow me up right now. Right now.
You're really heavy, Miss Morgan.
Bless her little soul. She tried to push my feet up, but I didn't budge. I'm sure feeling that way, Finn. Can you do me a favor? She emerged and looked up at me, folding her arms across her chest.
You're really stuck in there. I'll get Dad's saw.
Oh, that's not necessary, but really, so kind of you to offer. Do you think you could get your mama for me? Please, God, there was no way I was going to wait another minute stuck in this damned staircase, flashing everyone on Cape Hatteras. Nope, no way. Hello Kitty needed to say goodbye.
No.
The girl shrugged, walking away. No? I questioned, sure my eyes were about to pop out of my head.
She lives in California.
Oh.
But I'll get my daddy. Don't worry, he's really good at rescuing people.
She raced up her deck stairs. No, I'm okay. I'll just wait for my friends, I called out, but she'd already disappeared into her house. I blinked, hoping I'd wake up from this new take on the naked at school nightmare I was currently living. When that didn't work, I resigned myself to the fact that I was about to meet my new neighbor in my underwear. Well, literally wedged in my landing. So much for first impressions. Wait, shit. I'd shaved my legs, but waxing had pretty much ceased since, well, a while ago. My landscaping habits had gone from meticulous to, well, au naturel. I hadn't given it much consideration or even cared until this very moment. This very inopportune moment. But my panties were boycott, so there was a prayer of a chance that everything would stay covered. Right? Could this possibly get any worse? There had to be a limit on the amount of humiliation someone could endure. The screen door shut next door, and I bit my lower lip. The pain reminded me yet again that this was definitely not a dream.
Come on, Daddy,
Finley yelled. I'm coming, honey, a deep voice replied. The footsteps that followed down the steps were heavy, masculine.
It's okay, Miss Morgan. I brought my daddy. He was showering, but now he's not.
I opened my eyes to see Finley looking up at me with a smile, nodding her head enthusiastically. Thank you, Finley. A pair of bare feet appeared next to hers, attached to muscular legs that led to a pair of blue swimming trunks, and then abs that disappeared as a white t-shirt slid over his stomach, and a recognizable tattoo. I looked up into familiar, ocean blue eyes and groaned, "Oh God, just strike me dead right now." It was Mr. Carolina. Apparently, there was not a limit on humiliation.
Chapter 2. Jackson. Well, this was definitely not the way I'd planned on introducing myself to the new neighbor. It was like I'd stumbled into one of those magic acts where the girl was cut in half with a box, except this one sure didn't seem like the willing assistant type. Damn if she didn't have the legs for it, though. Okay, I said, mostly to myself, completing a quick assessment of the situation. She was wedged in the weak spot of the landing, the one I'd suggested Diane and Carl get fixed before they put the house on the market. Hell, I'd been begging them for years to fix it, thinking one of them would meet the same fate. I forced my gaze upward and found the profile of my new neighbor's face, as red as her Hello Kitty underwear, which was the only scrap of fabric between her exposed ribs and her toes. Underwear I definitely shouldn't have seen or taken notice of. But in my defense, they were right there in my face. She'd taken out both horizontal planks, leaving the surrounding wood intact instead of splintering into her, but she'd definitely be feeling those abrasions and bruises up her side for a while. Her ribs were scraped raw and bleeding slightly in places. "Finley, stay here, honey. I'm not sure it's safe to come up the stairs." After she nodded, I walked around the staircase and started up the steps, dropping to my knees a few steps beneath the landing so I could look my very embarrassed neighbor in the eye. Well, I would once she stopped squeezing them shut. Oh, fuck me. She was the knockout from the beach earlier. The gorgeous one with the hair and the eyes and the sundress currently keeping her company above the landing. "Hey there," I said softly. She opened one eye, then the other, like she was hoping I'd disappeared, and I was met with a stunning set of browns, dark at the edges, paling to amber at the centers, and framed by long, thick lashes. Every word I'd been about to speak evaporated from my head. Her eyes were as striking as she was, but there was something about them. A deep, lingering sadness that I bet had jack and shit to do with the predicament she was currently in. I'd seen a flash of it on the beach, but it was even more pronounced up close, and damn if it didn't trigger a need to save her from whatever caused it too. "Hi," she answered, her southern accent thicker than honey. "Looks like you could use some help." I concentrated on not swallowing my tongue. The phrase stunningly beautiful wasn't new to me, but this was the first time I'd ever been actually stunned. "I'm really okay," she protested with the fakest smile I'd ever seen. It would have almost been comical if I hadn't already seen her skin and how much pain she had been in. "My girlfriends will be back any minute, so there's really no reason to trouble yourself." Whoa. Yeah, that accent was deeper than anything the natives spoke with around here, and twice as sexy as that Irish girl last summer who'd rented out the place next to Sawyer's. Trouble myself? I'm not sure if you've noticed, but you're kind of stuck in your staircase. "It has not escaped my attention." She kept that stubborn smile. "How badly does it hurt? Scale of 1 to 10. Maybe it was because I'd softened my tone or the adrenaline was wearing off, but she sighed and dropped the pretense along with her shoulders. 5. A little scraped, I think, but mostly just mortified. I'm sure I can pop right out of this." She tried to push up on her forearms and I cringed. "Or not." "Careful, you skinned your ribs." "Feels like it. Most of the pain is there, in my hips, and my dignity, but I can't quite get a full breath." "You are wedged pretty tight there, kitty." The nickname slipped off my tongue before I could stop it. She groaned, dropping her chin to her chest, and even the tip of her ears blushed pink. "Of all the things to be wearing, this is right up there with the one time my cheerleading skirt got tucked into my spankies," she mumbled. "Spank? What?" I laugh-whispered to keep Finley from hearing. Her head popped up and she rolled her eyes. "Spankies? They're, bloomers. They go under cheerleading skirts. I really wish I was wearing them right now, as a matter of fact." And now that I had that image in my head. "Well, let's get you out of this mess." I scanned the landing, studying the other boards that looked ready to give way if I put any weight on them. "I don't have the right angle to pull you out from here, and if we break any of those boards, we chance hurting you more. We're going to have to lift you out. You good with that?" She pressed her full lips together in a tight line and nodded. "Let's do it." I gave her what I hoped was a reassuring smile, then walked down the steps and under the landing, doing my best to ignore her mostly naked lower half hanging in my face. Chances were she was involved with whomever drove that lifted F-250 parked by the old boathouse. It practically screamed alpha male from the size of the tires to the light rack. Takes one to know one. Not that it mattered. Anyone who lived next door or knew Finley was off the one-night stand table, which was all I was capable of. Finn tripped over my feet, and I caught her by the waist before she smacked her head on the support pillar. "Finn, honey, why don't you give me some space here? I don't want to squash your toes." Finn nodded, then scurried out from under my feet and retreated to the patio chairs that lined our section of the fence, eager to watch the show. I assessed the finger's width of space I had between her ribs and the surrounding wood and mentally cursed. She was a curved peg in a square hole. "Okay, you must have fallen at an angle. We're going to have to maneuver you a little to get you through, otherwise you'll get hung up on your ass," I mentally finished. Not that it wasn't spectacular, but in this situation it was definitely not helping her out. "Bottom?" she suggested. "Exactly." "I might need you to give it a little push. There, I don't have any leverage up here." "Can I borrow a cup of sugar? Do you have any extra plywood to board the windows? We're headed out of town for the weekend. Could you water the plants?" In the nearly 6 years I'd owned my home, those were the kinds of things the Hatchers had asked. There had never once been a, "Could you push my ass at the right angle so I can get out of the hardwood landing I'm stuck in?" discussion, ever. Looked like I was about to cross every neighborly boundary in the first 5 minutes of knowing this woman. I stepped out from under the landing and met her gaze. "Hey," I repeated my earlier line. "Hey," she echoed, but with the ghost of a smile. "I'm Jackson Montgomery. I figured I should probably introduce myself first. Not that I ever introduced myself to any of the people I saved. I wasn't a people person. That was Garrett's job. Friends call me Jax.
Morgan Bartley, pleasure to meet you.
Morgan. Perfect. Like my favorite rum, which had a lot in common with the color of her eyes. Eyes you're not getting involved with, remember? Excellent. Now I don't have to keep calling you Kitty.
It's kind of growing on me, embracing the situation and all.
She laughed lightly.
Lots of worse things I could have been wearing, that's for sure.
Crap. Not only was she gorgeous, but I liked her too. Not many people I knew could keep their sense of humor in this kind of situation. Okay then, Kitty. Here we go. I headed back under the landing. Shit, she was streaked with bruises and scrapes from rib to hip to thighs. Only her waist and lower legs had escaped unscathed. Ready?
Reckon now's as good a time as any,
she called back. Without ceremony, I gripped her waist and lifted her. Umph! The sound escaped as her ribs slid free of the landing barrier. Better? I settled her onto my left shoulder, careful to keep my forearm locked over the top of her thighs to avoid brushing her abused sides.
A little, she answered. I can get a full breath now, thank you.
Seeing the new gap between her waist and the planks, I reached for my right hand and tugged gently on the fabric of her sundress, pulling it down in sections to give her as much modesty as I could offer.
Thank you,
she repeated, softer this time. Take a second to catch your breath, and then we'll lift you the rest of the way. My head turned at the sound of tires on the graveled driveway. A small sedan parked between the enormous truck and the moving pod. Then 2 women got out, one pale, holding a large pizza box, and the other one with a tawny complexion and a bottle of what looked to be tequila, both wide-eyed and slack-jawed.
Oh my God, Morgan!
They raced toward the steps. Whoa, hold up! I called out through the slats in the stairs, sending them to a skidding halt. I don't know how much weight that landing can take. 2 heads popped around the base of the staircase, and I gave them a nod. Hi there.
Mr. Carolina?
The petite one asked, her jaw dropping. Mr. what? Not the last time I checked. Then again, I don't really run in the pageant circuits, I answered. The tequila-toting one came over to see my hands locked firmly on the tops of Morgan's thighs, one over and one under her dress. I'd shake your hand, but as you can see, mine are a little full at the moment.
Well then, she said without a trace of southern accent. Morgan, are you hurt? A little banged up, but nothing to fret over,
Morgan answered, shifting a little on my shoulder. She weighed next to nothing.
So that's Finley, and Jackson here is my next-door neighbor. How's that for luck?
Jax, I offered. Finn waved, and Morgan's friend returned the gesture before looking back at me.
Well, Jax, how awkward. I mean, awesome to meet you. I'm Sam, and that's my sister-in-law Mia, and the girl you have perched on your shoulders is one of my best friends, so what can I do to help?
Nice to meet you too, I told the ladies. Giving Morgan a hand up would be great. The rest of the stairs look sound, but the landing's unstable. If you could go up the back steps and come down these to that last stair before the landing, that would be awesome. See if you can get your hands under her arms to help guide her onto the stairs as I lift her. Don't let her put weight on the landing if you can help it.
Done. Mia,
she called to the other girl, and they were gone in a blur. You doing okay up there, Morgan? I asked. What kind of perfume was she wearing? Sure as hell smelled divine. Vanilla and strawberries?
I should be asking you that, seeing as I'm currently sitting on you.
I almost laughed. Don't worry about me, I'm doing just fine. I sent a wink in Finley's direction, who giggled behind her hand.
You're not going to be too tired to lift me out?
Morgan asked, worry saturating her voice and increasing the number of syllables in that last word. Holy shit, the woman could read the phone book with that accent, and I'd be hooked. Trust me, I could hold you all day. I'm not going to let you fall. I felt a gentle give in her posture. Good. She'd relaxed a little. So you bought the house, huh? I asked, trying to fill the silence until the girls could get around to Morgan.
Yeah, maybe I should have looked at it first.
Her voice dropped, nearly unintelligible with the wood muffling the sound between us. You didn't look at it first? Seriously?
I saw pictures, she shot back. And the inspection report and Google Maps. I just didn't visit it until today.
Holy shit. She'd walked in blind. The house itself was structurally sound, but damn, did it need some upkeep. It hadn't been touched since the Hatchers bought it back in the 70s. And is it what you were expecting? She tensed. Morgan?
It's not that I didn't want something to fix. I did. I do. I want to look at something and say I did that.
Her sigh was loud enough for me to feel it in my chest.
There just happens to be a lot more fixing to do than I initially thought.
Is your husband handy? I'd learned that it was always safer to assume a woman was in a relationship than go with the opposite. Plus, with her soft, bare skin under my fingers, it would be handy to know if I was about to get punched in the face by an overprotective partner. Her thighs turned to stone.
I'm not married, not involved, and not looking.
She bit out every word. Damn, I'd just gotten rejected from a girl I hadn't even hit on. That was a first. Sorry, I saw the truck and assumed. And there was the number one problem with assuming anything. Not that a woman can't have a jacked up truck like that or anything. It's a nice piece of equipment.
It was left to me by a friend. I'd drive the Mini Cooper over there. So know any good contractors?
Subject closed. Got it. I can dig you up some names.
We're here. Sorry, we had to climb over the bottom gate and, well, we're short. It took a second.
Sam leaned over the railing.
Ready?
Absolutely. Morgan?
Yep.
Here we go. I'm sorry, this might hurt a little. You're pretty banged up.
Do it. I'm tougher than I look.
I somehow didn't doubt it as I switched my grip to her hips, careful to place my hands outside her dress. 1, 2, 3. I lifted her slowly and watched her progress through the small opening. Okay, angle back towards Sam, I ordered as the curve of her ass reached the board. At 6'4", I could reach over the 7 feet to the landing, but I needed a better grip to get her the rest of the way through. My hands are about to get friendly, I warned her.
What, like they weren't already?
She joked. Ha! I switched my grip quickly, grasping the back of her thigh with one hand and sliding below her knee with the other. I powered her through, letting my higher hand slip from her thigh as she rose. Gotcha! Sam exclaimed. Then Morgan stepped free, and my hands were empty. It worked, she called out, leaning over the railing from the stairs above the landing. I stepped into the evening sunlight and smiled up at her. Sure did. You rescued her, Finley called out, running at me in a tangle of curls and limbs. I caught her easily and lifted her to sit on my shoulders. Wasn't really a rescue, I told my daughter. Just a few feet.
Well, it sure felt like a rescue to me,
Morgan countered, flashing a smile that hit me right at the knees.
You definitely saved the day.
The petite one, Mia, I think they'd called her, drawled with the local accent I'd grown accustomed to, batting pretty blue eyes at me.
That's his job,
Finley answered. She squirmed and I let her down.
I'm hungry.
With that declaration, she was off and running up our stairs.
I'm glad you're not stuck anymore, Miss Morgan,
she called out and disappeared into the house. Always hungry, that one, I said with a smile.
Well, thank you for helping get our friend out.
Sam started up the steps. When Mia didn't move, she grasped the strap on her tank top.
We'll see you later.
Mia gave me one more grin and followed Sam. That left just Morgan. She tucked her hair behind her ears and stared at the banister.
Thank you,
she said quietly. My pleasure. Her eyes shot to mine, no doubt thinking of the eyeful I'd received. Poor choice of words. I'll come over in the morning and lay down some plywood. That will give you time to get the contractors out to estimate. Well, everything.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
Her spine straightened. She hadn't been kidding about wanting to fix things herself. Stubborn much?
I'm not sure why you'd think that.
She crossed her arms under her breasts and winced. Because I'm offering you help and you're not accepting it.
I just did.
She motioned to the landing. You had no other choice, unless you wanted to wait for your girlfriends to break out a saw. I tucked my thumbs in the pockets of my shorts. As I recall, you argued that you were really okay, as your feet dangled. Stubborn.
Yet I still accepted your help. But I'll fix the landing myself.
Jesus, what if she nailed through rotten boards or cut the size wrong? I'd have to haul her out all over again. So you have experience with carpentry and all that? Why wouldn't she let me help? Everyone around here helped each other out. Not that she knew that. or that I'd spent my summers on my dad's construction sites until I left for college. There was a flicker of something in her eyes that told me her admirable determination might not match her skill set.
Well, no, not yet at least,
she admitted. Not your business, not your problem to fix. Don't get involved. When you said you wanted something to fix, you meant in the hire people who know what they're doing kind of way, right? Not the pick up a hammer way. Way to make it your business, jackass. Because this house is going to take more experience than a weekend fixer-upper marathon. Unless you and your roommates have some construction history that those soft hands of yours aren't advertising, you're going to need help. What happened to not your problem? She visibly bristled.
One, they're not my roommates. They're just visiting. I'm on my own and quite capable. For certain things, I'll have to hire a contractor, but I have a few months until my job starts, so I'm sure I can figure out the rest through online tutorials.
Wait, are you seriously considering learning how to remodel via YouTube? She tensed, and her eyes, those were on fire. Holy crap, you are. Was I worried for her or completely in awe? Probably a little of both, to be honest.
It was really nice to meet you, Jackson.
She all but dismissed me.
I wish it hadn't been under such memorable circumstances.
And now that blush was back, rising in her cheeks again. Let me help, at least with the safety things. I did almost the entire remodel on our house by myself. Well, with some buddies from work. Your house hasn't been touched since the 70s, and I doubt the structure has ever been reinforced. The Hatchers loved it just the way it was. Avocado paint and everything. For a second, I thought she might relent. I'm reliable, I swear. I put my hand to my heart. Her chin rose at least 2 inches. Wrong thing to say.
Contrary to what just happened, which I'm incredibly grateful for, I am not in the habit of relying on men, even the pretty ones, so I'll be fixing my own landing, thank you very much.
She turned me down with a brisk nod of her head. There was a hell of a story there, but all I could focus on was pretty.
But really, her voice gentled, thank you so much for...
She motioned toward the landing and dropped her gaze again.
You know...
She gifted me with a closed lip, embarrassed smile, and then retreated up her stairs. Holy whiplash. The woman was soft-spoken one second, then spitting fire at me the next. Much to my dismay, I more than kind of liked it. Pushing you out of the hole you fell into? Crap, was I grinning. How could I not? She was so indignant that I'd offered to help, but I'd literally just pushed her ass out of the staircase.
Right, that. Thanks.
She paused and waved like a queen to a subject, but didn't turn around. That offer stands. You need anything, just knock, or I can have Finley run over with our phone number.
I appreciate the gesture.
Lord save me from polite southern manners. She stilled, then turned back toward me, her posture relaxed.
Please tell Finley thank you for me. She really saved my butt.
Her head tilted and she winced slightly, then gave me a self-deprecating chuckle.
Literally.
I laughed, the sound more honest than any I'd made because of a woman in a long time. My phone rang and I reached into my lower pocket to check the caller ID. Please don't be a rescue. It was just Sawyer. See you around, kitty. She sputtered, smoothing her dress back down around her thighs as I crossed the yard to our house, swiping to answer Sawyer's call. What's up? Is it Finley free weekend? He asked with the noise of a bar in the background. Nope, that's only once a month and you know it. So whatever it is you want me to do, the answer is no unless it involves you on my couch with Moana. I heard a door shut and glanced over at Morgan's. She'd made it inside without another incident. Damn. I mean, I love Finn. I was just kind of hoping you would wingman me here at McGinty's. There's a set of twins with... Nope, you're flying solo. I started up the steps toward my door. Come on, call her Grams. You know she'd love to keep her. And don't try to tell me you don't want to get laid. I always wanted to get laid. Sex was a physical need I had zero guilt or trouble gratifying. But I steered clear of emotional entanglements, clingers, and anyone who saw Finley and thought they needed to step in as her mom, which basically meant I was perpetually single except for the occasional one-night stand with a tourist, exactly the way I liked it. My eyes reverted to Morgan's porch. Yeah, Not going there. Wanting to do something and doing it are two different things. It's called adulthood. Call Garrett. I'm sure he'll back you up. Come on, get a sitter. Call Brianna. You should see the legs on these. I wasn't calling Finley's aunt or giving up time with Finn. Bye, Sawyer. See you Tuesday. I hung up on my best friend, wishing he'd grow the hell up. The thought made me pause. Maybe he was acting our age, and I was actually way too old in my head to be physically 28. Funny, I'd seen that same quiet maturity in Morgan's eyes when I'd run past her on the beach today. It had been more than a little at odds with her Hello Kitty underwear. Not that I was ever going to see those again. With every step I climbed, I tried to shove the gorgeous brunette out of my head. There was room for only one woman in my life, and she was 5 years old.
Chapter 3. Morgan. To be honest, you scared the shit out of me. You always knew what you wanted, even when we were kids. You have this incredible, fearless approach to life that I lost somewhere along the way. But you need to know that, little by little, I've felt it coming back, and it's because of the way I feel when I'm around you. You're bringing me back to life, Morgan. I've read your chart, history, and Dr. Meyer's notes, but can you tell me more about how and when the anxiety attacks occur? Dr. Cersei asked, leaning back in the purple armchair across from mine. She was nothing like Dr. Myers, who'd simply given me a prescription and walked away. Then again, Dr. Cersei looked to be about 30, and had a way better bedside manner than the 72-year-old psychiatrist I'd seen since the attack started nearly 2 years ago. Sure, I said, adjusting in my own seat. Of course, I didn't want to go through it all again, but moving here meant I needed a new doc before my current prescription ran out. My head starts to race, and my heart jumps, like it's trying to keep up with the thoughts, but then I swallowed past the familiar tightening sensation in my throat as it took hold, just like it did every time I tried to describe it. Then my throat closes, like someone has a fist around the base of it, squeezing. I leaned my head back, stretching my neck as I reminded myself that I could still breathe. It was just uncomfortable. It was like my anxiety attacks had a defense mechanism of their own to keep me from talking about them. Are you having one now? I shrugged, bringing my eyes back to hers. Sometimes they happen or intensify when I think about them, but mostly it's when I think or talk about... Mercy, it hurt. I stretched my neck again, breathing past the vice grip in my throat. Him. I shoved the images and feelings aside that swamped me whenever he came to mind. Can you tell me about... She checked my chart. Will? Without permission, memories crashed through my defenses. 1,000,000 different moments from thousands of days over 24 years. Childhood, high school, Peyton dying, him coming home from West Point, Paisley, the breakup, his unwillingness to be with me, the ball, the wings, the kiss, the casket. No, I forced out, trying desperately to cram everything back in the box. It's not that I don't want to, but I swallowed and swallowed again until she leaned forward, nudging a bottle of water across the glass coffee table. I twisted off the top and chugged half the bottle, trying to dislodge the tension in my throat, to swallow it down, but it didn't help. It never did. A few moments passed while I watched the waves crash on the beach outside the window. I have trouble talking about him, I finally admitted. I don't really know where to start, how to sum him up in words, and then I can't breathe because I know exactly how it ends, and I can't go there. To when he died, I nodded. It's like opening Pandora's box. I can't pick and choose what comes out of it. That's fair. She nodded slowly. How often do you think about him? My eyes jumped back to hers. More than I should. All the time? Every minute of every day. If my life was an ocean, then the water was Will. Always there, sometimes calm, deep and soothing, and sometimes he was a tsunami ready to pull me under in waves of grief so deep I wondered when I'd eventually drown. And who told you that there was an appropriate amount of thinking to be done? She sipped her tea. I blinked. Everyone, I guess. Family, friends, my old psychiatrist. I'm supposed to get over it, right? It's not supposed to still hurt like this. She studied me carefully, but it wasn't intrusive or judgmental. How long has it been? 22 months. The longest months of my damn life. Every day felt like it was a personal test designed to see how much I could take. Some days I won, some days I didn't. Has it gotten any better? The grief? Compared to what? Compared to the first month or so after he passed? He hadn't passed. He'd been taken. Hell, he'd given his life away. No, I finally answered. But I gave up on that a long time ago. Kinda figured this was simply the way things would be now. This is how I am. And how is that? Broken? I stared at the water in my hands. My previous doctor told me it's anxiety and depression. You have my file. I do. She put her tea down and scribbled on a little notepad. But I'd rather hear it from you than read another clinician's notes. When you think of your future, what do you see for yourself? What did I see? It had been so long since I thought about goals that I wasn't sure I even had them anymore. I don't know. I mean, I bought my house and I need to fix it up. I took a job that starts in September. I shrugged. And past that, what about long term? That is long term. Anything past this week was long term as far as I was concerned. Her brow puckered for a moment before she gave me an understanding nod. Okay, and friends? I have friends. There are a couple I'm still really close to, but the others... I looked back at the ocean like it had the answers I needed. They moved on, and I'm stuck, like someone pressed pause and I'm still waiting for him to come home from that deployment. She scribbled on her pad again. I wasn't sure I wanted to know whatever it was she wrote on that thing. And moving here. Was that looking to the future? Yes, was what she wanted to hear. A healthy person would have said that moving here was their new start, that they were ready to wake up and greet the morning with the kind of optimism that simply didn't exist for me. Be honest, she urged, her eyes kind. There's no right or wrong answer. I'm just getting a feel for where you are in the process. He was everywhere, I said softly. In Alabama, I couldn't go anywhere without being accompanied by a memory of him. I couldn't teach at our elementary school or eat at the same restaurants because he was everywhere. And everyone in our little town thought I should either be over him or setting up a shrine. So you escaped. I nodded. How did your loved ones feel about the move? My mother is pretty unhappy with me. She thinks a woman has no business living alone. Guess she forgets she was raising me on her own at this age. The friends I'm still close to are supportive. One of them is here, actually. So you do have a support structure here. Sam's just visiting, and I can support myself. And the others? The ones who have moved on, as you said? Guilt smacked me. I haven't told them I moved. Haven't talked to them in months, really? I just need a break from them. I finished the last part on a whisper. It was the first time I'd said it aloud to anyone but Sam. I couldn't stand to be near most of my friends. My avoidance was more than declining a call once in a while. It had become methodical. And when is the last time you felt happy? Or at least, weren't thinking about your loss? Happy? I skipped right over that thought, but then again. A few days ago, I fell through my landing, I said slowly. Are you okay? Her eyebrows rose. I'm bruised up, but fine. Thank you for asking. I swallowed. But this man, my next-door neighbor, he pulled me out. And there were a few minutes where the only pain I felt was from where I'd gotten scraped. I only thought about Will when Jackson asked about his truck. Heat flooded my cheeks as I twisted the cap of my water. I'm glad he pulled you out, Morgan. How did you feel after that encounter? Besides embarrassed that he found me dangling in my Hello Kitty underwear? The corners of my mouth tugged upward slightly. She bit back a smile but nodded. Mine faded. Guilty that I enjoyed meeting Jackson, I admitted quietly. She studied me for a moment. Okay. She stood and walked over to her desk, then pulled papers from the bottom drawer before coming back toward me. I want you to fill these out. Be as blatantly honest as you can. Like I said, there's no right or wrong. She handed me a 3-page assessment and a pencil. Right now? My stomach twisted as I looked over the questions. If you can, she answered gently, taking her seat again. I think there might be a little more going on than your last doctor caught, and this will help me figure it out. I took another drink, then answered the questions as truthfully as I could. I long for Will every day. Yes, it's disruptive. I've accepted this as my reality. Hell yes, I'm still bitter. Each question pricked at the raw center of my soul, scraping and cutting until they drew blood. I finished and handed the papers back to her. She thanked me, and I walked to the window so I could see the water while she quietly read my answers. Okay. Morgan, I don't think it's just anxiety or depression that's causing your attacks. You don't? My brow puckered as I turned to face her. No. She shook her head and leaned forward slightly, putting the papers in my file on the table. I think you have something called complicated grief. I scoffed. Because we had a complicated relationship? Maybe that's part of it. Complicated grief happens when your rational mind has accepted the loss, but your emotional mind hasn't quite gotten there. It keeps you stuck in that first, sharp, acute stage of grief and doesn't let you move forward. Okay. And what am I supposed to do with that? I walked back to her desk, stopping behind the armchair I'd been sitting in. I'd help you move forward. She offered me a soft smile. I clenched the back of the armchair, the fabric warping slightly under my fingers. You'd help me move forward, I repeated, each word a little less kind than the last. Yes, we do a very specific form of therapy that's been proven to help people just like you move forward in the grieving process. She sat there calmly while my emotions boiled over. Move forward. I shook my head. Move forward to what? To a life without him? To a world where everyone around me is happy because they didn't lose the only man they've ever loved? That's not moving forward. That's where I'm at now. There is no forward when it's the same bullshit I've been living the last 2 years. I can help you see past all this, she promised. And the worst part was, she believed that garbage. You want to help me? Then bring him back, I snapped. You rewind time and go to that godforsaken valley in Afghanistan, and you tell him that his life is worth the same as Jagger's, not less. You keep him from being the martyr. My stomach twisted with something hot and ugly as my nails dug into the upholstery. Then you go into a grocery store in Alabama and stop my phone from ringing, and you catch that jar of raspberry jam before I drop it all over the floor, and it shatters. I shoved the memory away with the chair, and it screeched across the hardwood floor. You sew my heart back together, and you give us the chance we didn't get. A razor-tipped fist of emotion forced its way up my chest, prickling my eyes with pain, and I had to shout to be heard around it. Everyone else got their shot. Josh and Ember, Paisley and Jagger, Sam and Grayson. Hell, even Paisley and Will got their shot. But the minute he decides that it's finally time for us to get our chance to be happy together, he dies, saving my best friend's husband. I rubbed viciously at my chest, right where my set of aviation wings should have hung, would have hung if he'd lived. I don't want to move forward. I want Will. I want our shot. I swiped angrily at my face, batting away the tears that had escaped during my tirade. God, how long had it been since I'd lost it like that? I can't bring him back, Dr. Cersei said gently. I'm so very sorry for the loss you've suffered. But I know I can help you if you'll let me. It's 4 months of some pretty intense therapy, but I know we can lessen some of the pain you're in. You know? I snapped. Nothing lessened the pain. Nothing but sleep took it away, and even then, I eventually had to wake up. I honestly think we have a good chance of not only lessening your pain, but helping you truly move forward. This program has a 70% success rate. And what happens if I'm one of the 30? I don't think you are. This isn't something you have to decide today, Morgan. I'll call in your prescription to the local pharmacy. We definitely want to keep the anxiety attacks under control, but I'd also like to treat the underlying cause, not just the symptoms. She rose to her feet. No amount of therapy will make me miss him any less. She walked me to her door. Give me 4 months. Just think about it. You meet with me once a week. You do the homework. You'll feel the results. But you would need someone to help support you through it. I'm all alone, I shrugged, shutting the door on the possibility. A corner of her mouth lifted. Well, like I said, just give it some thought. And while you're over there telling yourself that therapy isn't going to help you, I want you to think about the fact that you just told me what happened to Will without having an anxiety attack. She opened her door, and I walked into her small, comfortable lobby where another patient was already waiting. Maybe she'd help him through whatever he was going through, because there wasn't a through it for me. Give it to me straight, I said to the 4th contractor Joey had brought out to look at my property in the last 2 days. At least this guy was closer to our age and didn't look at me like I'd lost my mind or suggest a complete teardown. He scratched his well-trimmed beard and looked back at the house from where we stood on the driveway. Well, how much money do you have? Come on, Steve, Joey snapped, folding her arms across her chest. Grayson's older sister had cut her dark tresses to a bob in the years since I'd seen her, but there was no mistaking her for cute when she arched that eyebrow. Don't be like that, Joey. You asked me for my opinion, and I'm giving it. That house is a wreck. You need a new deck on both levels. Hell, I'm surprised they're still standing, honestly. New siding, new staircases. I left out the tidbit where I'd already fallen through the landing. Okay, but structurally? I prodded, hoping the inspector had told the truth on the report I'd seen before closing. In that, you lucked out. The foundations around the boathouse and pillars are sound, but they both need better drainage and waterproofing. The bones are good. Shape is great for deflecting wind, but it could use a dose of stormproofing, or you're probably going down in the next Cat 3. I'm surprised she made it through this last one, and she took some damage for it. Definitely needs a new roof, and that weather vane looks like it's about to break off any minute. He pointed up to the heavy brass arrow that spun circles on my roof when the wind changed. It stays, I said. Reinstall it or whatever, but I like it. Arrows were supposed to be meaningful, right? Getting pulled back to release farther and faster or something. Besides, if it had survived the storms for this long, who was I to yank it down? He sighed. Miss Bartley, the weather vane is the least of your problems. Your electrical system needs to be completely overhauled. I don't know who thought it was a great idea to put a secondary panel in a room that's literally built to flood. And it just keeps getting better. By grace, the house was just as much of a mess as I was. A long shadow came up parallel with mine, and I knew from the general shape that Jackson was its owner. I wanted to feel annoyance, or a little of that temper that had flared when he'd insinuated that I couldn't fix my own damn house. But neither came. Just a quick kick to my pulse, and a weird sense of relief. Only because he's already pulled you out of the shit once. And don't forget, he's seen your underwear, too. I mentally cringed for the 4 billionth time. He came close enough to nearly brush my shoulder, tucking his thumbs into his pockets as Steve paused his list of everything that was wrong with my house. "Jackson, how's it going?" Steve grinned, and the two reached out to shake hands. "It's going," Jackson answered. "Don't stop on my account. I'm dying to know your thoughts, if that's okay," he asked me. "Steve did the major reno stuff on my house a few years ago." I glanced at him and nodded. He'd be subjected to the noise of the remodel, so it seemed like a fair enough trade. "Shit, you did most of that yourself," Steve countered with a shake of his head. "Now, Ms. Bartley, that list doesn't even touch cosmetic stuff like the kitchen or the flooring. We're just talking about what the house needs in order to survive the next decade. I've always loved this house, and I want it to stay standing. So when I ask you how much money you have, it's not because I'm looking to inflate your invoice. It's because there's going to be a hefty base price, and then you're going to have to decide what upgrades you need versus what you want and what you're willing to pay for. I definitely want everything you would structurally recommend. The rest I would scrape and clean and sand it to smooth on my own. If it took years and every penny I had, so be it. There would be one thing in my life that was perfect, that no one could take from me." "What about hurricane-proofing it?" Jackson asked. "I definitely want to hear about that. I was used to tornadoes in Alabama, but hurricanes were a whole different ballgame on the coast." Steve nodded. "Sure, if you want to go all out, you could definitely use some reinforcement." He studied the house quietly for a moment, his eyes darting over the structure. "We'd probably need lifts, but we could drive a steel support alongside the one you have running through the house, but go deeper and change the positions of anchors on your roof when we put on the new one, so it's structurally like those new-built, hurricane-proof ones. But you'd still stay within your legal limits for the remodel. I mean, it's already got those nice faceted lines on the ocean side, which is probably how it stood this long. But you're digging into cost again." "And timeline, I assume," I said with a small smile. "That part isn't too bad. We'd probably get the supports and roof on in about 2 weeks, and we actually have an opening if you want to start, so you can give her a couple different estimates," Jackson interrupted. I shot him some side-eye. Listening in was one thing, but this wasn't a situation where I needed, or wanted, to be rescued. "What?" Jackson shrugged. "Don't you want to know the cost of what has to be done by professionals versus what you can do yourself, versus what you might like to have done by experts?" Those eyes of his cut right through me in a way that was more than a little unsettling, and left me feeling exposed, like I was still standing there in my underwear. "Of course, but I can certainly handle my own contractor," I said with a syrup-sweet smile. "And if I want to hire Barnum and Bailey to construct my new roof in the shape of a circus tent, I certainly can." "That would actually be awesome. Not only for wind resistance, but for pure visual effect." He grinned, undermining my entire intent, because I couldn't help but roll my eyes. The man had the damnedest effect on me. "Sweet Lord, Jackson, go away. You're distracting me. Steve. You're distracting Steve." Clever cover-up. Not. "Concentrate harder, Kitty," he whispered with a shrug and a wink. Then he waved up to Finley, who enthusiastically returned the gesture as she played on the porch. Wait, shit, was he flirting with me? He couldn't flirt with me. I wasn't available for flirting or laughing or anything. Had I flirted back? Guilt gripped me by the throat and squeezed. I'd only known this man a handful of days. "Where were we?" Steve asked, glancing at his clipboard. I sucked in a strangled breath and swallowed past the part of my throat that threatened to close up. The last thing I wanted to do in front of Joey or Steve was take the rescue meds I'd been prescribed for acute attacks. I'm fine. This is fine. You were agreeing to work up 3 estimates for me. I stood a little straighter, and Joey smiled, unaware that I'd almost lost it. I'll need one that includes every safety issue you first addressed, then one that includes new flooring, lighting, siding, and removing that wall between the dining and living room. Everything I couldn't do myself. And one with the works, whatever you think it needs. Give me details on whatever stormproofing you like. Oh, and I'd love the entire living room to have the ability to retract the windows like one big sliding glass door. With every word, the vice around my neck loosened. "It gets windy around here," Steve remarked. "It's an estimate, not a contract. A girl's got to keep her options open." I quipped so quickly that I almost felt like me for a second. The edges of Steve's mouth quirked up as he took notes. "Give me a couple days and I'll get the estimates over to you." He shook our hands, and when he got to mine, his gaze darted toward the truck, which I still hadn't managed to get into the boathouse that would serve as its garage. I'd tried twice after the moving company had unloaded her, but couldn't bring myself to open the driver's door. "Something that big can be a little impractical out here on the islands, unless you're in my line of work. Any chance you're looking to unload it? I'd give you a fair price." My heart galloped, and every hint of sass that had risen to my surface since the Hello Kitty incident sank like a block of cement in that huge ocean behind me. "She's not for sale." The words came out in a strained half-whisper. "Okay, well, if you change your mind..." He turned to talk to Jackson about some upcoming festival or something. I immediately tuned out. I pivoted to look at my house, barely registering when Jackson left for his own. Once Joey started up the stairs, I followed, pausing on the piece of plywood I'd cut myself with the new saw she had recommended I purchase this morning from the only hardware store on the island. Sure, it was a little loose and undeniably imperfect, but it was proof I could do this. I'd be okay when Sam left in a few days. I could repair this house, repair myself. Jackson and Finley raced down the stairs of their house with battle cries, and I looked up in time to see Finley hit Jackson square in the chest with a spray from her massive water gun. "Ha! Gotcha!" she shouted. He fell to his knees in the sand, exaggerating his death for a moment before spraying her legs when she came in for a second shot. She squealed, taking off through the backyard, and he quickly followed over the dune to the beach. I smiled at how happy they were. It was as simple as that. Sam was right. Here there were no expectations on how long it took me to recover myself. Here, I could have a moment where I missed Will like hell and still smile a breath later. No one was judging. Here I could fix my stair. Wait, the board didn't shift those centimeters when I moved my feet like it had this morning. I peered closer and saw that there were a few screws next to the nails I'd hammered in. Screws I knew I hadn't used because I didn't own a drill. Yet. Maybe Joey had guaranteed my handiwork while I'd gone to see Dr. Cersei. It would make sense, seeing as she knew way more about building stuff than I did. I climbed to the deck and looked out over the beach, past the shadows creeping toward the ocean from the late afternoon sun. As Finley sprinted into the water, Jackson ran behind her, grasping her waist and spinning her low enough for her toes to skim the water. I heard her laughter and felt it echo in my chest somewhere in the vicinity of where I used to think my heart was. I wanted to be that happy, to find joy in something. He turned in my direction, and I knew it was impossible. The distance was too great. But I could have sworn our eyes locked and held for a moment. And as certain as I was that he'd catch Finley when he tossed her up in the air, I knew he'd secured the board. But it didn't make me feel infantilized or undermined. Oh no, it was worse than that. It made me feel protected, and that scared the crap out of me. But that little spark of yearning I felt as I watched Jackson and Finley play in the ocean, that was terrifying.
Maybe it makes me a bitch, but I'm kind of glad everyone left yesterday.
Sam handed me a cup of coffee and sat across from me the next day, stretching her legs out in front of her on the sun-warmed deck. "Thanks," I said and took a sip. "I am too. I mean, I'm glad they came and I'm thankful, but I've gotten used to quiet." Once Sam had moved out, I hadn't taken another roommate. I'd grown to crave the silent hours I had at home. "Do you want me to go?" "I absolutely can," Sam offered. "No, please stay. It's different being around you." The wind ruffled the spiral notebook pages next to me. "I can stay longer too, you know." She tilted her face at the sun. "If you need someone, I'm here. I don't start grad school until the fall, and it's not like Grayson is waiting for me at home in Colorado." I flinched. She was 2 months into his first deployment. Will hadn't survived his first 2 weeks. "How are you holding it all together so well?" She squeezed her eyes shut. "I'm not. I miss him like hell, and there's not a second that I'm not scared shitless. I guess I just hide it well. Military brat and all that." I reached across the distance between us and took her hand. "You're the strongest woman I know, Sam. Look in the mirror sometime." She stared at me in that way she had, forcing me to accept her words as truth, but I felt anything but strong. "You're going to be happy again. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but one day. You know that, right?" I didn't mention Dr. Cersei. Her offer was ludicrous, right? But what if it wasn't? What if there was a real chance that I didn't have to feel like this for the rest of my life? But seeing how my luck ran, I was probably one of the 30%. Maybe I'm one of those people who doesn't get to be happy. Maybe my chance for happy died with Will. "I don't believe that," she whispered. "Happy people never do." The sun had barely turned the sky pink over the ocean when I woke the next morning. That same sense of dread hit me that I had to get up, had to move through my day, had to pretend. The heaviness of it all was unbearable. I rolled over on my queen-size mattress and stared at the dark screen of my sleeping laptop. One click, that's all it would take. One click, and I'd see him again. And for those seconds, everything would be all right. My heart lurched, longing for that 10-minute eternity where he was still alive. But I wouldn't stay for only 10 minutes. All it would take was that first click, the sound of his voice, and I wouldn't leave this bed all day. Some days I won, some days I lost. Today was a coin toss, and I needed to call it in the air. "You're going to be happy again." Sam's words from yesterday rang in my ears. But there wasn't any happiness for me outside the video I'd seen thousands of times. I rubbed my chest, like that would somehow take away the pain, but it never left. Why wasn't I okay when everyone else was? How long could I possibly live like this, fighting with myself over Will's memory before I even got out of bed? I know we can lessen some of the pain you're in, but Dr. Cersei couldn't. Or could she? But what would happen if I tried her way and failed? Nothing could possibly feel worse than you do now. And then there was the unthinkable. What would happen if I tried her way and it worked? Was there honestly a chance? Probably not. I tried to squash the tiny flame of hope that had flared to life in my chest, but it kept whispering, "Maybe." I ran my finger along the top of my laptop. Will would have called me all sorts of names for not having the courage to try. He would want me to try. He would have wanted me to watch that video once, not use it as a lullaby for 22 months. He would have wanted me to get out of bed and try, even if I failed. Maybe I couldn't be as happy as Jackson and Finley, spinning around in the ocean, but maybe, just maybe I could hurt a little less. I slammed my laptop closed. My feet hit the floor, and 5 minutes later I turned the key in the ignition of my Mini Cooper, still dressed in my pajamas. By 6:25, I was parked outside Dr. Cersei's office. She arrived at 7:15, her eyes flying wide when she found me sitting on the wooden steps that led to her office. "I don't want to feel like this for the rest of my life," I admitted before she could ask me what the hell I was doing there. "You don't have to," she said softly, moving her bag to her other shoulder and sitting next to me on the step. "You really, honestly think you can help me?" She reached over and took my hand. "I do. Now do you think you can find someone to be your support person? This really works better with one." I nodded, a slight smile curving my lips. "Yeah. I just need to buy a few cases of peppermint mocha coffee creamer as bribery before I ask her."
Chapter 4. Jackson.
Hey, Jax, Connor's looking for the volleyball,
Cassidy told me, flipping her blonde hair over her shoulder.
Oh, hi, Bree.
Bree gave her a half wave from where she stood, leaned back against my kitchen counter. So much like Claire, and yet the two couldn't have been more different. They'd been Irish twins, Claire older by 11 months, but Bree had always acted like the older sister. "It's in the garage, second shelf, right-hand side. And tell your husband the NA beer is in this one. I know he's on call tonight," I told Cassidy before pouring the bag of ice into the cooler. The heat wave had weekend temps pushing 80, which meant it was time for the first Sunday barbecue of the season.
Man, it's weird to be here when Finley isn't,
Bree said, swinging a bag of beach towels over her shoulder. "Yeah, but it's your mom's weekend, and I know how they both live for it. Finley adored her grandmother. Hell, we both did. Vivian filled the massive shoes left empty not just by Claire, but by the 3 other grandparents Finn was missing."
How is the nanny working out?
"So far, so good. I know your mom wasn't keen on Finn spending so much time with a stranger."
Look, Jax, your job is utterly unpredictable. You never know if you'll get a call or if a shift will run late. You have no say in what happens out there.
She motioned toward the ocean.
Mom's not taking care of her diabetes the way she should, and she's getting older. She's not up for those late-night drop-offs anymore. You absolutely did the right thing hiring Sarah.
I closed the lid on the cooler. "She's still pissed about it?" Bree cringed.
Well, she did go off on Claire for a good 20 minutes this morning.
My stomach cramped. "Claire's here?"
Oh, no. Bree's eyebrows shot up. I meant on the phone. They still talk every Saturday.
My jaw flexed and I bit back every remark that came to mind, like how fucking ludicrous it was that Claire talked to her mother every week when she hadn't bothered to call Finley in the last 2 months. "How is she?" I managed to ask. It wasn't Bree's fault that Claire was... Well, Claire.
She's good. Still in LA, wanting to see if the last pilot she did gets picked up.
Pilot, right. How many was that now?
She really does miss Finley. You too, of course.
Her lips pressed into a thin line. Yeah, misses her so much that she's seen her once in the last 8 months. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath to calm the ever-present rage that boiled to my surface whenever I thought about the way Claire treated Finn. "You know what? Let's not do this." Bree forced a quick smile.
"Good idea. Let's get down to the barbecue,"
she suggested, moving to hold the door open. "Yeah, let's get out there." I latched the cooler and lifted its heavy weight, then headed out of the house and down the stairs with Bree following close behind. My gaze caught on the massive F-250 parked outside Morgan's boathouse. Sam, her last house guest, had left 2 days ago, and I hadn't seen the truck or her Mini Cooper budge. None of your business. Except I'd gone and made it my business the minute I'd rescued her over a week ago. But what the hell else was I supposed to have done? Left her stranded with her Hello Kitties blowing in the breeze, half in and half out of her staircase? Maybe if she hadn't fallen through the wood, If Finn hadn't heard her yell, if I hadn't raced out there to dislodge her, I would have had a prayer's chance of ignoring my new neighbor. Sure, until you saw her or heard her speak. Yeah, there was nothing ignorable about Morgan Bartley, which was really damned inconvenient. Not that I was going to act on that attraction. Hell no. My life was complicated enough without messing around with someone I had to see on a daily basis. Morgan was off limits, which didn't really matter because something told me she wasn't emotionally available anyway, even if she had called me pretty.
Thanks for inviting me,
Bree said, jarring me from my thoughts as we reached the ground.
You saved me from tagging along to the shipwreck museum for the 100th time.
You're Finley's aunt. You're always invited. I reminded her for the 1,000th time since we brought Finn home from the hospital. I paused by the wooden gate that separated my backyard from the path to the dune and looked up at Morgan's house, unable to let go of the nagging feeling in my chest that I needed to check on her. Need a hand? Sawyer asked as he came up behind me, the volleyball under his arm. No, I'm good, I told him. You sure? You look a little scrawny to handle that. He motioned to the cooler. Fuck off. I spent a hell of a lot of my downtime at work running and lifting, refusing to give in to the dad bod, as Sawyer once implied. You can barely handle that ball. Speaking of which, you ready to get your ass kicked? Never going to happen. I smirked at my best friend. Movement in Morgan's window caught my eye, and my attention drifted to her house, to her, again. Had she seen sunlight since her friend left? You know what, why don't you take Bree to the party? I'll be there in a second. No problem. I can wait for you. I put the cooler down by the edge of the deck. Bree, go ahead. I'm going to invite my new neighbor over. Go have some fun. Bree rolled her eyes at Sawyer's offered arm and took off up the path. Prickly as a cactus, that one, Sawyer remarked as she disappeared over the dune. I swear she hates everyone but you and Finn. Nope, just you. And she's family, which Finn is in short supply of. She coming back tonight? He asked. Kinda miss your little urchin. Sawyer acted all tough until faced with a certain redhead. Then he was pretty much butter, just like every other guy we worked with. Tomorrow, it's Vivian's weekend, and it's a 3-day weekend for the preschool. Seriously? We could hit up McGinty's tonight and catch the end of spring break crowd. Or you could break your not in my house rule for one of the ladies currently stripping down to their bikinis over the dune 50 feet away while we stand here where we can't see said bikinis. He raised his eyebrows. 1, I never break the house rule. My daughter lives in that house, jackass. 2, I'll be there in a second. Yeah, okay. You go invite your new neighbor, and I'll see you down there. You sure you don't want me to bring the cooler down? I'd hate for you to injure your back. Old age is a bitch. You're exactly 2 months younger than I am, I reminded him. I figure Finley's aged you at least a year for every one of hers, so that makes you 5 years older, right? She just turned 5? Man, you'll be pushing 40 soon if you don't watch it. I can't wait until you have kids so I can dish all of this shit right back at you, I called as he headed up the path. Never going to happen, he retorted and disappeared toward the party. A steady beat dropped as Imagine Dragons came on the speakers. At least Garrett got those working. I took a steadying breath for the battle that was no doubt about to ensue with Morgan and crossed the yard to her stairs. Pausing on the landing, I bounced a little, testing it. Good, the screws had held. No doubt she'd give me shit for sticking my nose in where it didn't belong, and she'd be absolutely correct. I had zero right interfering with her contractor, her staircase, or her life in general. That hadn't seemed to stop me, though. It wasn't her looks that had me climbing her stairs. It was that smile that didn't reach her eyes. It was the way the other girls had moved closer, flanking her as if they knew she was one step away from crumbling. The way she'd gone white as a ghost when Steve had asked her about selling the truck. The way she stood on her deck in the mornings and stared out at the ocean with sad eyes, and her arms wrapped around her waist while I drank my coffee unnoticed on my own. That girl had some damage, and it ran deep. Like calls to like. But when I riled her up, a spark lit in her eyes, which told me she wasn't completely broken. I knocked on her door and waited. About 2 minutes later, I did it again. Another went by, and I knocked harder. My overactive imagination pictured her lying injured somewhere. Before I could knock again, the door swung open and Morgan openly glared at me. Her hair was piled on her head in a casually sexy knot, her face free of any makeup that could cover her flawless skin, and she was dressed in plaid pajama pants and a loose t-shirt that proclaimed that good grammar was sexy.
"What could you possibly want, Jackson?"
Jackson. I liked the way she said it, refusing to drop the formality and call me Jax, like it was an actual barrier to keep me from her. Too bad she didn't realize her voice had the opposite effect. That drawl was more addictive than the sugar they laced the tea with around here. Well, shit. It had been years since I'd been floored by a woman, and that's exactly what this was, wasn't it? Fucking inconvenient. When's the last time you left the house? She folded her arms under her breasts.
Why does it matter?
You might only be a beard short of a full-blown recluse. She arched an eyebrow at me.
Maybe I like being a recluse. Besides, I'm enjoying the last day in my house since I have to move out tomorrow.
You're moving out tomorrow? What the hell?
Just for a couple of weeks while they jack up the house and drive in new pilings, place the center support and pop a new roof on.
Relief I had no business feeling hit me all the same. So you picked a contractor? She nodded.
Steve gave me some good estimates, and he had this window open up. Plus, he swears I'll only be out for 2 weeks.
Then you definitely need a little fun. I'm having a barbecue. You don't even have to get dressed. I motioned my head toward the beach. Just a few friends? Come hang out with us.
Just a few friends?
Yep, give or take a guest or two. We like to barbecue on Sundays, and looking at the forecast, this is going to be the best weekend for about a month.
Sunday barbecues.
She softened, her shoulders relaxed, and her lower lip found its way between her teeth. You're tempted. Come on, kitty, take it one step further. Come down to the beach. You don't have to stay long or even talk to me. There's about a dozen other people you could meet. Humans, vitamin D, hamburgers, maybe a beer. Live dangerously. A corner of her mouth lifted and a spark flared in her eyes. Victory.
I guess it would be rather unneighborly to turn you down.
A downright affront to Southern hospitality, I confirmed, internally swearing at the jolt of awareness that punched me in the stomach when she gifted me with a full smile. Why couldn't a nice middle-aged guy buy this house? Why didn't I get another older retired couple who I'd wave to at the odd times I saw them? Or better, why couldn't Morgan be ignorable? Just normal. But hell no. She was a knockout. Stubborn, funny, nice to Finn, with a gorgeous face, soft brown hair, legs for fucking days, and a smile that might actually control the tides if it would appear twice a day. That's who I got as a neighbor. About as ignorable as a nuclear detonation. Not that I was doing much to keep clear of the blast radius.
Okay, let me throw a suit on and I'll meet you down there.
Or how about I wait right here outside while you put one on and then I walk you down? I offered. She scoffed, narrowing her eyes.
You don't think I'll show?
Would you actually? I challenged.
Probably not,
she admitted with a scrunched nose. Exactly. I leaned back against the deck railing, feeling it burn against my t-shirt. I'll wait right here.
Hopefully the banister holds up.
She rolled her eyes and shut the door. The song changed twice before she opened her door again, wearing a tank top and shorts with a halter top tie showing in her neckline. Her beach bag was slung over her shoulder, and her sunglasses ate up about half of her face.
This doesn't mean I'm giving up my recluse status,
she told me over her shoulder as she skipped down the steps with me hot on her heels. Of course not. This is a heat wave miracle. She shook her head at me, but I saw those lips lift briefly as we crossed to my backyard. I lifted the cooler and didn't miss the way her eyes widened as her gaze dropped to my arms, then darted away. She cleared her throat.
Need help?
Nope. Lead the way. I motioned toward the path. She held the gate open for me and then closed it once we were through.
So, who all is here?
She asked, then cringed.
A silly question, like I even know anyone on this island.
We crested the dune, and I scanned over the party as the unblocked breeze off the ocean hit us full force. Mostly guys I work with and a few friends.
This is not a few friends.
I said give or take some guests. She shot me a look and I grinned. The volleyball net was up, with a game in full swing. Sawyer and Garrett held down one side with a couple of mechanics, and Goodwin was teamed up with Cassidy, Thornton, and a few local girls on the other. Beach chairs surrounded the area, and the grill was already fired up and manned by Moreno.
"What is it with volleyball in the Outer Banks?" she muttered as we descended the dune steps.
"What?"
"Nothing. It's all very Top Gun."
She motioned to the game and, no doubt, the shirtless guys. "Except we're not fighter pilots or covered in baby oil. I could probably hook us up with some highway to the danger zone if you want, though." We reached the bottom of the dune and started toward the grill. The sand burned my feet where it poured into my slides, hot but not scalding.
"Damn, and I was hoping you were going to offer the baby oil."
My eyebrows rose with appreciation at her quick comeback.
"What do you guys do anyway?"
she asked, pausing to slip off her flip-flops. Heads up!" Garrett shouted. My head snapped toward the game just in time to see the volleyball on a collision course with Morgan's head. I dropped the cooler and swung my hand out. The ball hit my palm with a slap before Morgan even removed her second shoe, its momentum reversing and sending it into the sand. Morgan gasped, her eyes wide when she met mine. "You okay?" I asked, shaking the sting out of my hand.
"Well, yeah, I'm not the one who hit the ball or dropped a cooler on her foot."
She glanced down and then looked at me like I was an idiot.
"Are you okay?"
That explained why the toes on my right foot were a little pissed off. Perfectly fine. I grasped the plastic handles of the cooler and got it off my foot. Sweet relief swept over the little digits when the pressure was removed. Luckily, the sand had taken most of the impact.
"Doesn't look like anything's broken, but I'm not exactly a doctor,"
Morgan drawled as she dropped down to examine at my foot. "I've been through worse."
"Well, thank you,"
she said, coming to a stand.
"But I'm sorry you got hurt."
"Perfectly fine," I repeated like a puppet with a pulled string.
"Those are some serious reflexes you've got there,"
she said as we walked the rest of the way to the grill where the sand firmed up. "Having a 5-year-old daughter will keep you on your toes." I deposited the cooler in the sand and slapped Moreno on the back. "How about I take over and you can go give Garrett and Sawyer a hand? They're getting their asses kicked." Moreno laughed but handed over the spatula. "Yeah, I'll go save their precious little egos. You got this?" "Absolutely." I opened the cooler and fished a beer out of the ice as Moreno joined the volleyball game. "Want one?" I asked Morgan. She peeked around my shoulder at the selection.
"I'd love a Coke, please."
I plunged my hand into the ice again and pulled out a Coke, brushing off tiny bits of ice from the top before handing it over.
"Thank you,"
she said quietly, popping the top as I used the bottle opener I'd installed on the edge of the grill.
"So, where is Finley?"
A smile tugged at the corners of my mouth. Most women who ended up at our barbecues never thought to ask about my daughter unless she was actually there. "She's with her grandmother." I took a swallow of the cold beer and flipped over the first row of hamburgers.
"Oh."
Her forehead wrinkled as she watched the game, rotating the silver tab on her soda from time to time. I nearly laughed. She looked so conflicted. "You can ask, you know. I'm pretty open," I offered, flipping the second row of burgers.
"Is she with her grandmother often?"
She chanced to look at me. "Vivian takes her a week in a month. It gives them some girl time."
"And you a little off time?"
she asked, no judgment in her tone. "Yeah, I guess. Lets me get stuff done, take a weekend shift at work."
"And have Sunday barbecues,"
she noted with a smile as she reached for the package of cheese slices on the grill's side table.
"Want me to unwrap?"
"That'd be great, thanks." I glanced past Morgan to see Sawyer and Garrett headed this way. "Okay, forgive whatever comes out of these idiots' mouths. They know not what they speak, but they are my best friends," I warned before they appeared on either side of her.
"Got it,"
she nodded, already placing cheese slices on an empty plastic plate.
"You couldn't help us out there?"
Sawyer accused me, then promptly assessed Morgan while she wasn't looking. Asshole. "Hey, I sent Moreno," I answered, bringing his attention back to me. "Ignore him. He's whiny today," Garrett said, pointing to Sawyer. "Burgers smell good, though." Morgan glanced at them both and finished peeling the cheese. A tiny, huge pang of satisfaction smacked my chest that she hadn't lingered on either of my friends the way she had when I'd run past her that first morning. Garrett, Sawyer, this is my new neighbor, Morgan. I introduced them.
Nice to meet you.
Her voice was soft, but her smile was fake. She was missing the little crinkles next to her eyes that had appeared when she'd smiled a few minutes earlier. Nice to meet you. Sawyer poured on the charm. Where did you get that delicious accent? So subtle, Garrett mumbled.
Isn't it the same as around here?
She asked. Not even close, I answered, and was rewarded with her attention. Yours is deeper. Don't give me that look, it's not a bad thing. It's pretty great, actually. She smiled, the crinkles appearing at the edges of her eyes, and I mentally fist-bumped.
Southern Alabama, she answered. I guess I never realized it was that much stronger. Y'all don't even have accents.
That's because I'm from Oregon, Sawyer said, like it made him foreign or something. West Coast. For fuck's sake, it was Oregon, not Brazil.
And you?
She asked me. Maine.
My God, could you get any farther north?
Not without becoming Canadian. Or Alaskan, Sawyer suggested, stepping closer to Morgan. That would still be American, jackass, Garrett interjected. The two started trading insults, and Morgan stepped backward and picked up her beach bag.
You know, that water looks pretty great. I'm gonna sneak away if that's okay with you boys.
Boys? My eyebrows hit my hairline. Between that and pretty, I didn't know if I should be charmed or offended. Her hands twisted in the strap of her bag, and I nodded in understanding when she caught my eye. Enjoy your alone time. Just a warning, the water's still freezing.
Doesn't seem to bother you.
Well, yeah, but I swim it every day.
Part penguin. Gotcha. I'll watch my toes for frostbite.
She flashed me a quick smile and practically ran toward the water. That's your neighbor? I mean, holy shit, I'm going to move in, Sawyer said, grabbing his chest in dramatics. It's a 2-bedroom house, I reminded him, slapping cheese on half the burgers. I'll take the couch. I won't eat much, I swear. Do you ever not think with your dick? Garrett asked, reaching for a beer. Nope, Sawyer answered. Why would I when it has the best ideas?
Man, those smell good,
Bree said as she came to stand next to Sawyer. They're just about done. My words died in my mouth. 20 feet ahead of us, Morgan peeled off her shirt, revealing 2 straps of a halter top around her back and neck, and was now sliding her shorts over her hips, exposing a cobalt blue bikini bottom that cut straight across her hips. God bless the South, Sawyer muttered. Once her shorts hit the sand, she bent over, that incredible ass in the air as she retrieved her clothes.
Seriously?
Bree asked, her exasperation clear at the open male ogling. Okay, that is a gorgeous woman, Garrett admitted. Apparently we were all watching the same show. Morgan's arms arched above her head as she twisted her hair around her hand and somehow got it back into a bun. Fuck me. She was perfect, lithe yet still ridiculously curved in every place my hands itched to touch. Jax, Bree chided. I'll be over there, Sawyer declared his intent, his eyes on Morgan. He didn't even make it a step in Morgan's direction before my arms snapped out sideways, blocking his path. No. But he looked at me like I'd killed his puppy. No, I repeated, making sure he understood. Whoa. His eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. What? I snapped. You calling dibs? Jesus Christ, are we in junior high? Garrett asked. Jax! Bree's annoyance registered somewhere in the back of my mind. She's a woman, Sawyer, not a pre-K snack you lick and say it's yours. My eyes found their way back to where Morgan walked into the water reaching her knees. Well, seems like you want to lick her, Sawyer teased. I shot him a quick glare and watched Morgan sink to her hips in the Atlantic. I mean in a calling dibs kind of way. Well, and the other way. Every way, really, from what I can tell by looking at you. Smugness practically oozed out of his voice. But I mean, if you're not interested, he shrugged. Jax! Bree called, her voice sharper this time. I put my finger up, wordlessly asking her to wait a second. Don't even talk about licking her, I warned Sawyer. Oh shit, Montgomery is going primal, Garrett laughed. This is getting good. Sawyer shrugged. I'm cool with it. I haven't seen you legitimately interested in a woman since. His eyes hit the sand, and I saw Bree tense in my peripherals. It's not like that, I protested, my eyes narrowing when I saw waves breaking on either side of Morgan, but not in front of her. Jax! Bree shouted. What? I didn't take my eyes off Morgan, hair rising at the back of my neck. You're burning the burgers! Shit. Morgan was exactly where she shouldn't be and getting deeper. I shoved the spatula at Garrett's chest, kicked off my flip-flops and broke into a dead run as a bigger wave receded, pulling the water off the beach. My shirt was off 2 strides later. Morgan! I called out, my pulse kicking up a notch. She looked back at me over her shoulder and moved forward, the water already tugging at her. It was waist deep, but she was easily 20 feet offshore on the sandbar. Move over! I pointed north, my feet hitting the water, which immediately slowed my progress. She startled but moved as the water swept past her and was already in the safety zone before I reached her. My hands gripped her shoulders. God, woman, it's like you're determined to find every possible way to injure yourself. What's wrong? You scared the bejesus out of me. She snapped, like I was the one in the wrong. Hell yes, I did. You were standing in a riptide zone. Any deeper and I would have been showing off my Baywatch moves. My fingers tensed on her skin, but I was careful not to squeeze, to shake, to let my emotions manifest physically. What? She looked back to where she'd just been. There's no sign or anything. What? I held her steady as a wave swept by, bringing the water up past my waist. Right, because we didn't put one out. Adrenaline pumped through my system, and I concentrated on keeping my words even and soft. The ocean was an unforgiving bitch who didn't give a fuck about signs. You broke her rules, she ate you whole, and sometimes she changed the rules just for fun. Why would we put one out? Her forehead puckered. Because we own the beach, at least up to the tide line. Understanding dawned. You've never been on a private beach, have you? She shook her head. Always public. I blew my breath out in a long sigh. This girl was going to be the death of me. Okay, do you know how to recognize a riptide? No, otherwise I wouldn't have been headed for one. Her eyebrow arched and the tension drained out of my muscles as I fought the urge to laugh. Of course she would throw sass at me right after I saved her ass. Again. Okay, let me show you. I let go of her shoulders and moved to stand next to her as another wave washed by, rising against our bodies. It's easier to see from shore, but watch the waves break. See how they break over there and here, but not in that center area? I stepped behind her and pointed, my arm grazing her cheek so she could follow easily. Her head came to the perfect height. She'd be able to rest it in the hollow of my shoulder if she turned around. It would be ridiculously easy to kiss her. Nope, no. Not happening. Stop it. I see, she said, nodding her head. I immediately dropped my arm. Right, so that area in the center doesn't have any waves breaking because that's where the ocean sucks the water back out quickly, hence the term riptide. She spun, looking up at me with a perplexed look on her face. Yep, I'd been right. She'd fit snugly against me, and I wouldn't even have to bend far to get my mouth. I took a step back and hoped I wasn't obvious as hell. But I was out in that exact spot when I found the sea glass. The sea glass? I repeated like an idiot. What was this, high school? I was 16 again, getting caught staring at Stacy Anderson during English instead of paying attention. Except Morgan was 10 times more everything than Stacy had been. Right, the day you pulled your Aquaman stunt? She folded her arms under her breasts, pushing the curves up. I didn't look. I deserve fucking sainthood because that qualified as a miracle. Aquaman? Stop repeating what she says, you moron. You know when you came out of the ocean all Lord of the Fish or whatever, and then started jogging? Though I honestly thought you looked more like Captain America at the time. Still kind of do, actually. She tilted her head in clear appraisal of my features. The day I first saw you?
You remember that? It was only a few seconds.
Goosebumps rose on her arms, but I'd barely registered the water's temperature until right now. It was way worse last month, but it was still good and chilled in here. Yes, clear as day. How the hell could I not? It was the only time I'd ever seen her completely unguarded, her emotions on full display. I mean, it might not have been as colorful an impression as the one you made later that day, but yes, I knew it was you. A blush stung her cheeks, and she mumbled something about burning that pair of underwear. Sea glass, huh? I asked to get both of our minds off her underwear. She nodded.
I found the prettiest blue piece. I love that something plain like a broken jam jar can be transformed by the cold salt water and rough sand over years and years. Kind of like what hurts actually refines it, if that makes any sense.
Another piece of the puzzle that was Morgan clicked into place. This woman knew pain, and not just in a general sense. It was the very real, raw, intimate way that changed a person, refined them like the sea glass. It makes all the sense in the world. My voice dropped, as if it couldn't physically support the weight of the charged air between us. I swallowed, my throat a little tighter than usual. That day we were at a low tide. You were standing on the same sandbar you are now, but there was no water. The best time to find sea glass, actually. The next time we're both around at low tide, I'll show you how to spot where the rips will be when the tide comes back.
Thank you. It would be nice to get through a week where you don't have to come to my rescue.
She rubbed the tops of her arms quickly. I don't mind, I assured her.
And I appreciate that, but I do mind.
Her words were soft, taking the sting out of what felt a little like rejection.
I need to know I can stand on my own. It's why I moved here. Why I chose a house that looks like Morticia Adams did the exterior design.
Okay, I'd give her that one.
So if I can get through a week where I don't nearly get myself killed, stuck, or struck in the head by something that you need to rescue me from, that would be a great start.
Got it. Funny, my need to rescue was as deep as her need to not be rescued.
I'm going to start right now by getting out of the water, because once again you were right, and I think my toes are turning blue. But I am going to let you feed me.
That smile was back, giving me that same punch in the gut. Shit. I think I may have burned the burgers. I didn't tell her why. She shrugged and tossed a grin over her shoulder as she walked away.
I'll take my chances. Thanks for the rescue, though. Now let's hope you don't have to play the hero again, she teased. It's almost like you have a complex.
You have no idea, I muttered to myself, waiting until she was on the beach before trudging my way out of the water, getting some much-needed space to clear my head. I yanked my shirt over my head, grimacing when it stuck to the wet skin of my stomach and lower back. Go ahead and say it. Sawyer handed me a plate with a burger ready on it. Say what? I took the plate and dressed my burger, noting that Morgan had found a seat in a camping chair next to Garrett. Then I was right. You're interested in her. He smirked. I glared. Hey, I'm all for it. I'll even wingman you. What can I do? Talk you up? Brag about your list of achievements and qualities? Come on, let me have your back for once. God, please don't. She's obviously going through a tough time, and I'm just trying to be a good neighbor. Right? Right. Oh, shit. She's a wounded bird. That's like your fucking catnip. I have no clue what you're talking about. He snorted. Seriously? Is there not a 3-legged guinea pig, a blind turtle, and a 1-fin fish living in your house right now? Those belong to Finley. She likes to rescue helpless pets. I shrugged. Right. And who exactly let her bring them home? He stared at me, his eyebrows nearly hitting his hairline. I blinked, then cursed. This is going to be fun to watch, he said before cramming his face with his own burger and walking off toward Morgan and Garrett. There's nothing to watch, I called after him. He gave me a thumbs up and kept walking. Really, Jax? I paused mid-ketchup and found Bree staring up at me with crossed arms and concerned eyes. What? You really think it's a good idea to start something with your neighbor? To bring a stranger around Finley? Let alone one who lives next door? Start what? First, I'm not starting anything, Bree. And second, If I was starting something, it wouldn't be any of your business. I tried like hell to soften my tone, but given the way she tensed, I hadn't been successful.
It's sure as hell my business who spends time around my niece.
Something foul curdled in my stomach. My daughter. Don't start with me, Bree.
Sorry. I just think Claire
lost any rights she had regarding who I spend time with the day she walked out on us. She sucked in a deep breath and blinked a few times, finally forcing a smile.
Just don't turn your neighbor into a stage 5 clinger, especially since I have to work with her.
You work with her? My gaze flickered toward Morgan.
Yep. She came into the school 2 days ago to pick up some paperwork. She's the new 5th grade teacher, my counterpart next year. So if you can't keep your dick in your pants for Finley's sake, please consider me.
She shot me a look that could have had about a dozen meanings, none of them good, and walked off toward a group of mutual friends. I made a mental note to ask Vivian what had set her off today. So Morgan was a teacher. I could see that. I took my food over to where Morgan sat with Garrett and Sawyer. She flashed me a smile and motioned to the empty chair, then took another bite of her burger. It's not burned? I asked.
Totally is. You should stick to saving people because barbecue isn't your talent.
She teased once she'd swallowed, but that didn't stop her from polishing it off. Say it, Sawyer whispered from next to me. I watched Morgan laugh at something Garrett said. It was small, but there and honest. I couldn't wait to see who she'd be once she fully came out of her shell. Fuck. I should back the hell away from her. Bree was right in a way. Morgan was my neighbor. Starting anything with her could bring a shit ton of awkwardness to my door that I didn't need, that Finley definitely didn't need. I should have moved over to that group of women hanging out with the mechanics and picked up someone who didn't live next door, someone who didn't need me to explain riptides or push her out of a decaying staircase, someone who didn't wear red Hello Kitty underwear that I still couldn't get out of my head. Mental note, throw away all Finn's Hello Kitty stuff. I should have walked the hell away. Morgan gathered up her things and slipped into her clothes before walking toward me.
My 30 minutes are up. Time to turn back into a recluse.
Her tone was teasing, but her eyes weren't. Okay. I'm glad you came down.
I am too. Thank you for the invite.
She slid her sunglasses on, and I immediately lost the ability to read her. Anytime. She gave me a half smile and a nod, then walked away. My eyes followed her until she disappeared over the dune. Say it, Sawyer repeated, this time singing his command quietly. Call dibs. Fuck off. But we both knew he was right. I was interested. Now I just had to decide if I was going to act on it or not.
Chapter 5. Morgan. I know you. You've always been so good at holding it all together. I know you'll pick up the pieces. The construction noise overtook Mama's voice as I pulled into my driveway. There were 2 huge cranes and several smaller vehicles surrounding my house. And that doesn't even start to address my worrying about hurricane season, Mama chirped. Mama, I'm so sorry, but I gotta cut this short. I can barely hear you with all the clamor going on at my house. I pulled the Mini into the spot on the other side of the boathouse and put her in park. Okay, honey. Just think about what I said, okay? It can't be good for you to be all the way out there by yourself. You really need to be home, where we can take care of you and help you move on. Being out there is just going to let you dwell on it when you really need to pick up and push on with your life. Her intentions were good, and her demands so not. Okay, Mama, I'll keep that in mind, I promise, and I'm not alone. Sam is spending most of the summer with me. There was 0 chance in hell I was moving back to Enterprise, but I wasn't even opening that can of worms with her. Steve waved to me from the table he'd set up across from Will's truck. I'm relieved to hear that, but still, 2 young girls. Mama, I really have to go. I killed the ignition and reminded myself not to snap at the woman who had given me life. Please do, baby. I'd even come help move you out. Love you. Just think about it. Love you too. Bye now. I hung up before she could launch into another 10-minute tirade about why being here was the completely wrong thing for me. I could devote an entire chapter in the journal Dr. Cersei had given me yesterday to Mama's well-meaning control issues. The weather had chilled since this weekend, but was still warm enough that the breeze didn't bite at my legs too hard as I walked over to Steve's makeshift command center. He gave me the quick rundown. The house was up on jacks. Giant holes had been cut next to the existing center support of the house, and they were preparing to drill both the new foundation pilings and the center support into the sand. 27 feet deep, I remarked. 27, he confirmed. A storm can easily swipe away a good 6 feet of the current ground level. Opting for the composite pilings was incredibly smart of you. They're stronger than concrete or steel. And more expensive, I muttered. If the house drained my bank account, so be it. I never wanted the money anyway. Honestly, spend the money on the structure. No one gives a shit if you have granite counters when the next Cat 4 comes in. He shrugged. True. Are we still on time for moving back in? My chest tightened in anticipation. Not that I wasn't enjoying the B&B in Cape Hatteras, but I wanted back into my house. He ran his finger down his calendar, then nodded. 10 more days. Maybe sooner if the weather holds. We're set to start drilling in about 30 minutes. Once we get her resettled on the new pilings and the new roof secured, you're more than welcome to live in a construction zone. So fast, I remarked. Not going to lie, I'm pushing my team so we can fit you in between projects. We won't be able to start anything on the interior until we finish a job in Frisco. Perfect. You can come in and fix whatever I've messed up by then. He chuckled and slid a binder across the table. Have you thought about colors for the exterior? What color would Will have wanted had this been our house? Probably the dark blue or even the gray. Classic. Stately. She's here! A high voice shouted with glee. Jackson's door slammed shut, and I heard the fast pitter-pat of what had to be Finley's feet coming down the steps. I looked over and waved as she raced across the small space that separated our houses. Hi, Miss Morgan! Finn grinned up at me, and I couldn't help but return it. She was like living, breathing joy. The contagious kind. And even I wasn't immune. Well, hi there, Miss Finley. You got here just in time to help me look at paint colors. I pulled Steve's vacant stool over and gave the seat a pat. I can help? Finn asked, already climbing onto the stool and setting a bright orange walkie-talkie on the table. Well, I get the final say, but I could definitely use your opinion, seeing as you'll have to see it every day, too. She touched her chin thoughtfully as she flipped through the laminated pages of colors. I like the bright ones. I looked over her shoulder to see swatches of bright pastels in yellow, purple, teal, and blue. You don't think we should go with something like your house? A quick glance confirmed my memory. Jackson's house was white with thick gray trim, and the man himself was walking toward the back gate with a bag slung over his shoulder. My belly fluttered, and I put my hand over the waistband of my shorts. Not for you, I reminded myself, and jerked my eyes away from his retreating frame. Going to his barbecue had been good for me. Even Dr. Cersei said so. But I wasn't about to let myself start needing the reprieve being around him somehow gave me. My bed is yellow, like happy sunshine. Your house could be sunshine, too. She nodded enthusiastically. A lot of the houses out here are bright colors you don't find in the city, Steve agreed. I eyed the teal swatch. The color was gorgeous. But what would Will have? Calling Finn Montgomery. This is Daddy Montgomery. Over, Jackson said through Finn's walkie-talkie. Even his voice was attractive, clear and deep. He wasn't in the yard anymore, so where was he calling her from? Finn grabbed the device and grinned. Hi, Daddy. You didn't say over, Over, he teased. She giggled, and the sound slipped inside my heart. Don't forget your mission. Over, Jackson said.
Oh, right. Over.
She turned to me with expectation in her eyes.
I'm supposed to tell you that it's low tide, so come eat.
She nodded with a smile, satisfied that she'd delivered her message. Eat at 3:45 in the afternoon? I questioned.
I like snacks,
she told me matter-of-factly. Good point. Where are we supposed to go?
To the beach. Daddy's there.
The fluttering in my belly quickened, and I mentally cursed myself. It had only been 4 days since I'd seen Jackson at the barbecue. He'd been at work when I'd stopped by to check on the house, and I didn't attempt to stalk him or make myself obviously available. Because I wasn't. Even joking with myself that I might be available was cruel, but I didn't have the heart to deny those big brown eyes looking at me beseechingly. Guess I was a masochist, because I stuck my hand out to take Finley's. Okay, we'll go.
Yay!
She pressed the button on the side of the walkie-talkie.
Daddy Montgomery, she said yes. Over.
Good work, Finn. See you soon. Over. When do you need my answer on the colors? I asked Steve as Finn hopped down from her seat. If you want us to throw the siding on before the Frisco job, then I'll need it in the next couple of days so I can get everything here. He smiled at Finley. Say hi to your dad for me.
Sure thing,
she answered. I'll think it over, I told him, my eyes drawn back to the teal, even though I knew that was the most ridiculous, ostentatious choice I could make. We said our goodbyes as Steve headed toward the cranes hovering over my house. Hand in hand, Finn and I steered clear of the construction, then crossed over the dune to the beach. Jackson had a blanket spread out on the sand, anchored at the corners with a small cooler and a few rocks. Stop getting all gooey. It's not a date. Ugh, did he have to look so good? He walked over to meet us, barefoot in swim trunks, the wind ruffling his hair and plastering his t-shirt against his carved by Michelangelo body. You made a picnic? I asked, hoping my voice didn't sound as breathless to him as it did to me. What the hell was wrong with me? He wasn't the first attractive man I'd been around since everything happened, but he was the first I was attracted to, that was for sure. Don't get excited. It's just snacks. He shrugged with a little smile that did inappropriate things to my stomach.
Pickles and strawberries and Skittles.
Finley raced over to the blanket. And low tide, I said softly. He'd remembered his promise, and damn if that wasn't more attractive than his looks. And low tide. We stood there staring at each other for a moment longer than neighborly friendliness suggested. So, how has your week been? He asked, leading me to the blanket. Full of Steve and choices and diner food, I replied, crossing my legs under me and sitting next to Finley. You? Work and urchin chasing, he said, digging containers out of the cooler and tossing a wink at Finley. Maybe I could introduce you to Christina. She's Hastings' wife. Super level-headed, nice. All that. Owns a shop in town, since you're stuck there for another week or so. I have friends, I said defensively. Here? He questioned, handing me a plastic container. Well, no. I have Mia and Joey up in Nag's Head, and Sam will be back in a couple of weeks to spend the summer with me. She had to fly home to Colorado so she could take care of a couple things and grab more clothes. The rest of my friends are, well, a lot of other places. Well, it never hurts to have more friends, and I'm happy to hook you up. I thanked him, and we devoured our snacks while Finley regaled me with tales of her week. She'd baked cookies with her grandmother, then visited the aquarium and the ship museum, and taken a kiteboarding lesson. On the ocean? I asked, letting my mouth hang open in over-exaggeration.
Yep, I had a vest on. No biggie.
She brushed a handful of red curls behind her ear, revealing a smattering of freckles that hadn't been there last week.
Can I go search now? She asked Jackson.
already bouncing on her knees. "Stay close," he instructed, and she was off, racing toward the water. I helped Jackson pack up our picnic, secured the bag to a large rock, and then we headed toward where Finley walked along the water line. "Okay, see where the sandbar has a little break in the middle?" We paused where a shallow rivulet of water ran through the bar. "This is the riptide?" My eyes narrowed as I studied the water running from the pool in the sandbar back to the ocean. "It's so small." "Sure, right now. Bring in the tide and the amount of water it's sucking back out grows exponentially." "Seems right." I scanned the sand on the bank, hoping to find another piece of glass to add to my collection. I mean, it's always the things that look harmless that end up wrecking you, right? He studied my face for a handful of seconds before nodding. "Yeah, I guess you could say that, if you're the kind of person always looking for the riptide." "I'm actually the opposite, if you can't tell, just standing in the middle of it, thinking it's harmless, surprised when it knocks my feet from under me." I looked down the beach, where Finley was doing some searching of her own. "So, what's she looking for?" Jackson's eyes narrowed slightly, watching Finley pick something up. "She wants a perfect conch shell. We come out a lot at low tide so she can search." We passed a family building a sandcastle, and I offered them a smile. "What's she going to do when she gets the perfect conch?" Jackson grinned. "Decide she wants something else and start that search?" I chuckled. "Typical girl. We want what we want until we have it, and then it's on to the next thing." "That's most guys, too," he countered. "You?" He shook his head. "Not really. At least not since Finley was born. Kids have a way of changing the way you look at the world and your role in it." He paused, bending down to grab something. He brushed his thumb over it and then grinned, handing it to me. "Here you go. It's pink. That color's really rare." He dropped a piece of sea glass in my hand. Its peachy pink color caught the sun as I flipped it over in my palm. "Thank you." I crossed behind him and dipped it into the water, letting the next wave wash away the sand. "It's beautiful. I didn't realize there were rare colors." "Oh yeah, there's classifications and everything. Christina makes jewelry with it. Her shop's down by the bakery. I bet she'd be happy to teach you all about the different colors." He raised his eyebrows in an obvious way. "What are you? The matchmaker for friends?" I teased. It wasn't a half-bad idea to acquaint myself with the local shops or to make a friend. "Okay, give me the address and I'll go visit the shop." "Good. That's good," he said with a nod. "Hey, slow down!" Finley turned and nodded, slowing from her run to examine the ground more carefully. We walked a fair distance in companionable silence, and I let the waves lull my head into a calm sort of quiet. "Tell me about the truck." "What?" I startled. "The giant F-250 in your driveway that you said was left to you. Tell me about it." He looked at me with a mixture of expectation and patience, like he knew I'd eventually tell him and was willing to wait for it. "That," I ran my fingers over the sea glass as my throat tightened in warning. "That is a really long story." "That you don't want to tell?" "It's more complicated than that. Where I'm from, in Alabama, the truck kind of tells the story for me. Everyone knows. It's nice to be somewhere where it's my choice to tell, or not. I left out the part where my anxiety attacks shut down even the possibility of talking about it most days." "Does it have anything to do with why you bought the house that time, forgot?" His tone was easy and he kept his eyes on Finley, which helped my throat loosen the smallest degree. "It has everything to do with it," I admitted. The wind whipped a strand of hair over my face, and I twisted it up around my ponytail to keep it out of the way. Gray clouds moved up the coast quick enough that I could visually track the movement. "That's not serious, right?" I asked, pointing at the sky. "No, Jackson answered. It's too early for hurricanes or anything. Might mess with your drilling schedule, though. How would you know that? I ran into Steve when I got home and asked. That's also how I knew that you usually stop by around now to check on the progress. It's amazing what happens when you ask him things. He gives you answers. Novel concept. His voice was flat, but his eyes sparkled with the tease. Yeah.
Daddy, look!
Finley raced over to us, a small conch in her hand.
Not big enough, but good for today.
Jackson dropped down to examine her treasure. Whoa, it's gorgeous, Finn. Worth the walk?
Yep, I'm gonna see if I can find another one. Morgan, want this one?
Her eyebrows rose in question, and I found myself smiling bigger than I had in a long while. I would be honored to have it, I told her, bringing myself level with her. She grabbed it from Jackson and presented it to me with a flourish, like I wouldn't know she'd actually been the one to give it to me if he had handed it over. Thank you, I told her as I held it up to study its markings. I will treasure it. She grinned, big and wide, her nose scrunching in the best way.
Good! I'll find more.
She smacked a kiss on Jackson's cheek and then raced off back toward the house, examining the beach with a new intensity. Be prepared to own quite a seashell collection, Jackson warned as he watched her. I clasped the shell she'd given me in one hand and the glass from her father in the other, as a sweet feeling that I was scared to identify swept through me. I felt too close to peace, too comforting to rely on. She has your smile, I told him as we followed her, walking the path where the water met the sand and swept over our feet every so often. Thanks. Lucky for her, she mostly resembles Claire, he mused. Is that your wife? I asked, then cringed. If you don't like to talk about it, I completely understand. I have no business prying. I'm sure prying into your business, he retorted with a grin that quickly faded. Claire and I were never married. We were engaged for about 4 months, though. He tucked his thumbs into his pockets and looked ahead to where Finley was digging in the sand. That's a long story, too. I walked silently next to him, deciding if he wanted to share, that was fine, and if he didn't, that was okay, too. I didn't move here to poke at someone else's wounds. We met in college, he said with a soft smile. In Maine? No, she was on a full ride to Boston University for drama and theater. And I was at MIT as a legacy who started majoring in Frat Parties 101, but graduated with a degree in oceanography. I blinked a few times. What? Didn't peg me for an MIT guy? His smile nearly tied my tongue in knots. I don't know you well enough to make assumptions, even though I may have, considering you look... I gestured up and down his torso. Look like what? He teased. Like you want to finish your story. I flashed a sugar-sweet smile at him. Uh-huh. His tone dripped with sarcasm. Something stirred inside my chest, as if part of me had been asleep for too long and was blinking awake, shielding her eyes from the sun, except Jackson was the sun. For the first time since ever, I felt a sense of connection to a man who wasn't Will. I jerked my eyes from his and focused on Finley walking ahead of us. We hit it off junior year, he continued, either not seeing or ignoring my mini freakout. And then, after graduation, he looked away as his voice softened, and I knew he wasn't with me. He was with her. I joined the Coast Guard, and Finn was born the next September. I proposed to Claire while she was in labor, and she laughed and called me an idiot. He smiled, shaking his head. But she said yes, I assumed. I hadn't taken him for a Coast Guard guy, but I guess it made sense. The Coast Guard probably employed tons of oceanographers. It didn't stop the tiny piece of panic from rising in my throat, though. The Coast Guard was still the military, but he was a scientist, not one of the frontline guys. She said yes, he confirmed. It was the happiest day of my life.
I found another one,
Finley shouted, waving a shell above her head. Good job, honey, Jackson answered. Without coming to show us her treasure, Finley continued her hunt. She's a big bottle of joy, isn't she? I asked, watching her fight with her hair. She's Claire. A little bit of my recklessness, sure, but that crazy optimism, all her mother. His voice trailed off, but then he took a deep breath. She left us when Finn was about 4 months old. Got an offer for a pilot in L.A. and said she'd come back as soon as they finished filming. But she didn't, I guessed. That look in his eyes, he was still in love with her. It was the same look Will got when he talked about Peyton, all wistful but resigned. He shook his head. Claire's always been easily distracted by shiny things, and there are a lot of stars to shine out there. But who knows? Maybe one day. He shrugged. My heart sank. Even if she hadn't really loved Jackson, how could any mother walk away from her child and never come back? And you became a single father with a baby. He nodded, watching Finn with the rapt look of an adoring parent. It was the same way Paisley looked at her son, the way my mama looked at me. My parents were already gone and Vivian loves Finn desperately, so I moved here, to the only family we had left. You're one of the really good ones, aren't you? I asked before I could stop myself. His slight laugh was anything but funny. No, that's the kicker. I'm not. Anything I am that resembles good is because of her. He nodded toward Finley. I've always been an asshole. Selfish, careless, impetuous, you name it. But for her, I'll be anything she needs. I'll rip the world apart to keep her safe. And I'll make damn sure I don't give her anything to be embarrassed about when it comes to me. And you do it without any help. I can't even imagine. I could barely take care of myself, let alone another person. I have Sarah, our nanny, and Vivian. She keeps Finn 1 weekend a month, and she used to take care of Finn while I was at work. I wouldn't have made it through her baby years without Vivian. Bree helps too. I've never been alone when it came to Finley. Bree was the redhead at the party, right? The pretty one with the black suit? Yeah. I try to include her in what I can. His words jogged my memory. Oh, wow. She's the other 5th grade teacher at the elementary school. She is. She recognized you. I watched Finley brush off another shell and add it to her collection. Does she get to see Claire? Jackson's jaw clenched and I immediately regretted asking. She sees her about once a year if Claire decides to visit for Christmas, and she calls, but Claire has never been good about consistency. She'll call once a day for a week, and then go another 3 months without a peep. He shrugged as we followed Finley, who was already at the top of the dune. That's Claire. There wasn't any condemnation in his tone. Had I been in that situation, I wouldn't have been able to say the same. Was he still waiting for Claire to come back? My cell phone rang as we crested the dune, which kept me from asking that very personal, very not my business question. Hello? I answered, plugging my ear to hear over the sound of the drills as we neared the house. My insurance agent started at 1,000,000 miles an hour, ending with, "So we'll need the VIN and registration to add it to your policy now that it's out of storage." Right, the truck. We reached Jackson's backyard, and I examined the truck from a distance. I could open the door and grab everything from the glove box. Easy. It wasn't like I was driving the damned thing. Sure, give me a second and I'll get it, I said to my agent as Steve waved from his command center. I just need to grab something out of the truck, I told Jackson, covering the mouthpiece as we closed in on Steve. Jackson nodded as Finley took his hand, pulling him toward the book of color swatches. My heart rate spiked as I drew closer to the truck, but I shook it off. Dr. Cersei said that part of the protocol would be addressing the things I avoided because they triggered my thoughts of Will. That particular part was supposed to start in 5 more weeks, but I could jump ahead a little. Right? Almost there. I told my agent as I braced the phone on my shoulder and entered the code on the driver's side door. It swung open easily, and I used the running board that lowered automatically to climb up into the cab. God, that scent. The memory hit me hard. William Carter, how in the sweet hell do you expect me to get up there in these? I flashed my heels under my gown. His grin stopped my heart. I've got you, Morgan. Don't worry. He reached into the pocket of his dress blues and pulled out his key fob, lowering the running board with the press of a button. This might be easier, though. In a moment that passed way too quickly, I was in his arms as he climbed up on the board and lifted me into the cab. I wouldn't want you getting that pretty dress all dirty. I froze. One hand on the steering wheel and one on the console. My gaze rose to the visor where his wings, the ones I'd pinned on him at graduation, were fastened. I sucked in a breath, but it only made it worse. Everything still smelled like Will, even after all this time. There was no escaping, no swallowing back the uninvited memory, no stopping the vice around my throat that tightened as my breaths came faster and faster. I arched my neck, trying to make enough room for air to flow freely, but every ounce of breath I sucked in was thick with the scent of Will. I loved him. God, I loved him, and now this was all I had. He was gone. We'd never get the homecoming kiss he promised me, or the chance to be as happy as our friends. Tears pricked my eyes, not just from the thoughts, but from the physical pain of my throat closing. My head swam as a voice called my name. Please let it be him. Why was I still alive when someone as good as Will wasn't? I've never seen anyone look as beautiful as you do tonight, Morgan. But that wasn't real. That was 2 years and a lifetime ago. I shoved myself sideways and almost missed the running board as I fled the cab. The sand cushioned my feet after falling those last few inches, and I sidestepped only to collapse against the back door and slide to the ground, uncaring of the scraping sensation as my back raked across the running board before my butt hit the ground. Breathe. You have to breathe. My cell phone plummeted as I drew my knees to my chest. I braced my elbows and cradled my head. Blocking my ears like that might drown out the sound of his voice. Another muffled voice, different this time, called my name through the raging cacophony of memories that wouldn't shut up, wouldn't go back inside the box I kept them in. Morgan, look at me. Strong hands gripped my wrists. My eyes flew open wide, taking in the set of ocean blue ones only inches away. Tears leaked in a steady stream down my face as I struggled to get the air in, my breaths coming in quick, rasping pants. Jackson. It was Jackson who'd been calling my name. Will wasn't here. He couldn't be, because he was dead. Morgan, what's going on? Jackson asked, his brows furrowed in concern. I can't. I managed to force out, then threw my head back, trying to dislodge the vice from my throat. Okay. He soothed, his grip softening on my wrists. It's okay. Just breathe. If it was that fucking easy, I wouldn't be in this position. It's okay. I'm right here. Our eyes stayed locked as his thumbs stroked a steady rhythm on the inside of my wrists, and slowly, so slowly, my breathing eased to match the pace of those strokes. My throat loosened in increments so small they couldn't be measured. Minutes, hours. I wasn't certain how long he stayed there, kneeling in front of me, witnessing my utter meltdown. But soon, another voice cut through the fog. My phone, I croaked. Can you? Got it. He grabbed my phone and put it to his ear, still stroking my wrist with his other thumb. Morgan's not feeling well. Can she call you? Help! Her! Air filled my lungs in great heaps, but the immovable ache in my throat remained. This is Jax Montgomery. I'm Morgan's neighbor. She just asked if I could help you. What exactly do you need? His brows rose slightly as he listened to the reply. Got it. Morgan, do you want me to get the registration from the truck? I nodded. Glove box. His lips pursed as he glanced between my eyes and the open door. Will you be okay for a second? I nodded again. It was safer than trusting my vocal cords. Give me just a minute, he said into my phone. Then he stroked the side of my face, brushing that thumb over my cheekbone. Just keep breathing. My metronome vanished as he climbed into the cab. I heard shuffling, then the sound of the glove box opening. His strong, sure voice read her the information she'd need to insure the truck properly, giving her the VIN number, and then pausing before saying, "It's registered to William Carter. Wait, there's a transfer signed here by Arthur Livingston, personal representative to Morgan E. Bartley. Right, I'll tell her. Is that all? Okay, you too. Bye." The glove box snapped shut, and a few breaths later I managed to turn my head to see Jackson step down from the cab, tall enough that he actually fit the damned truck. He was easily 4 inches taller than Will had been, wider in the shoulders, too. Stop comparing them. I tried to do the mental exercise I'd watched on YouTube, where I visualized myself shoving all my thoughts about Will into the neat little box in my head and slamming the lid shut. "All done," Jackson said, dropping to my eye level. "Thank you." I focused on the sand as my face flushed hot. "Look at me." Slowly, I let my eyes travel upward until I met his. "You have panic attacks. That's nothing to be ashamed of." His gaze bore into mine, driving home the sincerity of his words. "Anxiety attacks," I corrected him. The ache in my throat flared, and I knew it wouldn't recede until I took my rescue meds, which happened to be back at the B&B. His brow furrowed. "What triggered you?" When I didn't answer, he guessed. "The truck?" I nodded. "I have to get back to the bed and breakfast. My meds are there." He stood, then offered me his hand. I took it, and he pulled me easily to my feet. "Let me drive you." "No, I'm fine." My fingers busied themselves brushing the sand from my legs. "I can drive." God, I had to get out of here before I embarrassed myself any further. "Morgan, really, let me drive you. Please." He reached for my arm, then thought better of it, pulling his hand back. "I can do it myself," I whispered as I pushed the lock button on the truck. "I just want to help," he said softly as I walked past him to where the Mini was parked. "You did." I slid into the driver's seat and arched my neck as another wave of tension washed over me like an aftershock. I ran my hands over my steering wheel and sighed as my emotions lowered to a simmer. That was better. "Who was he to you?" Jackson asked, looking down at me from the open door. Every label I could put on what I had with Will felt too small, too pale in comparison to what we'd been and what we could have evolved into, and yet too big for our lack of definition. Everything and yet nothing. I gave him the truth in the simplest terms I could, giving him the best perspective of me he could have, and hiding nothing. "Hi, I'm Morgan. I'm a hot mess." Jackson didn't cringe, didn't roll his eyes or slam the door. No, that would have made this easier, running away from him. Instead, he nodded. "Okay, I can understand that. Drive safe, okay? Maybe you can text me when you get there." He stepped free of the door. "I don't have your number." Before he could offer it to me, I swung the door shut. The engine roared to life as I turned the key, and then I backed out of the long drive once he was clear. He understood. Of course he understood. And that was exactly why I couldn't let him drive me to the B&B. Because back on that beach, I'd felt something. We'd connected. I didn't have anything to offer, and even if I did, I'd be damned if I was ever going to open up to a man who was in love with another woman. I would never make that mistake again. Ever. I was done being someone's consolation prize. Damn you, Will. I think you ruined me.
Chapter 6. Jackson.
"Night, Daddy."
Finn called out for the 6th time since I'd kissed her goodnight about 2 minutes ago. "Night, Finn." I blew her a kiss but gave her the "I'm not kidding" look. She giggled accordingly. I turned off her light and shut the door without any protest, so I called it a win. With Finn tucked in, my mind took off racing as I walked downstairs, giving me every reason not to do this, telling me over and over not to violate Morgan's privacy, reminding me that she hadn't given me details for a reason. I grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge. No, if only it had bubbles and alcohol and was beer. But I was on call, so water it was. The weather had turned, which meant there was a good chance I'd get called in anyway. Hopefully Morgan had made it to wherever she was staying, but it wasn't like I could text her or anything. That would have required having her phone number. Having her phone number made it something more than neighborly concern. Not that I wouldn't have given her mine if she hadn't shut the door and raced away. I snagged my iPad on the way to the couch, barely glancing at the sheets of rain pounding my deck, and already had the browser open before my conscience could get the best of me. I had to know. The second the sun had flashed on the silver wings pinned to the truck's visor, I'd gotten a sick feeling in my stomach. Basically, I'd been nauseated for the last 5 hours. I tapped on the browser, and my keyboard appeared on the screen. Don't do it. I should have waited for her to tell me. Should have been that patient, good guy she thought I was, capable of sitting quietly while she healed enough to tell me what happened to her. To him. But I'd already warned her that I was a selfish, careless asshole, and the asshole in me wanted to know. I wasn't willing to wait. Carter William, D., U.S. Army. I typed the name I'd read on both the registration and the dog tags that hung from the rearview mirror, and cursed as the results populated. A guy in his mid-20s with wavy brown hair and brown eyes appeared on my screen in a series of pictures above a list of links. I bypassed the picture of him in uniform and clicked on the one where he smiled. It took me to a social media profile. The cover photo stopped me in my tracks. It was a group photo taken at a military formal with 4 lieutenants in dress blues and their dates. Instead of one of those posed formal pictures, it was a candid, everyone laughing, smiling, or in the blonde couple's case, kissing. I immediately recognized Sam, the girl who'd helped Morgan move in, standing near the center with one of the lieutenants. Next to her stood the guy whose name tag read Carter. And there was Morgan. She was mid-laugh in a hell of a dress, her nose scrunched and her head tilted slightly toward Carter. So beautiful, joyous, and with none of the shadows that haunted her in her eyes. His arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her close, and his eyes were locked on hers in a look full of so much awe that I almost felt like I was intruding on something. "You are, dumbass." But I looked closer. There was no wings on any of the lieutenants. I sent up a little prayer that the wings in the truck were just a coincidence. Any kind of coincidence. I noted that the picture was taken 2 years ago December and minimized it. "I'll only look at a few more," I mumbled, like it was any kind of excuse for what I was doing. I clicked on the highlighted photos and the first popped up full screen. It was the same truck, covered in mud in the middle of a field, and leaning against it was Morgan. Her head was tilted down, the brim of a maroon baseball cap covering her face, but I'd recognize those legs anywhere. The next was a candid of Will wearing the same hat. Next, shit. There was Morgan, her hair pulled back on one shoulder, pinning a set of shiny silver wings on his chest while he stood in his dress blues, looking stoically ahead. Fuck. Those had to be the same wings on the truck's visor. Raking my hands over my hair, I let out a deep sigh. Then I closed out the social media page without looking at any of his posts and went back to the search, clicking on the news story listed second. Local pilot killed in Afghanistan. The family of William Carter has confirmed the reports that he was killed this weekend in Afghanistan. Carter, an Enterprise High School alum turned West Point graduate, was serving his first tour overseas as a medevac pilot when he fell to small arms fire that followed a helicopter crash. Carter and his crew had been on a rescue mission for another downed aircraft. According to a spokesman from his unit at Fort Campbell, Carter saved the lives of 3 other soldiers before his death, personally pulling 4 pilots from the cockpits of the dual crash, 2 of whom were already deceased. Going above and beyond the call of duty, and with blatant disregard for his own safety, Carter stood alone, discharging his weapon to protect the wounded soldiers, although he had been wounded in the crash himself. He was killed shielding the wounded men. I cannot put our grief into words at the loss of Lieutenant Carter, Brigadier General Richard Donovan, the previous CG of Fort Rucker, told us by phone. It doesn't surprise me that he gave his life for others. That's simply who he was. William Carter is survived by... I put my iPad on the coffee table, having read more than enough. There was only one reason a unit spokesman would be that detailed to the press, the same reason they used the deliberate phrasing of going above and beyond the call of duty and with blatant disregard for his own safety. Will wasn't just a pilot, or the guy Morgan was obviously still in love with. He was a fucking hero. The kind who got awarded medals that took years to receive. No wonder she was torn up as hell. She didn't have to put the guy on a pedestal, he was already up there. Not only that, but the minute she realized what I did for a living, she'd push me so far away that we might as well live on opposite sides of the island. Not that I blame her. I had my own hang-ups about the death of my parents. I couldn't imagine how Morgan felt about the military or helicopter pilots in general. And I was both. And given what I'd just read, I didn't hold a candle to that guy. Awesome. I'd never been one for inferiority complexes. I was damn good at what I did. Hell, I was the best, and proud of it. I'd graduated top of my major at MIT, top of my class in flight school, and guaranteed my first duty station pick. I'd completed hundreds of successful rescues, some of which were seen as unwinnable, and yet none of that compared to what he'd done. For the first time in my life, I was forced into second place in a race I hadn't been aware I'd been running, and the guy was miles ahead. I was literally losing to a ghost. Since when did you want to win? I thought about it for a second, wishing the answer was when she'd come out to the barbecue, when we'd walked down the beach earlier today, or even when she'd had the telltale signs of an anxiety attack at the truck. But something had drawn me to her the first moment our eyes had locked on the beach, and then hooked me the minute I found her dangling through her landing, cool as a cucumber. Shit, I didn't just like her. I wanted her, and not just in my bed, but in my life. And I didn't have a shot in hell with her. 5 days later, the ringer on my phone sounded around 10:30 p.m., and I swiped it open before checking the caller ID. Montgomery, I answered. It's Goodwin. We have a Mayday and the other bird is already in the field. Fuck. I stood immediately sprinting for my stairs. Run up the bird, I'll be there ASAP. I hung up, hitting the speed dial for Sarah as I dropped my clothes. I had it timed to 7 minutes flat. Mr. Montgomery? She answered. Hey, I hate to do this to you, but I just got a call. I'll be there in a second. I'm still dressed and everything. My 21-year-old nanny promptly hung up on me. I threw on my flight suit and booted up, hit the bathroom, tossed a few granola bars and a Monster into my bag, and opened the door just as Sarah reached the threshold. It's coming down out there, she said by way of greeting. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry for calling so late. I hated calling her, forcing her to drop what she was doing. It's what you pay me for. Now go save people. She waved me off and headed for the living room. I tossed my rain gear on and ran down the steps. Exactly 7 minutes after I got the call, we took off from the Coast Guard station with Goodwin as my co-pilot, Moreno as my mechanic, and Garrett as our rescue swimmer. As we headed out over the water into wind and rain, my mind cleared of Morgan, her dead boyfriend, and even Finn, leaving only the bird, the weather, and the mission. Time to save some lives, I said over the comm, keeping our tradition. And we did. The skyline blushed with impending sunrise as I parked my Land Cruiser in the driveway. Long fucking night. The rain had stopped around midnight, right around the time we'd returned from the rescue, 3 extra passengers heavy. We'd barely gotten the small family off their even smaller boat in time. It had gone down just after Garrett had hauled the father on board. Their bad day had a happy ending. 2 living parents, 1 living teenage boy. I trudged up the steps, weariness pulling at every muscle in my body. If I got to sleep in the next 15 minutes, I could get a solid 3 hours before Finn woke up. I woke Sarah on the couch and sent her home, then headed toward the kitchen in search of water. The refrigerator was stocked, and I took a cold one from the second shelf and closed the door with my hip, already twisting the top open. My cell phone rang from my back pocket, and I paused mid-drink to yank it free, swallowing and lowering the bottle when I saw who it was. Claire?
Hey!
Her voice was barely audible with background party noise.
What are you doing?
I glanced at the clock. It's 5 a.m., so I figured I'd sleep while I can.
Oh, late night?
A door shut and the background noise dropped exponentially. Obviously, I leaned back against the kitchen counter. Look, I just got home from work and I know you didn't call to talk to Finn, so what's up? My voice was as gentle as I could make it, but I was fucking exhausted.
I can't just call to say hello?
Her little laugh was tinged with sadness. Sure you can, just not at 5 a.m. when you're clearly still out for the night. I rubbed the bridge of my nose.
I guess,
she sighed.
I guess I just miss you, Jax.
5 years ago, those words would have meant the world to me. They would have kept me hanging on for her next phone call, hanging on to her. Claire, it's not me you should be missing. It's Finley. She hasn't talked to you in 2 months.
If I knew I was going to get a lecture, I wouldn't have called. It's not my fault that my filming schedule isn't conducive to calling.
The urge to tell her off was rising, but Finn was the one who'd suffer if I pissed Claire off and she chose not to call again. I'm not lecturing you, I'm just being honest.
How is she?
Her voice softened. Good. Happy. Healthy. Everything you want to hear. I blinked hard, trying to stay awake.
Does she ask about me?
Of course she does. You're her mother.
Don't you miss me even a little, Jax?
My stomach sank. Don't.
I heard your new neighbor is pretty. Bree told me that she met her at one of your barbecues. Said you seemed pretty... What was the word she used? Entranced? Enamored? Enchanted? That was it. She said you seemed enchanted by her.
Her tone turned sharp. Hell no. She's not up for discussion.
Oh, so she is pretty. Does Finley like her too?
She bit the question out. She is none of your business. I snapped each word, hoping she'd get the point.
I think I have a right to know who my daughter spends time with, don't you?
She took the words straight out of Bree's mouth. Exhaustion stripped me of my usual caution. Do not start. I haven't slept in 30 hours, and I don't have the patience to do this with you. Go back to whatever party you're at, Claire. I'm going to sleep because our daughter will be up in a couple of hours. You might want to call her sometime. I chugged the rest of the water bottle.
Jax, don't be mad at me.
Her voice dripped with sugar.
You know how much I love Finley. She's the most important thing in my life. I'm working my ass off to make it out here, and it's all for her. For all of us. It's the hardest thing I've ever done. And I miss you. I miss our life.
I tossed the bottle in the trash can and looked up at the framed picture of Finn and me on the beach. You want to be a part of Finley's life? Make the effort. She's amazing, and you're missing it.
What about yours?
Again, that damned teasing little lilt of her voice had me shaking my head. In the past, I would have said something like, "We'll see." I wouldn't have shut any doors on Claire that would have given Finn a chance at having that picket-fenced family I'd mistakenly thought she was being born into. But that dream was just that, a dream, and the reality of it was that I deserved to be happy. Finn and I both did.
Jax, did you hear me? I asked about being a part of your life.
Claire, I think we both know that ship sailed a long time ago. She gasped.
But Jax...
I gotta go, Claire. If you want to call back in a few hours, Finn will be up. Bye. I hung up the phone before she could beg me to change my mind, to assure her that we'd be waiting here with open arms if she ever decided to come back. She'd always be Finley's mother, but she wasn't her mom. Not in the ways that mattered. Thank you. I really appreciate this. Sarah needed the day off. I told Christina as I picked up Finley from her shop the next day.
I really don't mind,
she promised as Finley got her fingerprints all over the farthest display case in Christina's jewelry store.
It's honestly wonderful to have her. She sells a surprising amount of pendants. Seriously. Besides, it's good practice for when Peter and I decide to have kids. Not that I'm in any rush for that, she added quickly as she knocked on a piece of driftwood. I mean, we've only been married a couple of years. I'd like to have him all to myself for a bit longer. Her brown eyes widened. Not that Finn isn't great. Shit, did I just put my foot in my mouth? She finished in a whisper. Not at all, I said with a laugh. I absolutely get what you're saying. Why don't you two come over for dinner? I'm sure Peter would love to see you off duty, and I make a really awesome pizza order. My watch read 4:30, enough time to take Finn seashell hunting and play a round of her current video game obsession. Thanks for the offer, but I think we're going to head home. She's been itching to shell hunt lately. Daddy, look at this one. She leaned over the glass case, already on a step stool, and her tiptoes. Don't lean on that, honey, I told her as I came up behind her. You might break the glass and get blood all over the pretty jewelry. She shot me a grown-up dose of side-eye. Look at the pink one. It's pretty. And now her face was smashed against the glass. I cringed in Christina's direction, but she waved me off, already wiping down the other display cases. It is pretty, I assured my girl, seeing the pale pink sea glass pendant encased in silver hanging from a chain. Morgan would like it. Morgan? A week now, and she still hadn't come back when I'd been home. I bet she would. Want to buy it for her? I offered. Nah, she said, shaking her head. Then she wiggled out from where my arms had caged her and rushed over to Christina. Miss Tina! She tugged on Christina's shirt, just in case her words weren't enough. Yes, sugar? Would you make one for Morgan? Finley asked. One what? A sea glass necklace? I'll find the sea glass. Her blue eyes were puppy-level cute as they widened in expectation. Christina cocked an eyebrow at me, and I nodded. I guess I wasn't the only one missing our neighbor. Of course. You can help me set it and everything, Christina promised. Yay! Thank you! She jumped, throwing her arms in the air. Once she landed, she ran back to me. We can go now. Her permission was given in all seriousness. Well, since you're ready, I answered. She nodded, grabbing her small backpack on her way to the door. Reconsider dinner? Christina asked as she walked us out. We always worry about you two. Or is it you three now? Morgan's just a neighbor. I hefted Finn into her car seat and she buckled herself in. Well, I'm hearing rumors from a certain barbecue that she might not just be your neighbor. She gave me a look that said she expected an explanation. What the hell was Morgan? She's beautiful and smart and funny and my neighbor. Finn and I are just taking her under our wings since she's new. Speaking of which, she could really use a friend here. And you're the most level-headed woman I know. She blinked at me for a second. Christina? Oh, I was just trying to decide if level-headed was the compliment I was going for. Fun, outgoing, awesome, she suggested. Okay, you are the most fun, outgoing, awesome woman I know. Plus, I think you two would get along great. Morgan could deny it all she wanted, but she had to be lonely. I had work and friends and Finn, and even I got lonely sometimes. All Morgan had was a house once Sam left after the summer. Have her swing by the shop. I'll make sure not to creep her out. I rubbed my hand on the back of my neck. Yeah, I'm not sure I can get her to do that. I've tried once already, but she's on the hermit career path at the moment. I swear, she's amazing. So you want me to go by her place and actually creep her out? She stared me down. Pretty much. Next week, maybe? She's right next door to us. Thanks. I hopped into the Land Cruiser and started her up. Uh-huh, she said through the open window. You've got it bad, she called out. Just my neighbor, I answered as I pulled out of the small parking lot. After what I'd learned about her past, that was all she'd ever let me be. We turned onto our street a few minutes later. Best part of living on an island was the almost non-existent commute. Finn slipped her hand out of the window, letting it ride the wind for the last half-mile. Yeah, we were going to be all right, even if Claire never got her shit together in the parenting department. I noticed two things simultaneously as I pulled into our driveway. The first was that Morgan was home, or at least her Minnie was. The second, Vivian was here.
This had the potential to get really awkward. I parked, and Finn had already unsnapped her buckles by the time I opened her door. She jumped into my arms and I shifted her onto my side, shutting the garage behind us as I carried her around the front of the house.
Morgan!
Finn called out over the sound of men climbing down from Morgan's almost finished roof. They'd made a huge amount of progress compared to when I'd left this morning. Half the roof was shingled and it looked like they were quitting for the day. They even managed to save the old weather vane, which 2 of the roofers were anchoring back in its original position. There was no sign of Vivian, which meant she was probably in the house.
Finn!
Morgan waved from next to Steve and subsequently lost her grip on the paperback she'd been holding. She bent quickly to retrieve it, then set it on the drafting table as we walked over. I was struck by the strangest urge to get a copy of whatever she was reading. In my experience, what someone read told you almost everything you needed to know about them. Claire had preferred drama, anything that fired up her imagination. Garrett liked war biographies. Sawyer enjoyed not reading, ever. Me? I went for Griffin, Clancy, or anything that pulled me out of my life for a minute. What was Morgan into? Did she read chick lit? Romance? Non-fiction? Was she into horror? Or was comedy more her thing? I put Finley on the ground once we reached the drafting table, keeping my eyes north of Morgan's turquoise tank top and way north of those tiny white shorts. I was going to need to join a support group if I couldn't shake my obsession with her legs.
I missed you,
Morgan said, dropping to eye level with Finn and pulling her into a big hug. Well, shit. For the first time, I was jealous of my kid.
I missed you too. And you almost have a roof. Are you coming back soon?
4 days, Steve promised, even though Morgan shot him a disbelieving look. You'd be surprised how fast a roof goes on, he finished as he packed up for the day.
How have you been?
Morgan asked Finn. Finn jabbered a mile a minute, telling Morgan all about her days like she'd been gone an eternity. Okay, maybe it had felt a little long. Morgan nodded dutifully, adding a word here and there as Finley jumped from subject to subject and was now on something related to Doc McStuffins. Morgan's smile hit me in the gut like a freight train. Shit, I was in trouble. She shared that grin with me when she glanced up, and I answered it with one of my own, knowing there was no hope of getting a word in edgewise now that Finn was on a roll. And now she'd moved on to Christina's cat.
Jackson.
My stomach lurched at the wariness in Vivian's voice behind me.
Hey, Grammy,
Finn called, breaking her filibuster to hug Vivian quickly, then turning back to Morgan to continue her tale, which had shifted to the lunch menu at her preschool.
Can we talk?
Vivian asked softly.
Claire called this morning about what happened last night.
Morgan's eyes met mine. Steve's eyebrows shot up.
Finn, why don't we go?
Morgan looked around for a destination. We're done for the day. Steve gestured toward his team as they started climbing down from the roof. You can show her the progress, he suggested.
That sounds like a great idea. Then you can finish telling me all about your favorite foods.
Morgan clasped Finn's hand and grabbed her beach bag.
Oh, there's macaroni and cheese and pizza and ice cream and...
I shot Morgan a thankful look and she nodded, already walking back toward her house and out of ear range. And I'm going somewhere else, Steve said with a nod. Always good to see you, Mrs. Lewis. Then he basically speed-walked toward the nearest piece of equipment. Hey, Vivian. I turned to the side so I could see Finn out of my peripherals and gave my would-have-been mother-in-law my attention.
She's lovely,
Vivian remarked with a slight curve of her lips.
Good with Finn, too.
I watched as Morgan put her floppy sun hat on Finn, which completely swamped her little head. Yeah, she is. We lucked out in the new neighbor department.
Oh, Jackson.
Her shoulders sagged.
Claire was so upset this morning.
Was she? I folded my arms across my chest as I glanced over to Morgan and Finn, seeing them sitting on a blanket Morgan had spread out as she pointed to the changes in the house.
She was really upset, going on about how you didn't want her in Finn's life and wouldn't even put her on the phone.
She smoothed her silver chin-length bob, which was her most obvious tell for stress. And you think I would say that to Claire? She swallowed and looked away.
Well, No, that doesn't sound like you, but Claire was crying and carrying on something fierce.
Did she tell you that she called from a party at 5 in the morning, our time? Vivian's eyebrows shot up.
What? No.
She didn't ask to talk to Finn, and I wasn't going to wake her up that early anyway. I even told her to call back in a few hours once Finn was awake. I told her gently. I hated laying Claire's shit bare to Vivian. It wasn't her fault that Claire was... whatever she was.
Oh.
She lifted her hand to her face and smoothed the lines of her forehead.
Now I feel foolish.
Don't. We both know what a good actress Claire is.
I know, but it's not like her to get so upset over her.
She clamped her mouth shut and looked away. Me, I supplied, knowing that was the real source of Claire's tirade.
I know it's none of my business what happens between you two.
I laughed. Vivian, nothing has been happening between us for years. She will always be Finn's mother, but... One of the roofers shouted and my attention snapped to the roofline, where the man slipped and began falling. My stomach clenched as he flung out his arms but couldn't stop, heading for the huge bronze weather vane that perched midway down the roof right above. "Morgan!" I shouted, already running as he slammed into the sculpture. The sound of cracking wood followed instantly as the weather vane tore free. "Above you!" Her eyes flew from the roof to mine and then back up to where 100 pounds of bronze plummeted toward where she sat with Finley. Oh God, I wasn't going to make it. It was going to hit them.
Chapter 7. Morgan. Just don't be afraid to take another risk, okay? Oh, God. There was no time. I side-tackled Finley, taken her down in a mess of knees and elbows, and used my momentum to roll with my arms around her. As the sky filled my vision, so did the falling hunk of death, and I threw everything I had into the move. Keep her on the bottom. I landed on top, curving myself around her as much as possible. The object slammed into the ground with a booming thud in the same millisecond. Sand and rocks blasted the side of my face. My heart slammed against my ribs, the beat deafening. "Finley! Morgan!" I could hear the panic in Jackson's voice, so I wasn't dead, right? And Finley was breathing under me, so she wasn't either. "Oh, thank God!" Jackson shouted, skidding to a halt next to us and hitting his knees. "Are you okay?" Words wouldn't form, so I nodded.
I'm okay,
Finley announced, her voice muffled under me. "She's okay, she's okay, she's okay." I fell to the side, taking my weight off Finn, and Jackson immediately grabbed her to his chest. "Are you okay?" he asked again, pushing her to arm's length, looking her over for injuries. I sat up slowly as workers and Finn's grandmother came running. The weather vane I'd been so damned insistent about had fallen from the roof. God, it was huge.
I'm fine,
Finley promised. It had landed right where we'd been a second ago, the enormous arrow stabbing through the edge of the blanket and pinning the fabric to the ground. "Are you sure?" Jackson's hands ran down her limbs quickly, no doubt checking for broken bones. Someone helped me to my feet, and I wavered, my heart galloping, feeling something wet streak my face. I stumbled away from the group, of all the times to cry. I made it as far as the base of my temporary steps before I was engulfed in a pair of arms and pressed against a firm, warm chest. The amazing combination of ocean, lemongrass, and soap filled my lungs as I breathed him in. "Jackson, please tell me you're okay," he begged, his chin resting on the top of my head. "I'm I stammered, my knees starting to shake. What the hell was wrong with me? He pulled back, wincing at something he saw on my face, and then scanning down my body. "Are you injured?" I shook my head. "Tell me if anything else hurts." "Anything else?" His hand swept down my arms, then my ribs just under my breasts, over my belly, and then framed my hips, his eyes locking with mine every few seconds to see if I'd flinch. Then he did the same from mid-thigh to my ankles. No pain? I shook my head. I'm fine, I managed to get out. He rose, standing so my eyes were level with his chest. You're not fine. You're bleeding, he said softly, his thumb brushing my cheek and coming away red. Ah, so that was the wetness. I'm okay. I can wash up. At least my mouth was working again. I turned to head toward my steps, but my knees went all wobbly. Yeah, no. Jackson lifted me, putting one arm behind my back and the other behind my knees. I've got you. What's wrong with me? I asked as my hand trembled. Was this an anxiety attack? They'd never presented like this before. Adrenaline rush. It has nowhere to go, he explained as he carried me across my yard, passing the small gathering of construction crew members. It'll pass in a few minutes, maybe a little longer. I can clean my face, I protested as he reached his driveway. Morgan, you just saved my daughter's life. Could you please just let me help you? He snapped. I studied his face as he climbed his stairs, his jaw flexed, his lips pressed into a line, and in his eyes there was a wildness. Fear. Of course he'd been afraid. He'd nearly lost Finley, all because I'd taken her to the house when Steve told me they'd finished for the day. I'd nearly gotten Finn killed. The inside of his home wasn't exactly what I'd expected. Not that I even knew what to expect from Jackson. The decorations were simple, clean, a blend of coastal blues and rich wood tones with white accents. The walls were decorated with framed artwork I assumed was made by Finley. He carried me through the living room and into the kitchen, setting me carefully on the granite counter near the sink. I yelped as the icy stone came into contact with my sun-warmed skin. What hurts? He asked immediately, scanning me like he could see through my clothes and skin. Nothing. Granite's cold, I muttered, bracing my hands on the edge of the counter. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Wait here. He disappeared and I studied his kitchen. It was U-shaped, the opening facing the living room. A long slab of granite to the left served as a breakfast bar. A small dining set filled the space to the sliding glass door, and off to the side, a play nook was happily cluttered with toys in contrast to the immaculately clean kitchen. Does he keep his bedroom this clean, too? I blinked that thought right out of my head. God, was this trembling going to stop any time soon? He returned, set a first aid kit on the counter, then wrapped a soft quilt around my shoulders, his arms encircling me for the barest of moments. That should help, he said softly. Thank you. I tucked the blanket closer. That's my line. He took my chin between his thumb and forefinger, then gently tilted my head so he could examine my cheek. Finley's really okay, right? She's fine. You're both fine. That last part was nearly a whisper. My heart galloped as the adrenaline ran its course, and the sight of his lips, so close to mine, wasn't helping slow its cadence. Your house is beautiful, I blurted, trying to think about anything other than what had just happened, or the warmth of his fingers. Those were dangerous subjects. Thanks. It works for us, he said in that way guys had of dismissing compliments and giving me a half smile. He was good under pressure. I tried to pull myself together while he dampened a washcloth at the kitchen sink, but he was back faster than I could manage the Herculean task. You got blasted with sand and a few rocks. If your cuts are anything to gauge by, I want to clean it out. He paused. Unless you'd rather we go to the clinic. No, here is good. I shifted my legs so he could get close enough to do it. He stepped between my thighs, his hips resting against the insides of my bare knees. Mercy. The flush of heat that swept over my body had nothing to do with the warmth of the blanket, and everything to do with his proximity. It had to be the adrenaline, right? One of those you-almost-died coping mechanisms. It's because he's gorgeous as sin, you moron. This one looks the worst, but it's not too deep, he murmured, cradling the uninjured side of my face with warm, gentle fingers while assessing the other. Okay, I mentally listed every reason I wasn't allowed to be attracted to this man and prayed my body got with the program. 1, I was pretty sure he was in love with his ex, and apparently something had gone down with them last night. 2, he lived next door, which meant when whatever I wasn't going to allow happen anyway eventually didn't work out, I'd be stuck seeing him every freaking day. 3, I hissed as the washcloth brushed over an abrasion along my cheekbone. Sorry. He dabbed carefully at the skin. Don't worry, I replied, trying to keep my eyes anywhere but on his and failing. 3, his eyes were too blue. Ocean blue. Flawlessly freaking blue. That was a con because they were too distracting. Who the hell wanted to be constantly distracted like that? I'd never get anything done. 4, I was in the middle of some pretty intensive therapy and didn't have anything to offer. My emotional tank was on empty, and that wasn't fair to him. 5, this might hurt. Exactly. He'd said it perfectly. I'd already swallowed all the pain I could take when it came to relationships. I know, but it still didn't stop me from staring at his mouth. He applied antiseptic, taken extra care with a couple of the cuts, and I welcomed the sting, using it to keep me grounded. I don't think you need stitches. That's good. I looked down at my hands. At least they'd quit shaking. How the hell had I let that happen? I should have known better than to take Finley so close to the construction. I don't know how to thank you, he said. My eyes jerked to his. Thank me? I almost got her killed. His forehead puckered as he braced his hands on either side of me and leaned forward. My breath caught. Morgan, that was not your fault. Steve said they were done for the day. You had no way of knowing that guy would fall. It was an accident, plain and simple. It was so close, I whispered. It was so close. Just the idea of losing. Don't go there. He rested his forehead on mine and overwhelmed my senses. Sight, scent, touch, sound. It was all Jackson. It was too close. But you saved her. You got her out of the way and shielded her with your own body. Anyone would have done it. My heart rate picked up again. His head lifted as he cradled my face. No. A lot of people would have dived the other way, to safety. You deliberately put yourself between Finley and 100 pounds of sharp, pointy bronze. That's extraordinary. His gaze dropped to my lips. You're extraordinary. Not for you. Not for you! My sense of self-preservation screamed at me to run the other way, but a craving for him raced through my veins, flipping on switches that had lain dormant for almost 2 years. All that adrenaline had been replaced with something far more dangerous. Need. He lowered his head. The door burst open and Jackson retreated. Before I could process what had almost happened, Sam stood at the edge of the kitchen, her eyes wide. I can't even leave you alone for 2 weeks, she exclaimed before crossing the floor and hauling me into a hug. Are you okay? Steve and Finley told me what happened. They're both worried sick down there. She grabbed a hold of my shoulders and pushed back far enough to see for herself. Ouch. It's just a scrape, and you're 2 days early. I'd never been so happy to see her in my entire life. Is that a complaint? She arched a brow. Never. Good, because I'd hate to see what would have happened in another 2 days, she teased with a shaky smile before yanking me into another hug. Me too, I whispered, locking eyes with Jackson over her shoulder. Yeah, I saw it all too clearly. How easy it would be to step into something I wasn't ready for, assuming I wasn't misreading his signals. How incredible it would feel to kiss him. To have those sculpted arms around me for more than just a few minutes. How impossible it would be to survive when my ruined heart was inevitably broken again. Sam had shown up just in time. That sounds a little harsh, Sam said slowly to Dr. Cersei as she sat back in the armchair next to mine 4 days later. It's not about being harsh, Dr. Cersei countered softly. It's about both Morgan and myself being aware of how Will's death has changed her She's chosen you as her support person through this process, and I know she has immense trust in you. You won't be harsh." Sam's gaze skittered my way, and I nodded. "Go ahead," I encouraged. Sam swallowed and looked back at Dr. Cersei. Before it happened, Morgan was fearless. She commanded every room she walked into and never hesitated to let anyone know what she was thinking. She had a smile that would light up half the state, and she got out more, I guess you could say. She glanced my way, and I nodded my support. She was something of a social butterfly, and she was happy. Not all the time, of course. No one's happy all the time. She and Will got into a few legendary fights, and her temper was quick. But whatever emotions Morgan felt were there for the world to see. She was always brave like that. She turned toward me. "I always envied that about you. You were never scared to speak up and fight for what you wanted. You never ran away from the hard things, like I did." It took all the energy I could muster to hold her gaze while trying to remember the girl she described. "And now?" Dr. Cersei prompted. "You're quiet," Sam said to me, as if it was just the two of us and we weren't in my third session of therapy for complicated grief. "You hide your emotions, and I don't know if it's because you're incredibly strong or scared that the people who love you can't handle what's inside." I focused on my joined hands that rested in my lap. "She's avoiding the rest of our friends, which is something she never would have done before Will died, and I wish she didn't feel like she had to. She's drawn so far into herself that she's basically a few cats shy of a cliché, and she won't open herself up to even the slightest possibility that she might be happy again someday, because it's not possible." I kept the thought to myself. "But mostly, she's sad, so damned sad. That light she's always had inside is still there. I see it flicker from time to time, but it's almost like she has it buried, and I just want to help her get it back." She reached over and took my hand. "She will," Dr. Cersei promised before she changed the subject, detailing what the remaining weeks of therapy would bring. I hadn't quite made peace with the fact that I was going to have to talk about Will's death in depth next week. But I knew I had to try. I had to beat against the instinct to withdraw and find whatever spark of light in me still lived on. We were just about ready to stop for the day when Sam held up her finger. "One thing," she said to Dr. Cersei and then shifted to face me. "I need you to know that you're still you. The things that make you amazing haven't changed, Morgan. You're still incredibly brave, and if you don't feel it, just look at what you're doing now. This takes incredible courage. Look at how you saved Finley the other day. You're still the friend who puts others first, like making you stay here for the next 13 weeks while I try to get my shit together," I teased with a watery voice. "Stop it. You took me in when I had nowhere else to go. You never judged me for my choices, and you still don't. Your grief for Will is just as deep as your love, and that's not something to be ashamed of. I'm so damned proud to be your friend." She yanked me against her in an awkward, over-the-chair arm hug, and I felt twin tears escape. She might be proud of me now, but I knew the worst was yet to come. I'd avoided the worst of the pain for the last 2 years, and that came with a price. Chapter 8. Morgan. Lean on your friends, Morgan. God knows you've let them lean on you. "So, where are we at?" I asked Steve, handing him a cup of coffee as he stood at my kitchen counter. Longest 2.5 weeks ever, but we were back in my house. "Thank you." He took a sip and then flipped through his binder. "Okay, the new concrete pilings are in place for the deck and the support ones for the foundation set perfectly. We released the jacks and your house is still standing, which is good since you moved back in 3 days ago. Considering you told me there was every chance we'd have a major issue during that process, I consider that a victory." I raised my glass and he grinned. "Me too. Your head looks better, by the way." He motioned to where my cuts were just little pink lines on my forehead. I can't tell you how sorry I am.
Stop. You've told me at least twice a day since it happened. It wasn't your fault.
Still, I grew up with Claire, and just thinking about what could have happened,
He shook his head. You grew up with Finn's mom.
Yeah,
He smiled.
there wasn't a guy in school that wasn't half in love with her, and I guess that didn't change in college, seeing how Jax is still waiting around for her to come back. Guy hasn't had a serious relationship since she left. Anyway, I'm really sorry it happened.
Apparently, oversharing was a bad habit in every southern town. I'm just sad that the weather vane's broken. Seems a shame to lose something that's been with the house so long.
Even if it tried to murder you?
Well, stronger things have tried and failed. I shrugged. How about this monstrosity? I pointed to the very large, very visible piling that now ran from the roof through the garage level and into the sand below. Granted, it was a great addition for anyone considering exotic dancing for a living, but I wasn't a huge fan of the eyesore, or the hole they'd ripped in every story of my house during installation. The $5,000 investment had been driven straight through the master bedroom. Not that I'd even fathomed starting that chunk of the remodel.
It's set well and, oh, you're talking cosmetics, aren't you?
I raised an eyebrow.
We'll hide it as well as we can once we start the interior portion of the remodel.
He flipped to the page I despised.
You're already a little over $50,000.
Ouch. Not that I hadn't known I was racking up the charges. I'd signed enough checks, but Lord, that was a punch to the belly. Or rather the wallet. Okay, and that's for the new roof, the foundations on both the house and the boathouse. I gestured to the steel pole. Waterproof in the garage level,
as much as possible, Steve repeated. If that ocean comes up, there's nothing we can do to keep the water out of that garage. The house is built for water to flow right under it. The boathouse is another story.
Right, I understand. Nausea crept up my throat at the thought of Will's truck being swallowed by flood waters. And next?
All of the windows have been purchased. I have them stored. Also the storm shutters and lumber for the new decks.
So where does that leave us? He flipped back to his calendar.
Deck construction will start once we're done in Frisco. Should be about another 2 weeks. And then window installation in 3. Feel free to start ripping apart the inside now that your foundation is reinforced.
Now that your foundation is reinforced. The phrase ran through my head as we finished the scheduling talk, and I walked him to the door. Standing in the living room a few minutes later, I looked out over the ocean through the open door. The breeze was heavy with salt and humidity, but better than the stagnant air inside the house. A few weeks and I'd have my deck back instead of this rough wooden X nailed into the lower portion of the doorway, baby gate style. Like I was going to forget there wasn't a deck there and step into nothingness. But the pilings were in, ready to support what came next. The house's foundation was done. Mine still felt cracked. "Hey," Sam said as she came down the stairs, twisting her hair into a ponytail. "Are you ready?" I glanced at the tiny cassette recorder that rested on the counter next to the refrigerator and cringed. Tuesday had been brutal. Turned out that the base of complicated grief therapy was telling the story of Will's death over and over, then listening to myself tell it every single day on that damned cassette player, only to record it again the following week, and so on. It was supposed to lessen the emotional impact, which seemed rather like showering before a tsunami, or in my case, like the showering actually brought on the tsunami. I still sucked at the now visualize yourself putting the memory away, just like you're putting away the tape recorder, part of the instructions. I don't want to. Instead, I poured another cup of coffee. Right, and you know that I respect your choices, so I'll give you one. Sam hopped up onto the kitchen counter next to the tape recorder. I can hit play on this one or the one I recorded on my phone before I realized we were using that slice of ancient technology. That earned her a little side-eye. Support person, remember? So we listen, and then you get to pick your reward. Already done. I pointed to the hardback of Mrs. Dalloway that rested on the kitchen counter.
my bookmark peeking from about midway through the novel. Virginia Woolf is not a reward. She's a homework assignment, she challenged. I happen to love Virginia Woolf. I'm actually about 3/4 through all of her books. I'll have you know, you giant math nerd. I sent her a face that made her laugh. Uh-huh. She muttered something about English majors as she reached into the drawer to her left and pulled out pamphlets. We've already done pedicures and the aquarium. Someone knocked at the door. I tossed Sam a fake, sorry, face and ran for the foyer.
Dad has off today,
Finley exclaimed before I had the door fully open. Does he? I smiled down at her.
He does. And you're coming with us.
She bounced on her toes. I am?
Wait, I'm supposed to ask you that.
Her forehead crinkled.
We're going to the surf shop opening. Want to come?
The light and hope in her eyes made it nearly impossible to deny her.
Sure she does,
Sam answered for me, wrapping her arm around my shoulder. Look, Morgan, your reward has appeared like magic. My chest tightened.
Reward?
Finley asked. Yep, Morgan has a quick chore to do and then she'll be right over. Sam shot me a look that told me I hadn't gotten out of the therapy assignment.
Okay, Miss Sam, do you want to come too?
Finley bounced again. I would, but my husband is calling me in a couple of hours, so I need to stay by the reliable internet so I can see his pretty face. Finley giggled and took off after I repeated Sam's promise that I'd be over momentarily. Jackson cannot be my reward. I shook my head emphatically, crossing my arms. Well, I said Finley was your reward, and Jackson can be whatever you want him to be. Or were we sitting in different sessions of therapy when Doc said to explore new relationships? She tilted her head and raised an eyebrow. I don't think she meant Jackson. Oh, right. She meant every other person on the planet with the exception of Jackson Montgomery. My bad. She sent me a look that said I was full of shit. My phone rang as we walked back to the kitchen. Paisley. Just seeing her name on the caller ID made my stomach plummet. What are you going to do about that? Sam asked. I'll just hurt her if I answer it. You might be hurting her more by wearing out the decline button, she observed. Then turned toward the refrigerator and pulled out one of the dozens of coffee creamers I'd stockpiled for her. She'll understand if you're honest with her, and Doc said it was okay to ask her for space until you're further along in your treatment, right? Right. The fourth ring sounded, and my thumb hit the green button instead of the red. Oh, holy hell, what could I possibly say to her? Hey, Paisley. Good start. Morgan, you actually answered. Her voice was a mix of relief, wonder, and worry. Yep, I was a bitch. Yeah. It was all I could get out as anxiety dug her scaly claws in me, tightening my throat. How could I be out of words for the one person who had learned them with me in the first place? How are you? Where are you? I called your mama, but she said you moved, and if you wanted to tell me what was going on, you would. Then she said I'm supposed to convince you to go back home. A small laugh burst through the lump in my throat. Yeah, she's been on my case. Hold on a sec. She was quiet for a few moments. Sorry, I had to grab the baby monitor. Peyton decided to take a morning nap, and I didn't want to drop the phone on the hardwood and wake him up. Done that before. Never again. Of course. I forced a smile like she could see me. Peyton Carter Bateman. Her son was named after Will and her sister, Peyton. Because in her mind, hell, in everyone's, Will had always been Peyton's to love. Paisley's to grieve, never mine. That sick feeling I'd done everything to avoid slapped me in the face, and I felt a rending in my heart, the meticulous stitches I'd been sewing since I got here popping one by one, ripping chunks of my soul out to bleed anew. So, where did you move to? What's going on? She sighed. This hurts. Something awful. The rift I can feel between us, and I don't know what I did or what I can do to fix it. I'm fine. We're fine, I lied. We're not. You haven't picked up a single one of my calls since Sam's wedding, and that was 3 months ago, so don't tell me that nothing is wrong because I can't remember the last time we went 3 months without speaking. I could. It was after Will's funeral, but I wasn't about to go there. Lies, fake smiles, I was so sick of it all. She was my best and oldest friend. I could do this. I could ask her for what I needed, but it was impossible not to hurt her in the process. I bought a beach house in Cape Hatteras. It's a wreck, but so am I, so we fit rather nicely. Will... My throat tightened and I reached for my coffee, taking a quick swallow before starting again. He left me his secondary life insurance policy and his truck, among some other things. Her indrawn breath, just shy of a gasp, made me pause. I didn't know he did that. Yeah, well, you didn't know everything. The little sarcastic laugh flew past my lips before I could stop it. This was going to go to shit if I couldn't rein in my mouth. I never thought I did, she said softly. You know, Cape Hatteras is only a drive away. My anxiety hit the panic button. Paisley, I love you, but I need some time and space. I have a therapist, and Sam's staying until I complete this program. Please understand. I'm so glad that you called. Program? Are you in rehab? No. I let a self-deprecating laugh slip. Nothing like that. Wait, you have Sam there? Shit, now I'd gone and hurt her feelings, which was the opposite of my intention. The therapy I'm going through is for something called complicated grief, and as much as it hurts you to hear this, you are a giant trigger for me. Just talking to her had the vice tightening around my throat. I am? Her breath left in a rush. Yeah, and the treatment requires a support person. That's why Sam is here. Sam gave me a reassuring smile. Are you okay? I didn't even know you were struggling. We've never kept secrets from each other. Paisley murmured. I kept one from you. I corrected her. Remember? She paused and I could almost see the gears turning in her head, the way her green eyes would shift side to side when she was trying to work something out. Will, she said softly. Will, I confirmed. I'd never told her I loved him when it could have mattered. I didn't tell her until she'd decided she didn't want him anymore, and even then, it had been by accident. I'd never wanted to hurt her. Complicated grief. Is it over Will? She asked. Honey, if this is about him, why can't you talk to me? No one knew him better or knows you better. Oh, stop it, I snapped. That facade I'd maintained around Paisley since he'd died, hell, since I'd fallen for him, shattered like glass. I was done having my feelings marginalized or being talked to like I'd been some fifth grader with a crush. The line fell quiet, taut with tension and more than a little apprehension. I'm a trigger, she said slowly. My stomach sank at the heartbreak in her voice. You're a trigger. And my best friend, which makes this really painfully hard. I sagged against the counter. So, she sighed. So you need me to leave you alone, stop calling, that kind of thing? Her voice broke. I felt the telltale burning in my eyes and blinked back tears. Not forever, but for now, yes. Okay. I can give you time. I know. That's why I love you. My face crumpled, wishing we were back in our kitchen in Enterprise, snacking on popcorn and M&Ms, wishing our worlds hadn't been torn so completely apart that we couldn't find each other. Yet. Call when you're ready. Can I talk to Sam for a second? Her voice broke. Sure. I handed the phone to Sam and she started nodding. Yeah, I've got her, she promised, crossing from the kitchen to the living room. I sucked in a deep breath and hit play on the tape recorder. May as well go through all the pain at once. Okay, Morgan, can you take me back to the moment you experienced Will's death? Dr. Cersei's voice came through the speaker. I braced my hands on the counter, steadying myself for the impact of everything that was going to follow on that damned tape. I'm in the grocery store. picking out a jar of jam, and my phone rings. It's Sam. We left the windows down as we drove up the coast toward Waves and Rodanthe Beach. The miles between Hatteras and Waves were filled with unpopulated beaches, the strip of islands so narrow at times it felt like I could touch the Atlantic with one hand and the Sound with the other. Jackson's Land Cruiser reminded me of his house, pristine in the front seats where he was in charge, and perfectly cluttered in the back seat where Finley reigned. Banner's Riot blared through the speakers, and with Finn singing at the top of her lungs from behind us and Jackson grinning when she got the words wrong, my heart lightened. This was the best reward I could have given myself after listening to the tape. Sure, maybe it had been a week since I'd been this close to Jackson, but I refused to bring that fact into the reward equation. But every time I looked his way, my pulse jumped at the memory of having his mouth inches from mine. We reached Waves and fell in with a small line of traffic headed for the beach access. Finley blew hard, moving some of her curls out of her face.
It's all tangly.
Jackson met her eyes in the rearview mirror. Then you should have let me pull it up before we left.
I didn't want you to then,
she stated like it was the simplest truth in the world. Do you want me to now? We pulled into a parking lot that was already 3/4 full and parked.
Yes, please.
Then it's a good thing I brought a brush and a hair tie, huh? She nodded with a little twist of her puckered lips. We got out of the car and I sprayed on sunscreen, then hauled my beach bag over my shoulder. The temp had spiked again, bringing us an 80-degree day. Finn, do you need some sunscreen? I asked, coming around the back of the car.
Yes, please,
she answered. My breath caught stupidly at the sight of Jackson working a spray into her hair and then brushing the curls into a high ponytail. It was something so domestic, not the least bit sexy, but that primal piece of DNA we couldn't seem to wipe out with thousands of years of evolution sat up and took notice. Okay, I could admit it. Being a good father was insanely attractive, on a molecular level. Shut up, ovaries. All done, Jackson declared. Finley spun as he bent down, placing a kiss on his cheek in a motion so perfectly timed that it had to be routine. My belly clenched. There had to be something wrong with this man somewhere. Anywhere. Maybe he squeezed the toothpaste from the center of the tube like a monster or something. Okay, what's first for you ladies? Kiteboarding? Surfing? Jackson curved the brim of his baseball hat. Never mind, that was what was wrong with him. Wasn't there an activity that didn't require a fall on my ass in the middle of the ocean? Or something with a motor? I'd never been more aware of my indoor girl status.
Shirts,
Finley decided. Well, shirts it is, Jackson said, taking her hand in his. For a split second, I pictured him offering me his other hand, because clearly I'd gone crazy. Come on, Finn. Let's show Morgan how we locals open the surf shop for the season.
It's Hawkins Day.
Finn held up her free hand and I took it. It is? I asked. Mary Ann Hawkins was one of the first women's surfing champions. It's basically a day where you can learn about the ocean and all the fun stuff you can do in it. There are instructors for just about anything you might want to try. Jackson explained as the three of us walked down the path to the beach where hundreds of people were already celebrating. And it seemed like it was about 90% women.
It's a girl thing,
Finley confirmed. Jackson met my gaze and shrugged. I'm here in a purely observational capacity, just like last year. A woman crossed in front of us in a swimsuit that wasn't hiding much. I bet you are, I drawled slowly. He flashed me a grin.
Jax!
A tall brunette with chin-length hair waved her hands in the air as she ran our way. Holy crap, I could barely run on a treadmill, and this woman hit the beach like it was pavement. Wait, was Jackson seeing someone? We'd never had that conversation. He would have said something, though. Right? My stomach sank.
Miss Tina!
Finley let go of our hands and hugged the woman. Hey, Christina. Jackson greeted her with a hug, too. You must be Morgan, Christina said with a bright, open smile and sparkling brown eyes. I am, I said, then partially froze as she hugged me. I'm so happy to meet you, she said, stepping back and doing a quick but open appraisal of me. These two talk about you all the time.
We're going to make shirts,
Finley declared. How fun! Christina turned to Jackson. You take Finley, and I'll take Morgan. We're going to do beach yoga. We are? Yoga pants were something I was intimately acquainted with. Yoga itself? Not so much. We are, she nodded enthusiastically. Oh, God. She was one of those workout people. The ones who declared that exercise healed everything and posted their 14 CrossFit workouts on Instagram. We were so not going to be friends. Okay, you guys have a good time. Morgan, why don't you meet us over by the surfing lessons when you're done? He pointed to an area of the beach and walked off with Finley before I could protest. Of all the inconsiderate...
So, I've decided we're going to be friends, Christina said, tilting her head.
Okay? What the heck did you say to that?
I mean, Jax decided we should be friends. But now that I've met you, I agree, and Finn likes you. She's super picky with people, so I know you're a good one. I already grabbed you a mat, so we're all set up for yoga. And where are my manners? You must think I'm nuts. A little. So, Jax and my husband Peter work together.
They do? My nausea vanished at the word husband, not that I should have cared.
Yep, Jack said you were new in town and might need someone besides his emotionally unavailable butt to talk to. So he stopped by my jewelry store to grab Finley and mentioned Hawkins Day, and I thought what's more perfect than getting to know someone while you're in crazy positions with your asses in the air?
I couldn't stop the laugh that tumbled past my lips. This woman was sunshine, radiating her happiness. It couldn't hurt to let it rub off on me. That's when it hit me. She'd already grabbed me a yoga mat. Jackson hadn't walked off because he was inconsiderate. Oh my God, Jackson set us up on a blind friendship date. That's what's going on here.
Pretty much,
she admitted with a little shrug.
Yoga's this way.
She led me to a section of the beach where women stood chatting on mats lined up in rows. The women were all different shapes, sizes, and ethnicities, but all had a variation of the same smile. Wait, did happy people do yoga, or did yoga make people happy? Or maybe it was just the open, adventurous spirit of the day. How long has it been since you laughed and smiled like that? It felt like forever. So, Jackson and your husband work together? I asked as we set up next to the empty mats Christina had reserved. What exactly did oceanographers do, anyway?
Yep, a few years now, but enough about the boys.
What do you do? I stripped off my outer layer of clothing, leaving me in my swimsuit like the other women. I just graduated from college. I did a 5-year master's program in literature and education. So in a couple months, I'll start my first teaching job. But right now, I'm pretty much a beach bum, which, thinking about it, isn't a bad way to live.
It sure isn't. And where did you pick up that delicious accent?
She limbered up a little, twisting her body. Southern Alabama. What about you? Or are you one of those northerners who thinks you don't have an accent? She laughed. Wyoming. More west than north. So tell me, what's your damage? Her words came with such honesty and genuine curiosity. In truth, it was the best kind of way to get to know someone quickly, if they were willing to open up to a complete stranger. But maybe that was the best time to lay your shit bare, when you had nothing to lose yet. Or maybe listening to the tape this morning had scraped another layer of dust off my avoidance. What the hell? If I scared her off, then so be it. I scared myself most days. The man I loved was killed in action almost 2 years ago, and now I have horrendous anxiety attacks. I moved 1,000 miles and cut off everyone I know but my friend Sam and my psychiatrist. Still want to be my friend? I looked over at her slowly. Absolutely, she answered without hesitation. What's yours? I challenged. I'm insanely worried that Peter's career will always come first, and I won't matter in the scheme of life. I also hate coffee and can't understand why people willingly drink it. Still want to be my friend? Absolutely. I stole her answer. The coffee thing was a close call, though. Her lips curved, matching mine as the instructor took the little platform set up in front of us. Okay, ladies, welcome to Hawkins Day. Now, let's get our energy flowing and center ourselves. Begin with the mountain pose. She modeled the pose, standing with her feet wide apart and her hands reaching for the sky. I copied her, letting myself take in deep breaths of sea air as my whole body stretched to welcome the sun. After yoga, Christina and I made plans to meet up the next week. And then I chose to step forward into surfing after purchasing a full wetsuit. Holy crapola, did I suck at that. You weren't that bad, Jackson assured me as we drove home that evening. Are you serious? Were you watching? Goats are more graceful on a surfboard than I am. I kept my voice low, noting that Finn had passed out in the back seat before we'd even made it out of waves. Jackson grinned, and my traitorous heart skittered a few beats. See, you know it was bad. I was actually picturing goats on a surfboard. They'd have a better chance of staying on that thing than I did, hooves and all. I knew I wasn't athletic, but that had just been embarrassing. There was a definite difference between thin and fit, and I was not fit. Grief had eaten away at my appetite and my muscles. You can always get better through practice, if you want. I do happen to know of a nearby beach. I rolled my eyes. Speaking of beaches, it's really narrow here. I changed the subject as we reached a particularly tight strip of 12. What happens when the storms come? It gets hit hard. All of 12 does, really. Hurricanes like Irene and Sandy can cut us off from the mainland for weeks. They have to dig out the roads or rebuild them. We can usually get ferries going, but tides make it difficult. So they just keep rebuilding roads that continually get destroyed by hurricanes? I mean, those were both in the last decade. Being cut off for weeks? Did I have supplies for that? I'd need to store some food, maybe get a generator for when the solar panels we'd just installed with the roof didn't hack it. Oh God, I was going to turn into one of those crazy doomsday preppers. Well, yeah, people live here, love it here. You're one of us now, so you should appreciate the tenacity of the North Carolina Department of Transportation. It just seems so futile to keep fighting for something you know won't last. Beach erosion was a serious issue. I knew that when I bought the house. And houses here had been known to float away into the Atlantic, even without hurricanes. Just living here was a risk. He glanced my way, and then his hands tightened on the wheel. Maybe it is futile. Maybe one day we'll be forced to abandon it. But it's okay to fight for something you love, to dig it out and build it back up in hopes that this time the foundation will be strong enough to withstand the hurricane. It's just like what you're doing with the house. I guess it is. Fixing a house that could eventually sink into the ocean, fixing a heart that might end up useless anyway, fixing a friendship that I'd all but ghosted. It's okay to do all you can and still lose, still get washed away. It sucks, but it's a far less tragic ending than never having tried. The air between us thickened as he glanced my way and then back to the road. Yeah, it's those lost chances that end up hurting the worst, I said quietly. How did the foundation set on the house, by the way? Went without a hitch. If we didn't count the stupid weather vane. He smiled. Good. That's good. You can remodel the hell out of just about any house, if the foundation is good. I looked across the car in the dying sunlight and studied his face. Inches. He'd been a breath away from kissing me on his kitchen counter. Was it possible to want someone when you had nothing to offer but a ton of baggage and a damaged heart? Was I even allowed to want him in any other way besides a neighbor or maybe a friend? Did it matter? Ripping my eyes away, I looked out at the ocean, recognizing that for the first time in years, I wanted a man who wasn't Will. My heart ripped a little, and I raised my hand to rub the spot beneath my collarbone, partially to ease the ache there and partially to see if I could capture the little bit of light and hope that escaped from that tear. I could push my feelings about Jackson away all I wanted, but it didn't make them any less real or any less dangerous. He lived right next door, so it was only a matter of time before I had to decide what the heck I was going to do about it. Avoiding him and shutting down whatever this was before it had the chance to start was the safest choice, and that's what I needed right now. Safe. That was the logical choice. The only choice. I'd just have to say no to every invitation he offered and put a lot of distance between us, starting now. How hard could that be? No, I practiced in my head. No. See? I could do it. Finn stirred in the back seat, blinking away with a stretch. What do you say we get rebellious and stop for ice cream? Jackson asked me with a mischievous grin that raised my temperature by at least 2 degrees. Sure, I answered before Finn even got the chance. I was so screwed.
Chapter 9. Jackson.
I like the pink one, Finley informed me as we scrolled through backpacks online. Oh, and that blue one, and the green one.
Well, you only need one, so which one is your favorite? She scrunched her forehead, looking up at me, then back to the screen, seriously pondering her decision with an intensity that almost made me laugh. Take your time. Kindergarten is a big deal, I get that, and I firmly support whatever choice you make. You don't even have to pick one tonight. It's just orientation. We still have months before you start.
She took a deep breath and nodded. The purple one.
You sure?
That's the one. I know it.
Okay, because I'm buying it right now. I clicked add to cart. She nodded.
I'm ready.
I know you are. Maybe she was, but I wasn't. I faked it well, though. Okay, all purchased.
Thanks, Daddy.
Finley plopped a kiss on my cheek and hopped off the couch, brushing her curls out of her face. They won't get in the way if you let me pull it up, I reminded her.
Ponytails are boring,
she declared, skipping every age to 13. A knock at the door saved her from my eye roll. We could stop by Grammy's and ask Aunt Bree to braid it for you, I suggested as Finn bolted toward the door.
Nope, she has really long nails.
What? That had exactly what to do with braiding?
It's Morgan,
Finley called out, jumping up and down to see out the glass side panel of the front door. My heart rate kicked up, and I had the ridiculous urge to check myself in the mirror as I walked toward the door. Get a damn grip. But in my defense, I'd only seen her in passing over the last week, and this was the first time she'd ever knocked on my door.
Can I?
Finn asked, her hands already on the knob. Yep, you can always let Morgan in, which now made 6 people on Finley's always allowed list. Bree, Sarah, Sawyer, Garrett, Vivian, and now Morgan.
Yay!
She flung open the door.
I can always let you in.
Awesome. Morgan held out her hand for a low 5. Finn gave it to her with a megawatt grin.
Come in.
Finley backed up and held out her arm like a gracious, pint-sized hostess.
Why, thank you,
Morgan said, walking in. She was in a white, thick-strapped tank top and short khaki shorts that reached mid-thigh, drawing my eyes to her legs. Not that I needed a reason, because my attention always found its way there with Morgan. She was also wearing the same maroon ball cap from the pictures. His ball cap. Damn, I wished I hadn't gone snooping.
Did you come to see my daddy?
Finley asked, shutting the door behind her. Morgan flashed me a small smile before turning back to Finn.
Nope, I actually came to see you.
She dropped down to Finn's eye level.
You did?
Finn brushed her hair out of her face.
I did. I was walking to the beach with Sam this morning, and I found this.
She opened her hand, revealing a small, perfect conch shell.
Oh, it's so pretty.
Finn leaned in close, examining the shell.
It's yours,
Morgan said as she handed it over.
Really? It's almost perfect.
Ah, and so the search continued.
That's exactly what I thought when I saw it.
Finn grabbed Morgan's still outstretched hand and examined her fingernails.
Can you braid?
Morgan blinked at the subject change, but then nodded.
I can. Will you braid my hair?
Finn asked, using those eyes on Morgan to get her way.
I have kindergarten tonight.
Oh, shit. That tightness in my chest was back, flaring in a fierce surge of emotion I had no right to feel. Finley liked Morgan. She trusted her, which only made my attraction to her increase exponentially. Morgan's soft brown eyes found mine in silent question, and I gave her a slight nod.
If you want me to, I can,
Morgan replied.
Yay, I'll get my stuff.
Clutching her new prize, Finley raced off to her room, leaving us standing in the entry hall. Thanks. She never lets me braid it, mostly because every time I try it comes out lopsided and not very braid-like, I remarked, struggling for something to say that wouldn't come out. Hey, I really like you. Any chance you might feel the same? Because I wasn't 14. And the woman still doesn't know what you do for a living, jackass.
No problem. I'm happy to do it.
I walked her into the kitchen and offered her a drink.
No thanks, I'm good.
She braced her hands on the granite and boosted her ass into the same spot I'd put her when I'd patched her up weeks ago. If Sam hadn't walked in, I would have.
So, kindergarten, huh?
It's just orientation for the next year, but it crept up on me, that's for sure.
She'll do great.
Fuck me. She crossed her legs and shifted forward slightly, leaning on her palms. Maybe it was the months of celibacy, but my body took more than enough notice of her. Shit, when was the last time I got laid? Not since Morgan arrived, that was for sure. Not for lack of opportunity, but because I didn't want anyone else. Holy shit. I don't want anyone else. So what the hell did that mean? Did I want a date with this woman? A night in her bed? An actual relationship? Yes to all. She took a deep breath, causing her breasts to rise against her neckline, and I turned back to the refrigerator, popped the top of one of those antioxidant drinks Finley liked because they were pink, and chugged the whole thing.
Thirsty?
Morgan teased. You have no fucking idea. You could definitely say that. I turned slowly, and from the way her eyes widened, I was doing a piss-poor job of keeping my thoughts off my face. Only a few feet separated us. A heartbeat, maybe two, and I could be standing between her knees, her face in my hands, my tongue finally tasting the curve of her mouth. As if she could read my thoughts, her lips parted, and the air crackled for all the potential electricity lingering between us.
Got it,
Finn called out, skidding to a halt in front of Morgan with a tackle box full of hair care products. Morgan blinked rapidly and turned to Finn.
Okay, let's get you started.
A few minutes later, Morgan had Finn on the floor in front of her as she sat on the love seat. She listened with rapt attention as Finley told her all about the great kindergarten backpack debate. I watched from the couch, trying to figure out what the hell I was supposed to do about wanting this woman. Hell, I hadn't been on a second date since Claire. Hadn't really been on a date at all.
What if I get hungry?
Finley asked as Morgan sprayed product into her curls. It was the first time I'd heard her voice concern over going to school.
There's lunchtime and snack time,
Morgan told her, brushing through Finley's curls with ease.
And if you're super hungry, just tell your teacher. What if no one likes my backpack?
She asked quietly, and it took everything in my power not to answer her because she hadn't asked me.
Then that's their problem,
Morgan stated simply. I blinked. My first impulse had been to say that everyone would love her backpack, but Morgan's answer was way better. Morgan threaded Finn's curls through her fingers and wove a braid around her head. What the hell kind of sorcery was that?
What if they don't like me?
Finn's voice dropped even softer. I leaned forward and Morgan shot me a look that warned against speaking. My eyebrows lifted, but I stayed silent.
Then they're not the people you want to like you. And you already have one friend there, so you're already starting ahead.
She flipped her hands and continued to braid up the other side of Finn's head.
Who? Finn asked, sitting stiller than she ever did when I did her hair. Me? Just think, your first day of kindergarten will be my first as a teacher, so we'll both be nervous, and I bet every other kid in your class will have the same kind of worries you do. So if you smile big, you just might make them a little less nervous, too. You're a teacher? Finn started to turn her head but thought better of it. I am. At least that's what my college told me. I've never had a class of my own, though, so I guess we'll see. I'll be right down the hall from you in 5th grade. She finished the braid, winding an elastic over the end and tucking it into the start of the braid before sticking a few bobby pins through it. All done. Finn popped up and ran to the mirror where her jaw dropped. It's a crown! I have a crown! She flew back in, wrapping her arms around Morgan and smacking her cheek with a kiss. Thank you! You're welcome. Morgan's eyes slid shut as she hugged Finn tightly. Then Finn took off to put her hair stuff away, leaving us alone. Morgan rose from the love seat. That was astonishing, I told her as I stood. How do you know how to do that? YouTube? Her smile was soft but real. She adores you. Finn liked a lot of people, but that blatant look of affection she'd lavished on Morgan was usually reserved for me or Vivian. Well, the feeling is mutual. She's phenomenal. We locked eyes briefly before Morgan looked away. Thank you. You're amazing. You know that, right? Pink tinged her cheeks. Not really. If you knew the real me, I'm not sure you'd think that. And what would change my mind? I hoped she wasn't alluding to the anxiety attack she'd gone through with the truck. Okay, I'm ready, Finn exclaimed, arms up in victory as she twirled in the newest dress Vivian had bought for her. It was a step beneath a ballroom, but it wasn't exactly classroom either, and on her feet she wore her favorite pair of black Vans. You look absolutely wonderful. I'm sure they'll all remember you when it's time to go back next year. Morgan praised before I could question my daughter's thought process. Finley cocked her head at me, motioning to her dress, her very sparkly dress. I love it. I loved even more that she felt good about herself in it. If that was the confidence boost she needed, I'd fill her closet with fluffy dresses. Morgan gave her a hug. You guys have a great night, okay? Walk us out? I offered as Finn slipped on her jacket without the usual fight. Sure, Morgan agreed, her hand finding Finn's as we headed out the door. By the time I locked up behind us, Morgan and Finley were down the steps, lost in some animated conversation that I wasn't privy to, but I heard Finn mention Vivian. Right. Next weekend was Vivian's with Finn. Usually I'd grab a drink with Sawyer and Garrett, but what if I didn't? What if I spent the time with Morgan instead? Would she even say yes? Shit, was I actually nervous about asking a woman out? Absolutely. I got Finn buckled in her car seat, then turned the Land Cruiser on so the air conditioning would circulate from my little redhead. Hey, Kitty, I called out when I caught her walking away from me. She turned, tucking her hands into her back pockets just outside our open garage door. Jackson? There it was, that little uptick at the corner of her mouth, the one I couldn't wait to trace with my tongue. God, if the woman said yes, I was going to have to wait an entire week to take her out. I hate that I have to work this weekend. Wait, why the hell did I say that? I was rusty as shit when it came to someone I actually wanted. That seems fair. She tilted her head to the side. Sorry, that wasn't what I meant to say. She smiled, and it was real. My brain emptied. She was beautiful in more than her body or her face. That was a given, and in my experience didn't always carry any deeper. Morgan's beauty skyrocketed with that sparkle I caught right now in her eyes, the hint of playfulness, the glimpse of another stunning facet of her I had yet to discover, because I hadn't earned it yet, but I would. The timing was wrong. I wasn't sure she was ready. I hadn't been interested in more than a few hours with someone in over 5 years. She had a broken heart, and I had a kid whose heart I couldn't risk. For God's sake, I was standing outside my garage, which wasn't exactly romantic. But none of that mattered. Or maybe it did, but I was going to give her every reason not to let them matter. I was going to earn the right to see her smile and hear her laugh. Are you okay? Her eyebrows furrowed. Yeah, absolutely. Just busy talking to myself.
So, I have to work this weekend, which we've already covered, but I'm off next weekend. Her eyes widened slightly. You feel up for seeing a little more of the island with me? You haven't gotten out much. Holy shit, Montgomery, did you just quasi-insult the woman?
Oh, I'm not really one for bars anymore.
She rocked back on her heels. I was thinking more along the lines of nocturnal sightseeing.
Sightseeing?
Yes.
At night?
I believe that's the meaning of nocturnal. She stared at me for a moment, her pause almost awkwardly long, but I waited. I had a feeling that was the key to Morgan, taking small steps and putting the choice in her corner. I'd never been a wait for anything kind of guy, but I'd so fucking learn if it meant having a shot with her.
Okay,
she finally answered.
What time?
I managed to not fist pump, barely. It was close. 9 on Saturday, unless you'd rather grab dinner first. I know some great...
Nope, 9 is great.
Small steps, Montgomery. Okay, see you then. She nodded and damn near ran back to her house in obvious retreat. I blocked off Saturday evening on the calendar using my phone and grinned the whole way to the school. We got there 13 minutes early. Finn held her head extra high as we walked in through the front double doors. We turned left at the end of the short hall and passed a pair of classrooms, one that had the door propped open.
Aunt Bree!
Finley dropped my hand and ran toward her aunt, who was seated behind her desk and a pile of papers.
Hey, Finley.
Bree got out of her chair and gave Finn a hug. What are you doing here so late? I asked, leaning against one of her students' desks.
Well, I'm grading papers, and I knew this little lady had orientation tonight, so I thought I'd wish her luck. Let's get a picture.
She took her cell phone from the desk and snapped a picture of Finn.
Do you like my dress?
Finn asked, spinning with a squeak against the linoleum floor.
Very glamorous. And look at your hair,
she gushed.
If that's not the prettiest thing I've ever seen. Morgan did it.
Did she? Bree shot me a raised eyebrow.
Well, I love it. That Morgan sure is talented, isn't she? Yes, and she's going out with Daddy next weekend.
Finn clapped. Oh, shit. Finn, it's not like a date, I told her. We were going to have to discuss expectations. I didn't need Finn's heart set on something that wasn't even on the table right now. And how do you even know? She looked at me sheepishly.
My iPad told me.
Right. She had access to the family calendar and got notifications. My bad. But when exactly did your iPad tell you? She pressed her lips in a little line. Finn?
When we left the house?
You snuck your iPad into the car? Where? How? I folded my arms across my chest.
Under my jacket.
She shrugged unapologetically. That's why you didn't argue about putting it on, I mused, giving my daughter a point for pure mischievousness. But I didn't say you could bring it. Tex stays home. Her eyes darted from Bree's to mine and back again.
You didn't say I couldn't bring it.
She has you there, Bree acknowledged.
What do you say we walk you down to the kindergarten rooms?
Yes, please. Finley bounced with excitement. We walked out of Bree's room and almost ran right into one of Finn's friends from preschool, which meant Finn was already starting down the hall with Julie, no longer caring about an escort. I glanced at the door that would be Morgan's next year.
She's not just some tourist, you know,
Bree said softly, motioning toward the door.
If you start something with her, and it ends badly, I'm the one stuck hearing about it at work. And more importantly, it will affect Finn.
Is that why you told Claire about Morgan? I questioned as we passed bulletin boards full of artwork. She gave me an indignant scoff.
I told my sister because she has a right to know that you're putting yourself in a position to move on.
I moved on years ago.
Not emotionally, you didn't. I know Claire is Claire, but she's still my sister, and I'm just looking out for her.
I like Morgan. I'm taking her out. I didn't say that we were hopping a flight to Vegas. Finn, baby, wait up, I called down the hall. Finn paused outside the kindergarten doors.
I just wish...
I turned, halting us both. You wish she was Claire. That's your baggage, not mine. Now I'm going to take my daughter into her orientation. The daughter who once again doesn't have her mother here. I'll see you later, Bree. With a curt nod, I left her standing in the hall and headed for Finn. I wasn't the only single parent there, but I was the only single dad. The usual onslaught of complicated emotions didn't hit me this time, though. Finn wasn't looking around, sad that her own mother hadn't come. That was my baggage, not hers. She was busy twirling in her dress and showing everyone her crown braid. But then again, how could she miss someone she'd never really had? "Oh, come on," Sawyer begged as he spotted me the next night. I pushed the bar through my final rep and set it back on the rack. "Don't give him shit about it," Garrett muttered from the pull-up station. We'd already flown a patrol and we were doing what any man of logic would normally do at 1 a.m., working out in the station gym to keep from falling asleep. "Sorry, man, you're on your own," I told Sawyer as I sat up. "I made arrangements," he whined. "There are 2 of them, 2 cousins. What am I supposed to tell them?" He followed me as I headed for the leg press. "That you made plans without consulting me?" I adjusted the weight, adding 20 pounds. "That you made plans without consulting me. What the hell is so important that you'd blow me off on a non-Finley weekend?" He stared down at me with a mix of real and mock outrage. "You know we only have a few months before we deploy. You're supposed to be mine." "A few months before you deploy. Remember, I'm on Rear D for this one. Command had taken mercy on me since I was Finley's only parent. Yes, I had a care plan, but it had been a relief when they told me I wasn't going to have to use it. I hated sending my guys without me, though." He grabbed his chest in indignation. "We're supposed to be spending every moment we can together so our bromance survives the separation." "All 3 months of it," I laughed. "Now seriously, I'm taking Morgan out." I slid into the machine. "I'm sorry? Morgan, as in your extremely hot, way unavailable neighbor?" Sawyer asked, his expression changing to a shit-eating grin. "Yes." I started my reps and hoped the conversation would end there. "Do you even know how to actually date anymore?" Sawyer dropped down so we were at the same level. Of course he couldn't let it end there. "Pretty sure it all works the same as the last time I did it," I snapped, breathing through the reps. "You mean back in the 1800s? Sawyer laughed. "Seriously, leave him alone," Garrett told Sawyer, dropping after his last pull-up. "Jax, I like her. She might be gorgeous, but she doesn't act like she knows it, and she ate your burnt-ass cheeseburger." "Thanks for your approval," I grunted as I reached the end of the set. "I didn't say I didn't like her." Sawyer threw his hands up in the air. "I'm here for this, Montgomery. What can I do to help you? Do you need tips? Advice? Date ideas? You know that MySpace isn't a thing anymore, right?" I finished the last rep, then climbed from the machine and put my hand on Sawyer's shoulder. "Sawyer, you know I love you like a brother, but you are the last person in the world I would ever ask dating advice from." Garrett burst into laughter as I hauled my ass to the shower. I wasn't letting Sawyer get to me. Not when I'd gotten Morgan to say yes. Even if it was a friend zone date, I'd take what I could get when it came to her. My phone rang as I zipped up my flight suit post-shower. "Fuck," I muttered, but I still answered. "Do you know what time it is, Claire?" 10:30, she snapped. "It's 1:30 in the morning here." I sat down on the bench in front of my locker and put on my boots. "Well, you answered, so you must still be awake." "But you didn't know that when you called." I sat up and rubbed the skin between my eyes. "Okay, let's start over. To what do I owe the pleasure of this call?" "We have a giant fucking issue," she seethed. "Which would be?" "Did you seriously send my daughter to her kindergarten orientation wearing a damned Easter dress and Converse?" Her voice was pitched high enough to be called a shriek. I bit back an instinctual reply, which would have been to tell her to fuck off and hang up. "She's Finley's mother," I repeated the thought 4 times before I spoke. "Not that I know of." I leaned down to lace my boots, holding the phone between my ear and shoulder. "So this picture Bree sent me isn't Finley's orientation? I just sent it." My phone vibrated and I pulled it back long enough to see the picture Bree had taken yesterday appear in our text thread. "That's Finley, right before orientation," I confirmed.
Jax!
"What?" I finished tying the first boot and started on the second. "She's not wearing an Easter dress because it doesn't have 1,000 bunnies on it, or eggs, or a giant cross. It's a party dress. And those aren't Converse, they're her favorite pair of Vans."
And you let her wear that? Do you know what the teacher must have thought? What the other kids must think about her?
"That's their problem," I retorted, taking a page out of Morgan's book as I tied the second boot. "Look, Claire, she wore whatever made her feel good about herself. If you have a problem with it, then I guess you should have been here to tell her that what people think is more important than how she feels."
I cannot believe that you just...
The alarm went off, and I jolted from the bench, racing for the hallway. "We've got a Mayday," Sawyer called out, running my way where all of our flight gear was stored. It was go time. "Claire, I'm going to have to call you back. There are people who need me to save them from an actual issue." I hung up and pocketed my phone without another thought about Claire as I ran back to the locker room. Sawyer and Garrett both came through the door as I grabbed my flight bag, then pressed a kiss to my fingers and touched the picture of Finley I kept taped on the inside of my locker door. Then I put her out of my mind too and focused only on the mission in front of me. Let's go save some lives.
Chapter 10. Morgan. I'm leaving you the truck. The best memories I have of it are with you in the passenger seat, so it seems fittin'. I stared at the door handle of Will's truck and reached, only to drop my hand yet again. Sam had told me to take it easy while she was visiting Grayson's grandparents for the weekend, but I wasn't going to show up at Dr. Cersei's office this week, having failed with the simple homework assignment of opening the damned door. But what if I opened the door and had another anxiety attack? Even worse, what if Jackson saw it? How was I supposed to go out with the man tonight if I wasn't even healthy enough to open this door? A set of tires crunched the gravel of my driveway, and a blue sedan stopped right in front of the truck. Christina climbed out. Great. Now I had a witness to my failure. "Well, good morning, sunshine." Christina held a cup of coffee as she glared me down in the odd combination of yoga pants over her wetsuit. "Hardly," I retorted. "I thought we were meeting at your shop. And what's with the wetsuit?" "I thought so too, but then you stood me up." She tilted her head. "I even grabbed you coffee. It's nasty when it's hot, so I bet it's extra special tasty when chilled by an hour of waiting." I looked from the coffee to her and back again. "Wait, we're supposed to meet at 9, right? I couldn't possibly be that late." "Yep, and it's now 10. She shook her phone. "Oh, God. I'm so sorry, Christina. I lost track of time. I'd been standing here for an hour and a half. I wasn't sure if I was more upset by the time loss or my ultimate inability to open the door." "It's okay. We can make the 11 o'clock class." She walked over to the construction dumpster and tossed the coffee over the metal edge. "Now get your wetsuit and let's go." "For yoga?" She grinned. "Do you trust me?" "No." I shook my head. "Smart woman. What if I ask you really nicely and promise not to ask you to surf?" She batted her lashes at me. I sighed. "Give me 5. I was supposed to be exercising my body and making new friends, and if that included putting on my wetsuit, then fine. At least I wouldn't fail that section of my homework. "Take 10, she answered with a shrug. I raced up my steps and didn't stop until I reached my bedroom, where I went to war with the neoprene piece of hell known as my wetsuit. Good Lord. This thing exhausted every muscle I had just getting it on. But I did. Thank God I didn't go with a full body model, or I wouldn't have made it. With already aching arms, I gathered my hair at the top of my head and looped it into a bun, then pulled on my yoga pants, grabbed my sunglasses, and headed back outside where Christina patiently waited for me. "Good girl. For your speed, I shall offer you a new cup of non-cold coffee on the way," she said with a smirk. We took her coupe, 20 minutes north to Avon, stopping along the way for the promised caffeine hit. "You goin' to pry?" I asked when I caught her glancing my way. "Nope. I figure if you want to tell me why you were staring at a pickup truck like it was your mortal enemy, you will." Her eyes cut my way. "Doesn't mean I'm not dying of curiosity." I took a sip of the caramel macchiato as we sped along the narrow parts of the island. "I'm struggling with a homework assignment my therapist gave me." I glanced at her. "Does it weird you out that I'm in therapy?" "Nope. You already told me you struggle with anxiety attacks. It weirds me out when people know they need help and still don't seek it. Homework, huh? Dead guy problems?" she asked. Somehow the blunt way she addressed it made me want to tell her. "Yeah, I'm supposed to open the door to his truck once a day. Just open it, not get in or drive it or anything, and I can't manage to do it." "Why not?" She pulled into a small parking lot on the inlet side of the island. "Probably because the last time I opened it, Jackson had a front row seat to an epic anxiety attack. I'm not too eager to undo all the progress I've made and risk that happening again." I nearly high-fived myself for analyzing my own motives pretty successfully. She parked, then turned toward me. "Which part? The attack or Jax seeing it? Also, it's adorable that you call him Jackson." I laughed off the last comment. "Both, I guess." I knew better than to try it again, honestly. Sam only left for the weekend because her husband's family asked her to come up for dinner, and I refused to go with her. She told me to give it a day and we'd try again when she gets back on Sunday, but I just stood there in front of that truck for an hour and a half after she left. "So, basically you had a free homework pass and tried anyway. Stupid, right?" I laughed again, forcing the sound out. "Brave. It tells me you're serious about getting past whatever is holding you back." She killed the ignition. "And the fact that I just stood there staring? That just makes you human. Now, are you done beating the shit out of yourself? Because this is a really cool class." "Well, you kind of take the fun out of it." This time when my lips lifted, the small smile was genuine. We got out of the car and walked through the parking lot. "I'm just glad you were lost in your own little world. I was kind of scared you'd stood me up because of Jax," Christina said, adjusting her beach bag on her shoulder. "I was afraid you were having second thoughts or something and didn't want to see me because we're friends." "Jackson?" I nearly tripped over my flip-flops. "You guys are going out tomorrow night, right?" She did a double take at my face and then sputtered, "Sorry, the guys at the station are pretty much a high school gossip club. Everyone knows everything." "We're not dating or anything," I assured her, just like I had myself about 14 billion times since he asked me last weekend. "We're just sightseeing." "It would be okay if you were. You know that, right?" "Right. But we're not." I shook my head emphatically. She raised her eyebrows but didn't argue as we walked down the wooden steps to the beach where our class of about half a dozen women waited, with paddle boards? "Christina, consider it the American Ninja Warrior of yoga." Our feet hit the sand and I shook my head. "I'm more on the chair aerobics level." I brought up my hands to show her my awesome synchronized finger push-ups. "Push your comfort zone. Let's go." No excuses. No option to back down. She firmly expected me to haul my uncoordinated butt up onto that paddleboard and do yoga. On the water. "And what happens when I fall off? Because that's definitely going to happen." I picked up the unclaimed board next to where Christina claimed hers, grateful that I'd put on the wetsuit. "You can swim, right?" "Well, yeah." "Then you get wet," she shrugged. "You can stay on shore the same way you could have stayed in bed this morning. It's your choice. No one can decide to start living for you, Morgan." She dropped her yoga pants and kicked off her sandals. I was living, right? I'd bought a house, was remodeling said house, and had managed to make friends with Jackson, Finley, And now Christina. Sure, maybe my outlook was still a little gray, but now my days had blocks of sunshine peering through the space that had only been dark before. Blocks of sunshine that had a lot to do with the guy I wasn't going on a date with tomorrow night. It was a sightseeing trip with a friend. Uh-huh. Kicking off my flip-flops, I wiggled my toes, feeling every nuance of the damp sand from its slight chill to the grit against my skin I knew would wear away the rougher edges of my feet if I walked far enough. Not abrasive as much as it was refining, comforting as it molded to my arches. I couldn't manage to open the truck door. I had weeks to go in this therapy that felt more like torture than healing. Will was dead, but I wasn't. Maybe it was time I started acting like it more than just the times Jackson dragged me out of the house. It wasn't just one big choice. It was 1,000 tiny ones just like this, just like saying yes to Jackson. I dropped my reservations and my pants on shore, then headed into the water with the board tucked under my arm and the ankle leash firmly secured, thanks to Christina. I managed to climb up onto my board in the hip-deep water with the rest of the class and thanked my lucky stars that we weren't on the ocean side of the island. Then I fell off. More than once. But I'll be damned if I didn't haul myself back up on that board every single time. This is not a date. This is not a date. This is not a date. I mentally repeated the phrase as I headed to answer my front door. Just because I had on a sundress and a little matching sweater didn't make it a date. A date would have meant heels, and my toes were currently cocooned in a pair of sensible but cute ballet flats. Maybe I'd shaved my legs, but that didn't make it a date either. Neither did my makeup or the fact that I'd taken the time to curl my hair. Those small acts had been my own affirmations of life. They had nothing to do with the man who'd rung my doorbell a few seconds ago. I exhaled slowly as I reached for the door handle, then took a fresh breath, pasted on a smile, and opened the door. Oh, shit. He had that whole beach casual vibe going on, and he made it look good. Really damn good. His hair had that messy, ran my fingers through it style, and he'd rolled up the sleeves of his white button-down shirt over a pair of dark blue cargo shorts. But it was his smile that seemed to stutter my heart. Wow. Morgan, you look incredible. Maybe it was the deep timbre of his voice, or the way his gaze warmed my skin as he glanced over me in the same way I'd just done to him. But suddenly, this felt very much like a date. Thank you, I managed to reply. You look great, too. That was absolutely an understatement. The man looked edible. Thanks. His smile widened. You ready? You betcha. You betcha? Oh, God. Did I really just say that? Where the hell was the charm I'd been known for? The quick, flirtin' smile? He didn't seem to notice that I'd answered him like an 85-year-old grandfather, and a couple of minutes later we were strapped into his Land Cruiser, heading south. So what exactly are you planning to show me in the dark? I asked, then mentally cursed myself again. You know, where we can't see anything? Stop! You're making it so much worse. He tossed a grin my way, then peered up through the windshield. It's a clear night and a full moon. It's a good night for climbing, wouldn't you say, Kitty? I scoffed. I'm not exactly dressed for mountaineering, Jackson. He slowed, pulling into the park. Good, because we don't exactly have any mountains around here. A turn later and my jaw dropped. But we do have lighthouses, he said as he parked the car. I stepped out into the parking lot, looking up and up and up at the black and white paint twisting its way up the enormous tower. This thing was colossal. It's the tallest brick lighthouse in the United States, Jackson noted as he shut his door, then came around to my side and shut mine since I'd been too busy gaping. And we're going to climb it? I swore to God, if that man busted out a climbing harness and rope, we're going to climb the stairs inside it. And they let you do that at 9 o'clock on a Saturday night? He laughed, sending a wave of flutters through my stomach. Starting next month. They'll do full moon tours, but tonight it's just you and me. Come on. He motioned toward the sidewalk that led to the lighthouse, and we walked down the moonlit path. Hey, Jax. A tall, heavy man with a thick black beard and wearing a uniform stepped out of the doorway as we approached. John, thanks for letting us in, Jackson said as he shook the man's hand. No problem. I owe you a hell of a lot more than a little late-night access. You going to introduce me to your girl? He turned a kind smile on me. Oh, I'm not his girl. She's not my girl. We spoke at the same time, then let the awkwardness speak for itself. Right. He glanced between us. Okay, well, the stairwell lights are on, but the deck lights are off, so you two be careful. We assured him we would be, and then walked into the lighthouse. I took in the spiral staircase and shook my head. What exactly does John owe you for, anyway? Jackson's jaw flexed before he answered. I got his brother out of a tight spot once. Nothing big. The way he looked away told me otherwise. You have a thing for saving people, don't you? Like me? You have no idea. He answered quietly, staring up the center of the staircase. Okay, tour guide, I said as my foot hit the first metal step. Time to start guiding. I promise it's worth it. He swore as we started to climb. It's 31 steps between each landing for a total of 257 steps, he recited, beginning my evening history lesson. I fell into the rhythm of my feet and the cadence of his voice as he told me all about why it had been constructed in the 1800s. The graveyard of the Atlantic? I questioned. Don't you think that's a little extreme? My breathing grew labored, and I noted with more than a little awe and annoyance that his didn't. No, sir, he was still breathing deep and even. How in the blazing hell did he spend an hour on the Stairmaster every day? I'll show you, he promised. This is the last stretch of stairs before the top. You mean this eventually ends? I teased with mock wonder. He shook his head, but there was laughter in those blue eyes. Yeah, keep climbing, kitty. Don't you ever do anything for fun that doesn't burn 1,000 calories? What do you mean? Come walk the beach, Morgan. My voice lowered in an awful Jackson impression. Come surfing, Morgan. Look, there's yoga to learn, Morgan. His laugh echoed through the brick structure. Why not let's see a movie, Morgan, or my personal favorite, let's order in and watch Netflix, Morgan. We finally reached a landing with a door, and I turned toward him as he stepped up beside me, drawing my eyes upward again. I asked, lifting an eyebrow. I will order in with you whenever you want. His gaze dropped to my lips, and the temperature in the lighthouse rose, or maybe that was just my own body. I'll even let you pick what we do next time. Next time. I swallowed, trying to find the levity we'd had just seconds ago. I hope you're up for a fun night of reading on the couch, I teased. I'll come read with you, he offered in what had to be the sexiest voice imaginable. Hell, that was the sexiest line imaginable. What book are you spending your nights with? I just finished Mrs. Dalloway and I'm on to Orlando now. I'm on a bit of a Virginia Woolf kick. Go figure. You're a classics kind of girl. He grinned. You almost had me fooled, thinking you were all about night hikes. He joked. I scoffed. I'm not exactly an outdoor kind of girl, you know. At least I hadn't been. With all the shell hunting, beach walking, and yoga and surfing, you could have fooled me. The old me preferred pedicures to four-wheeling, and the only things I hunted on the beach were boys and a tan. Oh, and the occasional jet ski trip. My shoulders lifted in a shrug. The old you, huh?
He took a few steps to my right and reached for the door handle. Yep, she even came with a quick smile and a sharp little tongue when the occasion called for it. That was a whole other life, a whole other girl. But the girl I was tonight didn't feel too bad either.
You still have those things. Trust me. And I happen to like whatever version of you this is just fine. In fact, I have yet to see any version of you I don't like. They're all just you.
The sincerity in his eyes stripped away another layer of my defenses, but I didn't feel raw or exposed. I felt seen, which was oddly comforting in a way I really didn't want to examine at the moment. Thank you. So are you going to open that door, or was this hike just for fun? He stepped to the side and opened the door with a flourish.
After you.
I stepped onto the deck, and my hair went wild, flying varying directions in the soft breeze that whipped at me from the ocean. I fisted the strands in one hand and the hem of my dress in the other as Jackson came through the door behind me and shut it. We stood on a circular deck just below the top of the lighthouse, where a light rotated in a steady rhythm at least 10 feet above our heads. His wide grin had me questioning his sanity.
You look just like you did when I first saw you.
Oh? I said softly. He remembered the beach that well?
Here.
He came close enough that I felt the heat of his skin as his arms reached around me, replacing my hands with his.
Now you can grab a hair tie if you want.
What makes you think I have a hair tie? I arched a brow, refusing to give in to how damned handsome the man looked in the moonlight.
Don't all women keep a hair tie in their purse?
He nodded toward mine, which I'd slung diagonally over my shoulder. I'm not sure there's anything that all women do, I retorted, knowing full well that I had a tie in my bag. But common sense prevailed, and I surrendered my hair and hem to him, then reached for my handbag. My cheek brushed his bare forearm when I turned my head, and I muttered an apology as I quickly found the tie and restrained my hair in a quick bun. Jackson won another point when he didn't mention that I had indeed had a tie, as he'd assumed. Instead, he took hold of my shoulders and turned me slowly, so I faced the ocean.
Worth the hike.
My breath caught, and I moved forward to lean against the cool metal railing, hoping it was enough to keep my skirt from flying up over my underwear. These were definitely a step up from my Hello Kitties, and I wasn't exactly ready to show them off. "It's beautiful," I said, unsure if the wind made it too hard for Jackson to hear. The full moon played off the waves in the distance, streaking a path of white across the water that led straight to the beach, illuminating the coastline in a blend of light and shadows, softening the dramatic landscape. Jackson questioned as he came up behind me, his head over my shoulder. I said, "It's beautiful." My mind drew a blank as I struggled to think about anything besides how close he was. Now there were merely inches, if that, between us, torturous yet necessary. Those inches were all that kept the flutters in my stomach from turning into something far more potent and dangerous.
Yeah, it sure is.
I tilted my head slightly, and his lips brushed my ear. Air rushed into my lungs as that tiny, accidental caress sent shimmers of unexpected pleasure down my spine.
Do you see that?
He reached across my shoulder with a pointed finger. The waves? I looked out to the ocean, following the path he'd given me.
This is where the cold Labrador current meets the warm Gulf Stream. It makes the shoals shift in unpredictable ways that can cause ships to wreck.
His voice was soft in my ear, his lips close, but not touching me. How many do you think have been wrecked over the years? The waves seemed almost harmless in the distance.
The experts around here estimate about 2,000.
The graveyard of the Atlantic, I remembered, watching the waves. So beautiful, yet so dangerous. You think there are still shipwrecks happening out there?
Right now, I hope not. But yeah, they happen around here more than we'd like. That's for sure. He dropped his arm and moved so he stood beside me, both of our hands on the railing. His clenched the metal as he took what looked to be a steadying breath. It seems almost foolish, doesn't it? To know how dangerous the water is and still choose to sail it? That seems like the definition of insanity to me. Once something shows you how deadly it can be, I choose to believe it and steer clear. The wind swept over the backs of my thighs, and I immediately missed the heat of him while simultaneously cursing my decision to wear a dress. Pain flickered across his features, and my stomach lurched. I'd touched a nerve somehow. He caught me watching him and forced a sad smile. Sorry, my mind drifted. My parents died in a boating accident when I was 17. Oh, God. Jackson, I'm so sorry. My stomach halted its lurch and just plain plummeted as my hand covered his. I didn't even have words to cover my utter insensitivity. 17. He'd been so young. Don't be. You didn't know. He looked back over the water as his fingers splayed on the railing. Mine fell into the gaps, and he tightened slightly, leaving our fingers laced. Dad knew the waters really damn well, but the weather came in faster than forecasted, and he exhaled slowly. I lost them both off the coast of Maine. The thing about the ocean is she can lull you into thinking you're her equal. You understand her tides, her waves, her currents, and you begin to feel like you're partners, as though the love you feel for her is somehow returned. Love, huh? I questioned softly, wondering if that's what had driven him to study oceanography. Where I had avoided everything that reminded me of my loss, he'd embraced and examined the very thing that killed his parents. Had that exorcised the demons of his grief, or was I the only one who had those? Love, he confirmed. Being out there on the water is as life-affirming to some people as sex is to others. The ocean is in their soul, and you're right. Maybe it's a little bit of insanity that brings people out on those waters in particular. He nodded toward the divergence of the two currents in front of us. But from what I've seen, the only emotions that overpower our own sense of self-preservation are obsession and love, and the ocean is both for a lot of people. They fuck up when they forget that she's too deep, too stubborn, and too powerful to love you back. There's never a partnership because she's always in control. I'm so sorry you lost them. It was all I could think to say. It was the only thing I'd ever wanted to hear, so maybe it was the same for him. His fingers tightened around mine in a reassuring squeeze. Thanks. They would have really liked you, and they would have been utterly wrapped around Finley's finger. I made a mental note to call Mama tomorrow, and absorbed his words quietly as a comfortable silence fell over us. The ocean looked exactly as he described, inky black under the night sky, breathtakingly beautiful and wickedly powerful. His thumb moved, stroking the edge of my pinky in an absent-minded pattern. It was soothing, comforting, even, and I had no desire to pull away or put distance between us. Holy shit! I liked the way he touched me. I liked way more than that about him, if I was being honest with myself. Sure, I liked the way he looked, but there wasn't much to not like. His profile was strong, his chin carved and nose straight with a slight bump that made me wonder if he'd broken it once, and his lips somehow managed to look hard and deliciously soft at the same time. I'd seen enough of his body to know what was under that shirt, and the simple memory of him jogging toward me on the beach sent a flash of heat through my veins, strong enough to kick up my pulse. He turned his head, looking down the beach, and I mentally sent up a prayer of thanks that he hadn't caught me staring at him or turned those eyes on me. I swung my face the opposite direction and found a thick strip of scarred land that ran between the lighthouse and our own homes. What's that from? I pointed with my free hand so I wouldn't have to let go of his. He followed my gaze, still stroking that swirling pattern on my skin. That's the path from when they moved the lighthouse. They what? No way. This lighthouse? My jaw dropped. This thing was huge. And they moved it? This lighthouse, he confirmed, a corner of his mouth lifting in clear amusement at my disbelief. A little over 20 years ago, they moved it from there. He gestured a little north where the path ended at the beach. To here. It was the only thing they could do to save it. Save it? From what? Men who mislead unsuspecting women, expecting a little sightseeing and get a stairmaster instead? I raised my eyebrows and he laughed. Flirting. Oh, my stars, I was flirting, and it felt great. My heart stuttered a beat in the best possible way, and I outright smiled, reveling in both the emotion and my ability to feel it. Jackson's eyes flared, darting between my lips and my eyes before he shook his head slightly and blinked. The ocean, he replied in a voice that sounded like it had been scraped over sandpaper. They had to save it from the ocean, because the shoreline changes so much. Exactly. Those eyes. Even in the moonlight, when I couldn't see every shade of blue that made them so irresistible, they turned my knees to jello. Or maybe that was just Jackson in general if I was still on that honest with myself kick. I looked back to the path. How far did they move it? Man, I'm glad I studied for this date. He laughed. 2,900 feet. I didn't cringe at the word date. How on earth do you move something this big? Just like you take on any huge project, one tiny step at a time. It took them 23 days and a hell of a lot of engineering. Did they take it apart and rebuild it? I leaned over a little, taking in the distance to the ground and hoping it was the dizzying height that had my heart strumming faster. God, what was wrong with me? I'd been around Jackson plenty of times and never had such a schoolgirl reaction. You've never been completely alone with him before. There'd always been Finley or Sam or an entire barbecue's worth of people around us. No, they left it intact. Impossible. He laughed. Why? Look at this thing. It's huge. I gawked up at him. Don't forget old. Almost 150 years, he added, turning his body toward mine. Told you I studied. Like we were a pair of magnets, I moved to face him, our hands fallen from the railing but staying twined. With his free hand, he stroked the back of his fingers down my cheek, slowly. But she's also too important, too unique, and too beautiful to stand by and do nothing while she drowns. While she might look delicate, she's actually incredibly strong and capable of taking a storm or two. I stilled, knowing that he'd stopped talking about the lighthouse. Jackson, I begged, but I wasn't sure what for. Morgan. His fingers slid to the back of my neck while his thumb repeated the stroke across my cheek. God, that felt good. A rush of longing filled my entire body, stirring parts of me I was sure had long since died, the parts that remembered need, want, and desire, the parts that remembered how it felt to be the object of someone else's desire too. And those neglected pieces of me hungered as they roused, demanding to be acknowledged and appeased. I fought to find a shred of my common sense amid the onslaught of pure, selfish craving that had me staring at his mouth. You don't want this, I told him softly, my Jacksonless hand clutching the railing as if it would keep me grounded. I don't want what? He questioned, lowering his head until our foreheads touched. Because you can't tell me that I don't want you. Oh, God. Joy, disbelief, yearning. Emotions flew at me so fast I could barely process them, but one stood out the loudest. Fear. Was it fear for him? or fear of him. Yes. You can't. I'm a mess. And not just a little mess. I'm the kind that has a pile of wreckage for a heart, anxiety attacks I can't control, and a therapist I see every week in the hopes that I can eventually talk to my best friend again, or just open the door of a truck I never wanted. My eyes squeezed shut. Trust me. You don't want this. You don't want me. Morgan. No. I retreated from his arms, and my skin ached at the loss of contact. Was I so desperate for human touch? Just Jackson's. I'm not being coy or playing games, which is ironic since I used to be really good at all that. I'm genuinely telling you to run for your life. From you. The skin between his eyebrows wrinkled, and I was struck with a ridiculous urge to smooth it with my fingers. Yes! His jaw ticked, and his eyes turned fierce, pinning me to the lighthouse deck with the force of his stare. Morgan, you don't get to tell me what I want any more than I get to dictate your feelings. I blinked, admitting the undeniable logic of his statement. That's fair. If you don't want to start something with me, then that's your choice, and I'll respect it, no matter how badly I want to convince you otherwise. Thank you. Crap, was that a twinge of disappointment that lowered my shoulders? His head tilted back as his chest rose and fell with a deep breath, as if he was the one struggling for control, not me. When he met my gaze again, I held my breath. What the hell did I really want? To press pause on this moment, call Sam and get her take on it, and then press play again so I know what I'm supposed to be feeling. Like that was going to happen. I know about the anxiety attacks. Remember, I was there for one. He stated simply, like we were talking about what we'd had for lunch. I'm glad you have a therapist, because I'm well aware that you're working through something that you're not ready to let me in on, and that's okay. You don't exactly know everything about me either, and chances are the more you know, the more you'll think you're the one who should run. He didn't move a muscle, but the way he looked at me felt like a caress all the same. In fact, I know you'll be the one running. From you? I scoffed. You're the most together person I know. Even if he was still pining for his ex, but who was I to judge? Then you should meet more people. He cocked an eyebrow at me. Morgan, I like you. And I don't just mean as my neighbor. I want you in a way that keeps me up at night, mentally calculating the steps between my door and yours. I want you so badly that I barely stop myself from taking those steps every single night. I have no problem owning my feelings about you. And while I'm not going to push you for something when you obviously don't feel the same, my jaw dropped. I never said I don't want you. I damn well think you deserve to know that you might preach you're a mess. But I think you're pretty fucking perfect. Wreckage and all. Every protest died on my tongue at the tangible sincerity in his voice. Are you struggling? He started again. Yeah, that's obvious. But God, you're a fighter. Even if you don't see it. You had the courage to pick up your whole life and move because you knew you needed a fresh start. You might not be able to open that truck door, but you didn't just dump it in some storage lot and run. That shit is in your front yard where you choose to confront it every day. You push your boundaries, whether it's on a surfboard or letting me drag you to a barbecue. You have loyal friends, which means you're pretty damn loyal yourself. And when death came flying at you in the form of the weather vane that time forgot, your first instinct was to protect my daughter. Which is enough to make me fall at your feet without the fact that you're the most exquisite woman I've ever laid eyes on. Which you are. He lifted that eyebrow in challenge again. My lips parted, and the butterflies in my stomach fluttered so fast the friction warmed me from the inside out. Even as they threatened to turn to flame and catch my body on fire, he actually wanted me. He saw the mess and wanted me anyway. somehow finding beauty in everything I called wreckage. Damn it, I didn't want it to be wreckage anymore. I wanted to be whole again. I wanted to have something to offer this man who took me hiking in the moonlight and pulled me away from my own shadows with his light. My breath abandoned me as the realization hit. He made me want to live, not just survive and hope for the best. He'd reignited that spark within me from the moment I'd felt that flare of attraction on the beach and the care he'd taken when rescuing me from my own staircase. That spark grew every time he made me laugh or smile or roll my eyes. It thrived when I made plans with him, finally willing to look forward in my life. I might have been doing the work in therapy, but there was no denying that Sam was right. Jackson had become my reward for learning to live again. Don't look at me like that. He raked his hand over his hair. You're gorgeous, and that's not even close to being the best part about you. Every time you let me into that head of yours, I feel like the luckiest asshole on the planet, and there's nothing I've found that would make me want you any less. God, everything about you pulls me in closer without even trying. Like I said, I can own that. And sure, the way I feel about you scares the shit out of me. But that's what tells me it's real. So yeah, I'll respect your lack of feelings because I feel way too much. But please don't tell me that I can't want you. Because I do. And I'm sure of this enough to wait until you're in a place to see just how amazing you... I stopped his words with my lips.
Chapter 11. Jackson. 1 second, I was laying into the woman about how incredible she was, and the next, she was pressed against me with her mouth on mine. I lost a heartbeat or two in shock, but I got with the program in the next breath. I wrapped an arm around her waist and cradled the nape of her neck with the other. Morgan, I whispered against her lips in question. Kiss me, Jackson, she demanded, looping her arms around my neck. The words struck me like a match to a pile of kindling, the flame instant and consuming. I locked down the need pounding through my veins and kissed her gently, savoring her quick intake of breath and the way she rose against me for more. I was not going to fuck this up by moving too fast. I'd keep up these light, sipping kisses all night if that kept her in my arms. Sound plan. Take it slow. She swept her tongue over my lower lip, then gently tugged it between her teeth. Fuck the plan. I kissed her deep, sinking my tongue between her parted lips with a groan I couldn't contain. She tasted sweeter than I could have imagined, citrus with a hint of vanilla on her lips. Her arms tightened around me and I tilted her head slightly so I could sink into her mouth over and over, learning every curve and line as her tongue rubbed and swirled around mine. More. I wanted more. I wanted to kiss her until neither of us could remember any kiss that came before this one. My fingers flexed at her waist, holding her tight as our mouths moved together like we'd been kissing for years, not minutes. She fit perfectly against me, soft and curved everywhere I wasn't. My hand slid into her hair as the back of her dress whipped at my arm in the wind. Do not think about what's under it. She gasped as another gust lifted the fabric, but she dove back into the kiss, her tongue darting into my mouth with little flicks that drove my need for her higher and wound me tighter. I lowered my arm over the curve of her ass and lifted, keeping my fingers splayed on her hip as I pivoted and took 3 steps, putting her back against the lighthouse so I could use my body to shelter her from the wind. Her eyes flared at the contact, and I rested my forehead against hers as our breaths became choppy and harsh. Fuck me. How was I ever going to stop kissing her? She was one of those drugs you were never supposed to experiment with. One hit and I was addicted. Too much? I asked, my voice rough as I lowered her feet to the deck. She shook her head slowly, then ran her tongue over her lower lip. Not enough. Her knee rose against the outside of my thigh. I muttered a curse, then filled my hands with her ass and picked her up the way I'd wanted to since the moment I'd found those curves dangling in my face. Her long legs wrapped around my waist, her ankles locking at the small of my back as I brought my mouth to hers. She whimpered, one of her hands in my hair and the other holding the nape of my neck like I was a prisoner instead of a more than willing participant. The sound didn't help the current situation in my shorts, and I didn't honestly care. I kissed her deeper just so I could hear it again. She ripped her mouth from mine and tilted her head back as she gasped for a breath. I moved to her neck, kissing a path down the slender, soft column and pausing to suck gently at the spots that made her grip tighten. "Jackson," she moaned when I reached the sensitive spot beneath her ear. I rocked against her instinctively, then stilled, letting my breath release slowly as I counted to 5. The woman had me dancing on the edge of my self-control. I could have blamed it on my months of celibacy, but it was simply Morgan. Everything about her turned me on, and getting her in my hands and under my mouth robbed me of every logical thought, which wasn't good for either of us. I had to slow this down before we went too far. She brushed her lips over my cheek and tightened her thighs at my waist as she made her way back to my mouth. I groaned in surrender as I kissed her breathless, living for the caress of her tongue against mine. Fuck, I could feel the heat of her skin through the fabric of her dress. If I shifted my grip, I could slide my hand up her bare thigh. "Stop. You can't take this any further." I mentally swatted my conscience when she rocked her hips over mine with a little moan. We were going to be so damned good together. I'd give her as many orgasms as her body could take and then start all over again, only stopping when she was just as addicted to me as I already was to her. I'd be whatever she needed. You're the opposite of what she needs, and you know it. I stilled against her mouth. She didn't know. I had dumped my feelings all over her without offering her the one truth that would give her the information she really needed. I sent up a prayer that this wouldn't be the only time I kissed Morgan. Then I fought my own instincts and slowed the tempo, gentling my mouth even as she whimpered in protest. "We should go," I said against her lips, then gave her one last soft, lingering kiss before easing her legs from my waist. My body was never going to forgive me, but I'd never forgive myself if I let this happen under false pretense. "Okay." She blinked at me slowly, her eyes hazy with the same desire that pumped through my veins and had me harder than stone at her back. Once her feet reached the ground, I took her hand in mine and led her back into the lighthouse, shutting the door after us. "Ready to head down?" I asked, trying to breathe steadily and failing miserably. She nodded, her chest rising and falling just as erratically as mine. I walked down ahead of her just in case she stumbled, her fingers laced with mine as I held her hand awkwardly behind my back. Unless my shoulder dislocated, I wasn't letting go. I used every single one of those 257 steps to formulate a plan, to come up with a way to phrase the truth of what I did for a living so she wouldn't run. By the time we reached the ground, my breathing had evened out, but my mind was blank. We thanked John for letting us up into the lighthouse after hours and walked back along the sidewalk to the parking lot. "Thank you," she said with a little sigh, smiling up at me. "That really was worth the hike." "My pleasure." I tried to smile, but it came out weirdly enough that Morgan's brows knit. "What's wrong?" she asked as we approached the car. I tried to answer, but the words just weren't there. She'd been brave enough to lay her shit out. Well, everything but the cause of her anxiety attacks, and here I was fumbling for an explanation. She raised her eyebrows at me when I opened her door, but she got in without protest. I slid behind the wheel and fired up the ignition, then slowly pulled out of the lot. "Did I do something wrong?" Her voice trembled on the last word in a way that broke my fucking heart. "No, God, no. You're perfect. That was perfect. Kissing you is..." I shook my head as we drove out of the park. "Perfect," she guessed, but her smile was shaky. "More than. But I didn't plan on that happening." My left hand gripped the wheel as my right reached for hers. "Right," she replied with a touch of ice, retracting her hand and placing it in her lap. The move was a direct gut punch, and I more than deserved it. What do you mean, right? She shrugged, staring out the windshield.
I mean, I'm sure you didn't plan on me basically jumping on you and kissing you like that. I'm sorry.
You're sorry? I snapped in surprise, my gaze jerking toward hers as much as possible while still keeping my eyes on the road. Why the hell would you be sorry?
Because it's obviously not something you wanted,
she exclaimed with a sharp note of self-loathing. Trust me, it's definitely something I wanted, something I still want. I was tempted to put her hand on my dick to prove just how much want there actually was. There's just something you need to know about me first, and I was going to tell you tonight.
I already know you're still in love with your ex.
What? Hell no. I pulled off the pavement, turning onto one of the many dirt roads that led to the beach and putting the car in park so I could turn to face her. This wouldn't wait the 5 minutes it would take to drive us home. I'm not in love with Claire, no fucking way. Just the thought spiked my blood pressure. Her face puckered with confusion.
You're not?
No.
Then what could I possibly need to know before a kiss? She fired back. Are you a murderer?
No, I scoffed.
A kidnapper? Rapist? Do you have 3 other wives spread around the United States?
She shrugged in obvious frustration. I don't have a single wife, let alone 3.
Then what?
I'm a pilot. Shit. It fell out of my mouth so carelessly that I wanted to suck it back in, hit rewind on this moment and do it all again. She stilled completely. No blinks, no cursing me out, no glares, nothing. I wasn't even sure she was breathing. I sure wasn't.
You said you were in the Coast Guard,
she accused softly, still staring at me in what I assumed had to be shock. I am, I assured her, leaning on the console between us. I'm a search and rescue pilot for the Coast Guard. Her eyes flared, not in fear, but with stark, palpable terror.
Helicopters,
she finally whispered. Helicopters, I confirmed, swallowing the rising knot in my throat. This wasn't how I wanted to tell you. I was going to explain why I chose my career and take me home. The demand was icy and flat as she turned away from me. Morgan, please, let me explain. My mind scrambled with panic. If I could just get her to listen, then she'd understand, right? She opened the door. Where are you going? I reached for her elbow. She turned just enough to glare at my fingers on her sweater. I removed them immediately. Fuck. This wasn't going well.
If you won't take me home, I'll walk. I can see the lighthouse from my deck, which means if I take this trail, the beach will lead me home.
She paused, her hand lingering on the handle. I'll take you home. She shut the door, then stared out the windshield as I put the car in reverse. Something I wished I could do with the last 5 minutes of my life. We pulled onto the pavement, and I headed toward our houses. The silence between us wasn't just tense, it was sharp enough to draw blood or break hearts. I had to fix this. She wasn't just a friend or the woman who lived next door. I cared about her, and I wasn't willing to let whatever this was between us go without a fight. Fuck that. A battle. I put my mental armor on and prepared to go to war against her past in the hopes that she'd give me a chance for a future. When my parents died, I began.
No, she shook her head. You don't get to speak. You lied to me.
I never told you I wasn't a pilot. I turned onto our streets.
Semantics don't make you honest, Jackson, she snapped.
When faced with which driveway to pull into, I chose mine, hoping it would give me more time. I get that, and you're right, I should have told you sooner, but I knew you'd react just like this. I put the car in park, and I wanted you to know me, not just what I did, before we had this conversation. Morgan! She was already out of the car. I killed the ignition and took off after her, catching up midway between our yards. Please, just give me a chance to explain. She spun around and stuck her finger in my face.
You've had all the time in the world to do that, and you chose not to.
I barely managed to stop my momentum quickly enough to keep from running her over, and then she was off again, striding toward her house. Kitty, come on. How the hell was I supposed to get her to understand if she wouldn't even listen? I chased after her like the desperate fool I was.
Oh no,
she threw over her shoulder as she reached her steps.
You don't get to call me that. Never again.
She marched up 2 of the steps and then paused, going still as a statue. My feet froze to the very sand beneath them. I knew an approaching storm when I saw one, and she was a Cat 5 hurricane spinning just off my coast. Her shoulders rose slightly, and then she turned on her steps and advanced toward me. She was a storm, all right, and I wasn't sure I'd be standing after she released all the wrath in those eyes. "You knew." She flung the accusation from a few feet away, planting her feet and crossing her arms. I swallowed. "You knew I would shut you out the moment you told me you were a damned flyboy." Yes, this had just gotten so much worse for me. "You know what happened, don't you?" she seethed, her jaw clenching. Fuck. My eyes closed momentarily with the realization that I'd lost this battle long before I'd come clean in the car. I took a deep, fortifying breath and found her staring at me with the kind of loathing that only broken trust could evoke. "I know what happened to Will," I admitted. She blanched, her eyes flying wide, then narrowing. "Don't ever say his name," she cried, that finger coming at me again. "You don't have the right." Okay. This was so far beyond bad that my stomach took up permanent residence in my feet. "How dare you bring him into this?" Her finger trembled. "Morgan, he's already in this." She flinched and lowered her arm. "Who told you what happened? I know it wasn't Sam. She wouldn't do that to me." "No one told me." I shifted my weight, hoping the motion would appease my need to cross the distance between us and hold her. It didn't. "I saw the wings that day you had me get the registration out of the truck, and the name on those dog tags hanging from the mirror is the same one on the registration." "And you what? Googled him?" she fired back. "Pretty much." My lips pressed in a thin line as I nodded, knowing the gathering fire in her eyes was about to come right for me. "How dare you?" Her hands dropped to form fists at her sides. "I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have. But you just had that anxiety attack, and you decided that my past was up for investigation? You wanted to see what had turned me into a neurotic shell of who I used to be?" she cried. "I wanted to solve a mystery that I knew you wouldn't explain. And I don't think you're neurotic. I think you went through something that you're still recovering from." I tucked my hands into my pockets. "If a woman doesn't want to tell you about the fucked up past that she's barely survived, then you don't go searching for it, you asshole." My eyebrows rose. That was the first time I'd ever heard the woman curse. "You're right. And I'm so sorry." She offered me a look that clearly told me I was an idiot. "I'm sorry doesn't remotely begin to cover this. You went looking for something you have zero right to know. If I wanted you to know, I would have told you. You had no right." "I'm sorry, Morgan," I said again. "I'll make it up to you, I swear." "You can make it up to me by staying the hell away from me." I felt the blood rush from my face. "Please don't ask that from me." "I'm not exactly giving you a choice," she spat. "What did you think was going to happen? That I'd say it's perfectly fine that you fly those death traps and we—" She tilted her head. "What exactly do you want from me, Jackson?" "You," I replied, taking a step toward her. "I just want you." Her chin rose. "I'm not something you can have. Not now, and apparently not ever." She was pissed and hurt, and I knew there was a chance those words were simply a reflection of those feelings, but damn did they sting. "I know that what you've been through has to make you scared of being with another pilot." "Don't presume to know my feelings just because you threw Will's name into a search engine," she interrupted. "You might know all about how he died. But that doesn't qualify you to even begin knowing the first thing about him, or the way I feel about him, or you, or anything." Color flooded her cheeks and her shoulders rose, and fell fast enough that I started to worry about her having another attack. "Fine. Then how do you feel?" I questioned, my voice rising slightly. "Because you never talk about it. You've told me that you don't talk to your best friend, and that you can't open that truck door, but you never go into the why of it. You know everything about me with the exception of how I make my money, and you never give me the same access. You never let me in." "Let you in? Like I actually want you to see inside this?" She gestured to her torso. "What do you want to know, Jackson?
that I dream about him every night, that I watch the video he left for me before bed or I can't sleep, that my nightmares are full of the sound of crunching metal and gunshots, but I wasn't there with him, so my mind gives me 1,000 different scenarios. Morgan, I whispered, reaching for her. She moved away from my touch. You think I'm scared to be with another pilot? I wasn't even with Will. We never got the damned chance. And look how that turned out. I'm not scared of what you do. I'm terrified. I'm paralyzed by anxiety attacks I can't control. And they're so bad that one of my best friends has to live with me until I get through a therapy program for it. The same friend who Skypes with her husband every day because he's flying helicopters in the same fucking country that took the man I loved. And every breath I take is heavy with dread that those fucking uniforms are going to show up at the door for Sam. Is that what you want to hear? Her voice pitched to a near scream. Yes, I want to know how you feel, and I don't care if it's ugly. I would take whatever she wanted to give me, whatever she was. Her eyes narrowed. How I feel about you isn't ugly, and that's the problem. I moved here so I could lick my wounds in peace, and you appeared all gorgeous and smart and funny and so damned concerned about me. And you tell me you're in the Coast Guard, and I figure oceanographers can't get hurt in the Coast Guard, right? I opened my mouth, then shut it again, because anything I said would only dig me deeper into this hole I created, and right now it was the size of the Grand Canyon. And then you let me get close to you, and Finley, and suddenly I'm waking up again, and I start looking forward to things like seeing you, and I feel happy when I'm around you, and I start to realize that when I'm with you, he isn't with me. And as much as that fucks with my head, I accept it. You push me to start living again, and so I do, and then you take me up a lighthouse, and I kiss you, and it's just... Her eyes closed as she shook her head, and when she opened them again, she was even angrier. It's the most incredible kiss I've ever had. That's not a bad thing. It was incredible for me, too. The best I've ever felt. Hope brought my stomach back into place. You don't get it. Will was the last person to kiss me. That was supposed to be the best. And then there you are, blowing my mind, and you have the nerve to make me want you. Her outstretched hands moved with every word. Morgan, I want you too. I've wanted you since I saw you on that beach, and I knew we'd end up here the moment you mocked my barbecue skills and ate that burger anyway. I want you. Damn you! She screamed, her eyes filling with tears that caught in the moonlight. Damn you for making me want you, for making me think I have a shot at being happy again, and then snatching it away because you do the same fucking thing he did. She pointed at the truck parked 15 feet away, just outside the boathouse. You do the same thing that got him killed, and I swore I would never put myself in that position again. Never. Not for you, not for anyone. The first tear spilled over and raced down her cheek. Don't cry. God, Kitty, don't cry. I moved toward her, but she walked straight past me, headed for the truck. Don't touch me. Stay away from me. How could you do it? She shouted, not even bothering to look back. How could you make me want you, make me think we have a chance, and then break me into a million pieces? It's not fair, and I hate you for it. My heart lurched, but there was nothing I could say or do to alleviate her pain. There was an overwhelming chance that the possibility of what we could be might not be enough to outweigh what loving him had cost her. She grabbed the door handle to the truck and flung it open only a few inches before slamming it shut again. Holy shit, she did it. She opened the door. Why? Why me? Why that fucking helicopter? Why? She screamed, punctuating each question with another slam of the door. Watching her breakthrough felt a lot like watching her fall apart, and it was so fucking painful that my hand grabbed at my chest. Headlights caught my attention as a car drove down Morgan's driveway, but she didn't stop yelling at me as she abused the door. The car drove past Morgan and parked next to the Mini. It was Sam. She got out and shut the door, then stared, drop-jawed at Morgan before looking at me. Her gaze darted between us, her head swiveling back and forth like we were a tennis match before she approached me. You made me want you, Morgan screamed, slamming the door again. "What the hell did you do?" Sam asked, arching an eyebrow in clear warning as she folded her arms across her chest. "I told her I'm a search and rescue pilot for the Coast Guard. I fly helicopters," I told her without taking my eyes from Morgan's rage. "You have got to be shitting me," Sam seethed. I wish I was. At that moment, I wanted to be anything else. "I don't know what to do. Should I go over there?" She snorted. "Unless you'd like Morgan to put your head in that doorframe between slams, I'd stay right where you are. Fucking flyboys." She muttered that last part. "God damn it," Morgan shouted, throwing her weight into the slams of the heavy door. "Stupid fucking helicopters." "She doesn't usually swear," Sam noted. "Picked up on that? Think she's picturing me?" I questioned, my voice lowering. Every time she slammed the door, my heart felt the impact. "Probably," she shrugged, then sighed, watching her friend. "I never meant to hurt her. Guys like you never do." "Know a lot of guys like me?" I challenged, still staring at the woman I couldn't get out of my head. "A few," she huffed. "Is she going to be all right? Have you seen her do this before?" God, I wanted to wrap my arms around Morgan, but I somehow doubted she'd let me comfort her when I was the one who'd hurt her in the first place. "Open the door or rage out her feelings?" Sam questioned. "The feelings. I know all about the door." From the corner of my eye, I saw her look at me like I might not be as stupid as she first thought. "Huh. I'm glad. And no, I've never seen her lose her shit like this. She usually shoves it all inside for fear of hurting someone else with her own feelings. She's an expert emotional masochist." I watched Morgan rage, seeing it differently with that knowledge. "So while she obviously hates me, at least it's good that she's letting it out." Morgan screamed out her hatred with another slam, proving my point. "Did she have an anxiety attack when you told her that you're a pilot?" "No. She yelled a lot, but no anxiety attack that I could tell." Sam sighed in obvious relief. "Then I'd call that tantrum over there progress, and we're just going to wait over here and let that fire burn itself out." God, she's so pissed at me. I shoved my hands into my pockets. "Yeah, she is." "How could you do this to me? You made me fall for you." Morgan's voice was turning hoarse from screaming. I sucked in a ragged breath. She'd fallen for me. That had to be a good thing, right? That meant I had a shot. "You let me think we had a chance, and then you yanked the rug. You kissed me, and you told me I was beautiful. You told me we'd try. You promised we'd finally be together, and then you fucking left me. How could you do that to me? How could you die for them and not live for me? I hate you. You ruined my life. I loved you, and you ruined me." Nausea gripped me hard and fast. "I don't think you're the one she's picturing anymore," Sam said softly, squeezing my arm to pull the sting from her words. "Why don't you head home? I'll take care of her." "I don't want to leave her." Not like he had. Morgan needed to know that I wasn't the guy who walked away. "That wasn't a suggestion. Go home, Jax. Give her a little space to wrap her head around what you told her. If you can't tell, the last flyboy she fell for shattered her into a million little pieces, and she's still trying to put herself back together." She squeezed my arm again. "Go. You can't help her right now. And once she calms down and realizes she spent the better part of 10 minutes screaming at a ghost and taking it out on his truck, she's going to be even more embarrassed that you witnessed it." Logically, I knew she was right, but everything in my body rebelled at the thought of walking up my stairs. "I want her, Sam. We have something, and I'm not going to let her go without a fight." "Fight tomorrow, Jax. She's engaged in a whole other battle right now." She patted my arm and walked toward Morgan, who was still slamming that door like it had personally broken her heart. I ripped my eyes from Morgan and headed for my house. Halfway up my stairs, the slamming stopped, and I turned to see Morgan fall into Sam's arms. Fuck, I could hear her sobbing from here. The sound tore right through my ribs and raked giant gashes down my heart. Sam looked at me over Morgan's shoulder and shook her head. I got the message. Locking every muscle in my body to avoid rushing to Morgan's side, I stood silently and watched Sam lead her up the stairs and into her house. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow I would go over and plead my case. My footsteps felt heavy as I trudged up my steps, but I made it. I gave Morgan's door a long, heavy look and then unlocked my own door, so flustered that it took me a couple tries to get the damn thing open. I threw my keys on the kitchen counter and grabbed a bottle of water out of the fridge and twisted the top off. All the alcohol in the world wouldn't help this situation.
It's about time you got here. I've been waiting for ages.
I crushed the bottle in my fist at the sound of her voice, and water gushed over my hand as I whipped around to see her standing at the end of the counter. Clear. She smirked and tilted her head, her hair falling in soft auburn waves to rest below her shoulders, left bare by the design of her shirt. She was beautiful, but for the first time in the 7 years I'd known her, that beauty didn't stir me. It didn't so much as entice or attract me either. "What the hell are you doing here?" I growled.
Me?
She blinked, all innocent, and then her expression changed into a smile that was worthy of all those movies she'd walked out on us for.
Oh, Jax, I told you I'd come home to you.
Chapter 12. Morgan. I don't know how to thank you for what you've brought to my life. You were there when no one else was. You pinned those wings on my uniform graduation day, and if the worst has happened, then I pray you use those same wings to fly.
And those are the new windows they installed this week. Watch this.
Sam pointed the laptop toward the windows that now spanned the entire east side of the first floor.
Morgan, press the button, she urged over her shoulder.
What am I looking at exactly? Grayson's voice filled the living room, and I couldn't help but smile as I reached for the remote. Sam was always happiest when she got the chance to Skype with him.
Watch this,
I called out, then pressed the top button on the remote Steve had given me 2 days ago. The line of windows split in the middle of the house, the panels retracting and stacking on their individual tracks until the entire wall stood open to the ocean, minus the 3 support beams Steve swore they could do nothing about. The breeze filled the house, ruffling the pages of my book. I sank further into the couch and drew my knees up to shelter the hardback. Shit, that's impressive. High praise coming from Grayson Masters.
Right? But all hell breaks loose if we open the front door at the same time. We learned that one the hard way, Sam told him.
My entire renovation file had turned into that letter scene from Harry Potter. Papers had flown everywhere. Just remembering the pain of picking them all up and getting them back in order was enough to make me press the middle button. The windows reversed their previous pattern until they formed a solid wall against the wind. I bet it does. Hey, Morgan, Grayson called out. Sam pivoted the laptop so I found myself staring at the Apache pilot's face. Guy was a bodybuilder, and from the unforgiving cut of his already carved chin, I guessed he spent most of his free time at the gym over there.
What do you want, Grayson?
I teased, the tone coming easily. Being myself around him was easier than with the others. Then again, he'd had a front row seat to my pain fest, so it wasn't like I had to hide anything around him. A corner of his mouth lifted to what could almost be called a smile. It's good to see you too, Morgan.
It's always lovely to see your happy, shiny face.
I laid on the accent thick and gave him a nose scrunch that made Sam laugh. Tell me you've thought about hurricanes with those giant-ass windows. His smile slipped. I scoffed.
Turn your husband around, Sam. Watch this, she told him as she turned him to face the now closed windows.
I pressed the bottom button on the remote and was immediately rewarded with a whirring sound. The room fell dark as the metal shutters descended, finally locking into place just below the deck level. Now that is sexy, Grayson remarked. European roll-in shutters, I said loud enough for him to hear me, then pressed the button again and watched as the shutters rose, drenching the room with light. Sam beamed at the laptop, and I looked away, giving my attention to my book. I take that back, Grayson said. You're the sexy one. God, I miss you, baby.
I miss you too, she answered quietly.
her voice tinged with sadness. I looked at the words on the page but didn't read them. What if this was the last time she got to talk to him? What if his helicopter crashed, just like Will's had? "Do me one favor?" Sam asked as she settled onto the other end of the couch. "Anything," he promised. My heart ached, but I shook it off. Did I want a love like that? Yes, but was I jealous of what they were going through right now to make it work? Hell no. "Tell Morgan to forgive Mr. Haughty Coast Guard rescue pilot next door?" she asked her husband sweetly. My head popped up and I gave her a good glare. She blatantly ignored me. "Hell no. I'm not getting in the middle of that." "I knew I loved you for a reason, Grayson," I called over to him. Sam rolled her eyes. "Fine, at least tell her that she has to talk to him," she said, turning her head and aiming those last words right at me. "That man has left her a piece of sea glass on the doorstep every single day since she told him off. Every day. At least hear his side of the story." My eyes drifted to the small pile on the side table, 6 pieces in all. "I know all the story I need to," I retorted, trying to focus on the letters that filled the page. "He flies a glorified version of the same damned helicopter as Will. End of story. If he's a Black Hawk guy, you tell her to run," Grayson teased. "If she's going to fall for a pilot, at least make sure he flies a real bird." "It's a Jayhawk," I fired back before I could stop myself. Funny what you could learn on Google. Sam sent me a knowing smile, and I glared for good measure. "If you cared enough to look his shit up, then it's not the end of the story," Grayson remarked. "No more love for you, Mr. Masters," I replied. "You know he looked Will up online, right?" That would get Grayson back on my side. He swore, and I lifted a corner of my lips in a slight smirk. It felt good to be right. If he's that into you, I can't really blame him. If I'd thought someone stood between Sam and me, I wouldn't have stopped at a Google search. "Traitor," my eyes narrowed. "That's my man." Sam's smile was contagious, and I found myself shaking my head with a slight scoff of a laugh. In truth, the only reason I hadn't Googled Jackson's ex was because I didn't want to know anything about her or anyone who could walk away from their family the way she had. The creak of a door opening sounded from the laptop, and a muffled voice came over the speaker. "Shit, I have to go, baby." "I love you." "I love you," she replied. "Be safe, okay?" "Always," he answered. Then he was gone. Sam shut the laptop, then held it to her chest as her head fell to the back of the couch. "I miss him so damned much." "I know you do. I'm sorry." I closed my book, then scooted so that I sat next to her. "What do you want to do today? We can do anything you want." I'd already listened to this week's recording of the Will story and rewarded myself with a trip to Christina's shop, where I'd spent an hour looking at all the gorgeous sea glass necklaces she had, so my day was wide open. "Anything?" Sam asked, her eyes sad as she stared up at the new swirling ceiling fan. "Anything," I assured her. She sat up and put the laptop on the coffee table. "Good, because I want you to stop wallowing and go talk to Jackson." "Anything but that." I got off the couch and abandoned my copy of To the Lighthouse on the table. "Come on, Morgan. You're miserable. You've been miserable for the past week. I've given you time to process, but now you're just stewing, and I'm not going to sit here silently while you push him away." She followed me as I headed toward the kitchen. It was the next major renovation. "Newsflash, I've been miserable for the past 2 years, I fired back. Next week it would be exactly 2 years, and though I tried not to think about the approaching date, it lingered in my mind every possible minute. And it's not like we have some relationship that I'm losing. He's just a guy who lives next door. I got out 2 glasses and set them on the counter. "Tea?" "Only if it's sweet," she replied, leaning back against the Formica. "Honey, it's the South. It's always sweet." I poured us 2 glasses. "He's not just a guy who lives next door," she argued, then thanked me for the tea as I passed her a glass. "He's the guy you want, the guy you said kissed like a god." Maybe I over-exaggerated. I sipped my tea, knowing full well that I hadn't. Kissing Jackson was a religious experience. The man knew exactly what he was doing in that department, and he did it so well that my heart picked up the pace just thinking about it. If that man could rev me up using only his mouth, what would the rest of his body be capable of? Uh-huh, she challenged, lifting her eyebrow as she called out my bullshit. None of that matters, I grumbled. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again expecting different results, and I'm not involving myself with another heartbreak just waiting to happen when I haven't fixed myself from the last one. You don't know that he's a heartbreak, Sam argued. What if he's the love of your life and you missed out because you were too stubborn to walk across the damned yard and talk like adults? That wasn't possible. Will was the love of my life. Wasn't he? But what if he wasn't? Damn, was I a horrible person for even thinking that? Morgan? Sam asked, clearly expecting an answer. I blinked, trying to recall what she'd said. Even if he wasn't a pilot, it wouldn't work. The man is in love with his ex, whether or not he denies it. I heard it in his voice when he talked about her. I'm not getting involved with someone who sees me as some kind of consolation prize. No, thank you. Sam sighed. And again, you don't know that. You're assuming. We have so few chances to be happy. I almost missed out on my chance with Grayson because I was sure that he still loved Grace, and now I can't imagine what my life would have looked like without him in it. What did my life look like without Jackson? My heart stuttered in protest, but I couldn't trust that thing anyway. It had been through worse. I'd survive. What I wouldn't survive was the moment he inevitably crashed into the damned ocean. That's different. I shook my head. You guys are the definition of fate and happily ever after. We're the definition of a really good fight, Sam countered. Look, I know the guy lied. And if what you're doing is punishing him with your silence, then I'm all for it. Make him suffer until you feel he's paid the price for being an asshole and hiding his job from you. Hiding his job? It's not that simple. I braced my hands against the counter as my stupid, foolish heart split in two. One side siding with logic and self-preservation, and the other siding with him. I know that. She set her glass down and gave me the motherlode of all sighs. What do you like about him? What? Humor me? She shrugged. What could it possibly hurt to answer? It's not like he's listening, or you're giving him hope or something. Her eyebrows rose. Unless you're scared that talking about it is going to make you rush up his stairs and jump him like you did at the top of that lighthouse, which, by the way, gives that boy an A+ in the romantic date category. I don't care how pissed off you are. The uninvited memory of his eyes in the moonlight and his arms around me smacked me in the heart, followed by the way his kiss had robbed me of every thought except more and now. Fine, I growled, ignoring Sam's little clap of happiness. I like that he sees me. Not just the shell that everyone does, but he actually sees me. It's like the man has X-ray vision for bullshit because I can't fake anything around him. And in a way, it's so much easier because I don't even have to try. Okay, and? She urged me on, hopping onto the counter and kicking her feet. And I like that he's a really good dad. Finley comes first, and he makes no excuses for that. His sun rises and sets on that little girl. And it might sound weird, but that's ridiculously hot. That's not weird. That's thousands of years of biology. Sam shrugged. What else? I tucked my hair behind my ears. I like that he pushes my boundaries, though I wish he'd let us stay in every once in a while, and I like that he's patient with me and so very careful. But he doesn't treat me like I'm breakable or weak. He just treats me like I'm something precious. Because you are, she assured me. I humphed a little. I like that he thinks so. I like that he's sure enough to tell me that he wants me, and then actually throw down and fight about it. I've never had anyone willing to really fight for me before. It had always been me fighting for Will, begging him to give us a chance. That's definitely a plus in his column, Sam noted. What else? He knows I'm a mess. He's seen me fall to the ground during an anxiety attack and he didn't run. He just helped me through it and came back for more. He's seen me assault Will's truck and he still showed up at the door every day. The door you refuse to open, Sam remarked with a judgy little flick of her gaze. I like that he keeps coming back, I admitted softly. I don't want to, but I do. Hell, I like that about him too. And I like that ever since he's been coming around, you've begun looking at the world again. I like the hope that he gives me that you might just be happy one day. I swallowed, feeling a slight burn in my throat, but the anxiety didn't kick in full throttle. Visualizing my throat opening, I slowly felt the muscles relax. When I'm with him, Will isn't always the first thought in my mind, I admitted quietly. I'm not saying I don't think about him when I'm with Jackson, because I do. But he kind of fades into the background. There's just not a lot of room for anyone else in my head when Jackson's around. The confession felt sinful, and I looked up at Sam, waiting for her to dole out my penance. I think that's a good thing, too, she said with a small, sad smile. There's always going to be a part of you that loves Will. But that doesn't mean you don't have room in your heart for someone else, Morgan, or that your heart won't grow to fit someone else in time. I feel guilty, I whispered. I know, and you shouldn't. Dr. Cersei said that it's okay to start a new relationship. Remember? In fact, she encouraged it at the same appointment she asked you to fill out that sheet about your not-so-stellar memories about Will. She nodded at the worksheet that still sat empty at the end of the counter. I had a feeling it might be my first truly failed homework assignment. How was it fair to Will that I was supposed to trash him for homework while moving forward with Jackson? The homework is going to have to wait, and even if I wanted Jackson, how can I expect him to understand that my emotional speed limit rivals a sloth? That's exactly what you tell him, and you want him, even if you're not ready to admit it. I know you. Her eyes softened in sympathy. I shook my head. Okay, tell me something you don't like about him, she challenged before taking a sip of her tea. I rolled mine between my hands and brought my eyes up to meet hers. I hate that he flies helicopters, and not just any helicopter. It's the Coast Guard version of Will's. What kind of messed up fate is that? I hate this feeling that grips my belly when I think that if I fall for him, really and truly fall, that I won't survive having to bury him. I know that's really selfish of me to say considering that Grayson's in Afghanistan. Stop! She fixed a determined stare on me. You lost the man you loved and I didn't. You get to say whatever you want to me whenever you want to say it. Now you listen. Jax isn't Grayson. Or Will. I flinched, but I held her gaze. Jax is a pilot, yes, but no one shoots at him. He's not going to Afghanistan or Iraq or anywhere like it. He's going out there, she pointed toward the wall of windows, so he can save lives. That's who that man is. He saves people. And you get to worry. God, I hate that it comes with the territory, but it does. Will's death traumatized you. And knowing that Jax flies is going to fuck with your head. That's understandable. That doesn't make you a mess. It makes you human. Plus, I've seen that man shirtless, and I'm shocked that didn't make your like list. Go figure, that boy is a damned pilot. You'd think we'd be better at spotting them by now. I guess I have a type, I drawled, rolling my eyes. Girl, don't we all? She grinned. You're just going to have to decide if all those things you like about him are outweighed by the one thing you don't. Mercy. I was an idiot for even thinking about it, for contemplating doing exactly what Sam suggested and talking to Jackson about my limits and our possibilities. Maybe it made me a traitor to Will's memory, but I wanted Jackson in my life. What if he wouldn't wait for me to pull my shit together? What if I couldn't get past his job? But what would happen if I didn't even try? You have one more homework assignment today, right? Sam prodded. I sighed. The truck. The truck, she nodded. Want me to come with you? No, I've got this. I forced a fake smile and Sam rolled her eyes. I do. I can do it. Okay, then get out there and open that door. 10 seconds. You hear me? She ordered as I walked past her. 10 seconds, I agreed. And try not to beat the shit out of it this time, she called after me as I made it out the front door. I shut it extra hard. Embarrassed didn't even start to cover how I felt about that night, about what Jackson had seen before Sam forced him to go home. I'd been completely unhinged in my anger, and yet it had been the freest I'd been with my emotions since forever. I approached the truck like it was a wild animal ready to devour me if I turned my back. 10 seconds, I told myself. Just open the door wide and look inside the truck for 10 seconds, then close it. Dr. Cersei had given me the assignment yesterday, calling it my next step in situational avoidance. Somehow, this seemed easier than disparaging Will on a piece of paper. The handle was warm from the sun as my fingers wrapped around it. I took a deep breath and tugged. The door clicked open and I swung it wide, stepping back so it didn't hit me. 1. The scent of warm leather reached me just long enough for Will to flood my mind. His voice filled my head, laughing, as he put his baseball hat on over my hair. 2. The breeze gusted, whipping past me, clearing that scent. 3. His wings were still pinned to the visor on the driver's side. 4. The sunlight caught on his dog tags and I couldn't look away. 5, 6, 7. Those weren't the ones he was wearing when it happened. 8. His mother had that set. 9. She had the flag, too, when she was sober enough to remember where she put it. 10. I grabbed the edge of the door and slammed it home. Not in anger this time, but in pure desperation to shut the metaphorical door. My chest heaved. I did it. There was no anxiety attack looming or anything. The memories stopped with the closing of the door. Oddly enough, I felt in control for the first time, as if I'd gained the power to open or shut the door to Will himself when I chose to. I turned around to head back into the house and found Jackson staring at me from the middle of our yards. My heart did a somersault. He looked mouth-wateringly good, but that was nothing different. I bet the man even looked delicious when he was hungover or sick, which was just unfair. He tucked his hands in his pockets and tilted his head to the side slightly as his mouth tightened and his eyes begged me to come closer. He was trying to give me the space I'd forced between us, and it only made me like him even more for it. My pulse spiked, and the half of my heart that had lobbied for self-preservation turned traitor at the yearning in his expression. Oh God, how could I walk away from him? What if I never felt this way again? The first step was the hardest, but the others came easily as I made my way over to him. Morgan. His gaze raked over me hungrily, as if he was searching for some kind of answer. Hi, Jackson. My lips lifted in a smile, and his entire posture relaxed. I've been trying to talk to you. Please, you have to let me explain. He moved forward but kept his hands in his pockets. You don't have to explain. He was close enough that I caught the faint scent of cologne as I craned my neck to look up at him. No, Morgan, please. His hands flew from his pockets to gently cradle my face. Please don't kill this before you give me a chance to talk to you. My hands covered his, and my thumbs gently stroked the backs of his hands. I mean, you don't owe me an explanation. Not for any of it. His brow knit in clear confusion. Your parents died in a boating accident, I said softly. It makes sense that you would decide to become the one person who could have saved them. And as for the other thing, I swallowed but didn't look away. I would have thrown his name into Google if I were you, too. Then I would have gone through every post on his social media and mine until I figured out exactly what our relationship had been. I can't fault you for wanting answers that I was in no place to give, though I wish you had given me the time and the chance to tell you myself. His eyes squeezed shut, and his forehead fell against mine to rest there lightly. I don't deserve you. You say that like I'm a reward, when there's every chance I'm the very trial that might drive you to drink, I teased with a hint of complete truth. What does this mean? He pulled back enough to keep eye contact. I don't know. I'm answering as honestly as I can. It scares the living bejesus out of me that you fly, and I'm not sure I can get past it. But I'm hoping that you might give me a little patience and grace, and maybe just wait a little bit so my head and my heart can sort themselves out. I'll give you whatever time you need. I'm not going anywhere, he promised. I'll wait forever if it means I get the chance to kiss you again. This man's mouth was going to be the death of me. I didn't have any words to respond with, so I rose on my toes and brushed my mouth over his, then truly kissed him. It was soft and chaste, but the meaning of it hit me harder than any passionate encounter could have. Better? He smiled against my mouth. Infinitely. I pulled back slightly when I heard his door open and close, knowing Finley would follow. I'll tell you about Will. If you want to know more than what the articles said, you just have to be patient. I have this thing. It's called complicated grief, and it makes it really hard to talk about him, but it's getting better. His eyes widened, and he nodded quickly. I want to know whatever you're willing and ready to tell me.
Morgan!
Finley called out as she thundered down the steps. Hey, Finn! I pulled out of Jackson's arms and waved at her as she raced toward me. Shit. Morgan, there's something I need to tell you, Jackson began.
I've missed you. Where have you been? I have so many shells to show you.
Finley's words came at me with the same speed that she did, and I barely maintained my balance as she tackled me with a hug. I've missed you too. I wrapped my arms around her and hugged her tight. I can't wait to see the shells. She grinned up at me, sporting 2 pigtail French braids. Wow, I love your braids. They looked fantastic, even if a little tight.
Thanks. Mommy did them.
She nodded enthusiastically. Everything went wobbly as my questioning gaze flew toward Jackson. Mommy? That's what... Yes, Mommy. A clipped feminine voice asserted from a few feet away. As in her mother. Who would be me? Sweet mercy. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Her clothes were obviously couture, her body flawless, and her makeup expert. Her auburn hair was a shade darker than Finley's, and her complexion was worthy of a skincare ad. No wonder she was an actress. No wonder Jackson had fallen in love with her. Suddenly, my shorts and tank top felt dowdy next to her silk blouse, and I regretted not wearing a stitch of makeup. She arched a delicate eyebrow, as if she could read my mind. You must be Claire, I said, finding my voice and forcing a smile. This woman created Finley, and obviously the little girl was happy to have her near, so the least I could do was be happy for her. I'm Morgan. It's lovely to meet you.
Right. Finley mentioned you a few times.
She walked forward and put her hand on Finley's shoulder, careful not to touch me in the process.
Why don't you get in the car, baby? Daddy and I don't want to be late.
Daddy and I. Good Lord, I found myself smack in the middle of a family. My cheeks stained with color as Finley waved goodbye and ran toward the garage. Claire scanned me from head to toe, her eyes lingering on my feet that hadn't seen a pedicure since week 1 of the reward system.
Aren't you just the cutest neighbor ever when you're not losing your mind and slamming doors over and over?
My stomach fell out of my body. Claire! Jackson snapped a warning and stepped toward me.
What?
She gave him a genuine smile.
I was just admiring Finley's friend. And her exceptionally well-projected voice. Sound really does carry, you know.
She motioned between our 2 houses. She'd heard my entire breakdown? Wait, she'd been in Jackson's house while we were out on a date? My heart joined my stomach. Stop, he growled. And you damn well know that Morgan isn't just Finley's friend. She's more than a friend to me. His hand moved to the small of my back. Well, if that wasn't awkward, what the hell were we? Anyway, And if Claire knew what we were or were not, what did that mean they were? Was this just a visit? Was she staying with him? Were they sleeping together 50 feet away from my house? It was too much. This was too much.
Right.
Claire offered me a sugar-sweet smile.
Well, if you're ready.
I'll be there in a second. Why don't you get Finn buckled? He nodded toward the garage.
I can wait,
she replied. I was going to die right here, right now. Had she seen me kiss Jackson? Was she kissing Jackson? It's not like we were exclusive since we weren't, well, anything. Claire? It was a clear warning. She pouted.
Fine, I'll go.
Just hurry up. You were the one who told me her pediatrician doesn't like it when we're late, and I want to make a good impression now that I'm home. Her gaze slid toward me and sharpened.
For good.
I was going to be sick. She wiggled her fingers in a little wave and sauntered off for the car, swinging her hips expertly. Morgan, is that what you wanted to tell me? I backed away from him. Yes, I just didn't have time. His eyes were wide and panicked. Because I was busy kissing you. Again. I shook my head. How stupid can I possibly be? You're not. He reached for me, but I retreated again. Look, she's home, but that doesn't change anything between us. Doesn't change anything, I challenged. Jackson, that's the mother of your child. All you've ever wanted was for her to come home, and now she's here. Claire isn't living with me. She's living with her mom. We're not together. She's just here because Finn has an appointment for her kindergarten shots. Nothing changes between you and me, Morgan. Nothing. The plea in his eyes nearly undid me.
Jax, we have to get going,
Claire shouted from the driveway. Everything this man wanted was wrapped up in that gorgeous little package. From her perfect fucking hair to her designer clothes. She was Finley's mama. She was his chance at the happily ever after he'd waited for since the day she left. It was just too much, too complicated, oh, screw this. Morgan, we'll talk later, I promise. Jackson raked his hand over his hair. I pushed past the pain and forced a smile. Your family is waiting for you, Jackson. Then I walked away, keeping my composure as I made my way up my steps. Morgan. Please.
Jax!
Mercy, that woman's voice was loud, but I guess mine was too. I'm at my emotional capacity for the day. Now go, I told him, because he was still standing there, staring up at me with so much angst in those eyes that I couldn't stand it. I dropped the pretense of dignity and flat out ran the rest of the way, slamming my front door once I was through it. Everything okay? Sam asked, her eyes widening as she took in my expression. I found another thing about Jackson that I don't like. It was the biggest understatement of my life. I was so sick of this shit. What was so wrong with me that I couldn't have just a glimmer of happiness? Was that too much to ask? Or at least a little less pain? Less pain. God, that sounded good. Numb sounded even better. Yep, that was the goal for the night. Oh, no. She sighed. Call Mia. We're going out.
Chapter 13. Jackson. 2 Finley-less weekends in a row? Sawyer questioned as the bartender handed him a draft. She's with Claire. I sipped on ice water and stared up at the ball game playing on the flat screen above the bar. Garrett's eyebrows shot up on the other side of me, and I didn't miss the look that passed between my friends. And how is that going? Sawyer asked, trying not to make it awkward but managing the opposite. Well, she's made it 2 hours without calling me to ask a question that Finley can answer herself, so I guess that's improvement. At least she's with Vivian, so I don't have to worry about the fact that my daughter's mother knows jack and shit about her kid. I rubbed the condensation from my glass and wondered for the 50th time where Morgan had hidden herself away. She wasn't at home. The minute I'd dropped Finn off for her first weekend with Mom, I'd headed straight to Morgan's. I hadn't even parked in my own driveway. Not that it mattered. Morgan and Sam weren't there. Sawyer sent Garrett a beseeching look, and Garrett sighed in response. Guess he drew the short straw. So, Is she here to stay, Claire? He asked, peeling the label off the bottle he hadn't taken a sip from. She says she is, but hell if I know. That woman's mind changes with the weather, and usually I don't care, but she's told Finley she's staying. And that means I'll have a broken-hearted 5-year-old when something bigger and better comes along. Hence why I wasn't drinking. For all I knew, Claire would call in an hour and say she changed her mind, and Finley needed to come home. And are you two together? Sawyer asked, taking a cue from Garrett. Hell no. Never again. Did seeing her fuck with my head a little? Sure. Was I remotely interested in rekindling something that had died so thoroughly it would need life support and a miracle? Not in the least. Okay. Garrett narrowed his eyes at Sawyer and then huffed. So that means you and Morgan? What is it with the questions? I shot both my best friends a glare. We're trying to be supportive, Sawyer said with a shrug, then winked at a girl across the bar. Well, stop. You're just making it really fucking weird. My cell phone vibrated, and I lifted my ass off the bar stool just enough to slide it out of my back pocket. Morgan. I fumbled for the answer button, which earned me a WTF look from Garrett, but I managed to swipe it across without making too much of an ass out of myself. Morgan? No, it's Sam, she shouted over the background noise. Sam, is Morgan okay? My brow puckered. Define okay, she answered. Is she hurt? No, nothing like that, but I think I might need your help. There was a muffled scrape, like she had put her hand over the mic. Mia, don't encourage her. The background noise swamped the call again. Sorry, look, I swore I would never call a guy to help me pull a friend off a bar. What? I snapped. Both Garrett and Sawyer's heads twisted my way. Then Garrett asked for the tab. Morgan was on a bar? Do you think you can get to Avon? I think you might be the only one she'll listen to, or the only one who can muscle her down at this point anyway. Tell me where you are. I'll be there in 15 minutes. 14 minutes later, I parked my car, killed the engine, and took the front stairs 2 at a time, flanked by Garrett and Sawyer. Jesus, who trucked in the frat guys? Garrett asked. The college crowd had filled the bar, consuming the long wooden counter that ran the length of the space and overflowing to the pool table area. Jax! Sam called out from the right side of the bar. I nodded, then pushed my way through the crowd. Where is she? With Mia. Sam glared up at me and jabbed her finger in my chest. One thing first. I really need you to stop fucking with her, Jax. She hasn't had a drink since I can't even remember when, and after one conversation with you, the girl is 3 martinis down and sitting on the damn bar like she's holding court. Shit. How bad was she? I had no clue Claire was going to show up like that, and when she did, Morgan wasn't speaking to me. What did you want me to do? Write it in a note and slip it under the door? I shot back. You could have hired a skywriter for all I care. I don't give a shit how you relay the information, just that you do. But honestly, you're not my priority. She is. You let her walk straight into another shitstorm you created after I'd spent all damned weekend trying to clean up your last one. Sawyer slid to my side and grinned at Sam. I think I'm in love. Did you hear the way she just ripped into Montgomery? He asked Garrett. Yes, because we're both standing right here, you moron. Garrett shook his head. Sam arched an eyebrow at Sawyer. Let me guess, cocky, good-looking, and hanging out with this guy? You're another pilot too, right? Yep. Sawyer's grin got even bigger. And you? She turned her gaze on Garrett. Rescue swimmer. Flying is for the boys too scared to get wet. And you are? Sawyer asked. Married, she replied, flashing her ring. Now if you're done... My bad. Sawyer's hands went up as the jukebox changed to Sweet Home Alabama. A flash of red caught my eye, and I leaned around the corner enough to see Morgan swaying with Mia, sitting on the bar in the middle of a horde of guys. I sucked in a breath. It was no wonder she was surrounded. Damn, she was gorgeous. Her sleeveless red top was cut low and tied just above the waist of an impossibly short jean skirt. I wasn't even sure I'd call the thing a skirt, honestly, since it revealed so much of those long legs. Her cowboy boots swung slightly as she sang along to Leonard Skinner, her arms loose in the air as she and Mia belted out the chorus. She wasn't drinking. She was drunk. She's had 3 martinis? I asked Sam as I planned my best route for attack.
Yeah,
she cringed. That was a good amount of alcohol, but it wouldn't explain her sloppy motions as she brushed her hair out of her face. I glanced from Sam to Morgan and back again before it hit me. Oh, fuck. Is she on anti-anxiety meds? Sam nodded. Daily. She's not supposed to drink, but I figured she deserved a glass of wine after the shit you put her through today. I guess Morgan thought she deserved something a little stronger. Damn. Who's that girl next to Morgan? Sawyer asked. Sam snapped her fingers in his face. No. She moved it toward Garrett. Not you either. Last thing I need is my husband getting home from deployment and going straight to jail for murder. Noted, Sawyer replied, already scanning the crowd for his next conquest. I wasn't even looking, Garrett swore. When the guys around Morgan urged her to dance on the bar top, I decided it was time to move. I waded through the sea of Axe body spray with Garrett and Sawyer at my back. Living here for the last 5 years had taught me that the only thing lacking more than inhibitions with celebrating tourists was their common sense. Get out of my way, I growled at the polo-wearing pretty boy who was inching his hand toward Morgan's thigh. The guy shot me a glare but took one look at my face, hopefully seeing the promised murder in my eyes, then glanced back at Sawyer and Garrett and moved. All yours, he mumbled, staggering away. Was I ever that young and stupid? Mr. Carolina! Mia waved as I put myself between the women. Well, if it isn't the reason I'm drinking. Morgan greeted me with a sweet tone and an equally sweet, fake-ass smile. Did you come all the way over here to help me pick out a guy to go home with? There have been quite a few propositions for being so early in the evening. I've counted 4 so far. Mia added, The only guy taking you home is me. My gut twisted at the thought of any other possibility. Really? Claire didn't seem like that kind of woman who'd be up for sharing. You should probably ask her first. Her smirk lit a fire in my belly. What had she said about the old version of her having a sharp tongue? I smothered my temper, counted to 3, then gripped her hips and hauled her from the bar to the stool polo shirt boy had vacated. Umph! She grunted, bouncing slightly as she landed. Who made you the resident party pooper? She tilted her head back and looked up at me with glazed eyes. Sam was worried, and apparently for good reason. You're hammered. The harsh tone was at odds with the gentle touch as I tucked her hair behind her ears. Sam? Morgan's eyes widened, and her head swiveled to see her friend on the other side of the stool. Girl, you need to go home alone, and you weren't listening, so I called in reinforcements. She shrugged unapologetically. Morgan's finger rose slowly, pointing at Sam. You, of all people, called a boy to get me off a bar? Man, I corrected. Sam rolled her eyes. This is not the same. Traitor. At least you had Will to blame for calling Jagger and Grayson on you. Holy shit. She'd dropped his name in a casual conversation. Was that progress or alcohol talking? Morgan reached for the rest of her martini, but I beat her to it. And that's enough of that. I gave the glass back to the bartender. For the love of God, could y'all untwist your panties? I can have a drink. I'm legal and everything. Want to see my ID? You're also mixing alcohol with your meds, I said quietly, leaning down so only she could hear me. One amplifies the other. It's why you feel so drunk. Darling, maybe I should have done this a long time ago, she retorted, turning her face so our lips were an inch apart of that. It's a miraculous painkiller. It'll hurt plenty in the morning, I promised. What would you care? No doubt you'll be cuddled up with your ex. She arched a brow at me and leaned in but lost her balance. Enough. Morgan, I'm not with Claire. She showed up the same night we went to the lighthouse. I had no clue she was coming, and I meant it when I said that it changes nothing between us because I want you. I steadied her waist as she gripped my search and rescue tee. Fuck, her skin was so incredibly soft under my fingers. A wicked grin spread across her face, and she skimmed my jaw with her lips. Do you now? Every muscle in my body tightened, but I found the strength to pull back. In every way possible. When you're sober. She huffed and nodded loosely at the crowd of college kids. That guy didn't care if I was sober? Ouch. That guy is an asshole. I ground out, reminding myself to thank Sam for calling me. Morgan would have beaten the shit out of herself for going home with a stranger, and then I probably would have beaten the shit out of the stranger for taking advantage of her.
I just wanted to be numb for a minute,
she drawled softly. Yeah, I can imagine you did. I sure as hell didn't blame her. I would have been drunk every day of my life if I'd been through what she had. Why don't you let me take you home, kitty? Any decisions you make when you're this wasted will be the kind you regret in the morning. She blinked away a slight sheen of tears, dropping her gaze to her hands as she smoothed them over my chest.
We're too complicated. It's just one thing after another with you. I can't get my feet under me before you knock them out.
I'm the only complicated one in this relationship. Her gaze flew back to mine, but she didn't debate my choice of terminology.
I have a dead quasi-boyfriend who I loved way more than he ever liked me. You have a helicopter that's just waiting to kill you, and an inhumanly beautiful baby mama who's so desperate to mark her territory that I half expected her to pee on you this afternoon.
I stifled the laugh that tried to escape and cradled her face with one hand. I have a helicopter that I'm damned good at flying, and a heart-stoppingly gorgeous Morgan who I would really like to put to bed.
But not take to bed. I seem to have that effect on the guys I actually like.
She leaned into my palm. What the hell had her quasi-ex put her through to make her think that? I lowered my forehead to hers. Don't get me wrong, kitty. I want to take you to bed. I would fucking kill to take you to bed. I've fantasized about getting my hands on you since the moment we met. But the first time you scream my name, the only thing in your system will be me. I'm not about to be one of your regrets when I have the option to be your choice. Get it? I'm not trading the possibility of an entire future with you for a couple orgasms on a single night, no matter how fucking edible you look right now. She blinked.
Okay. That was good.
I know. I grinned.
Are you taking anyone else to bed?
Her eyes narrowed. What? No. I haven't so much as looked at another woman since you moved in. Was that what this was about? Claire's timing was utter shit as usual.
So, we're exclusive, even though we're not together?
Her hand slid up my shirt to rest around my neck. There's no one else. Just you, I promised.
Okay.
Her eyes softened.
Take me home.
She stumbled off the bar stool and I hooked my arm around her waist, hauling her to my side. Well, since you asked so nicely. Sam immediately took Morgan's stool, demanding the tab from the bartender. Mia hopped down from the bar and grinned at Garrett.
Hi.
I've been warned about your brother, he replied, putting his hands up. She rolled her eyes.
The guy is half a world away and still keeps me from getting laid. Unbelievable.
When Morgan stumbled again, I lifted her into my arms, careful to make sure her skirt covered her ass as I carried her from the bar. I tucked her into my passenger seat, then clipped the belt in place as Mia got into Sam's car under Garrett's supervision a few spots down.
Jackson?
Morgan tugged at my hand. Yes? I leaned back into the car. She locked onto the back of my neck and kissed me. Her tongue slid between my lips, and I opened on pure instinct. Fuck. She tasted like a raspberry lemon drop, citrus and berry, and the sweet burn of alcohol. I licked into her mouth, then took her deep, my fingers tunneling into her hair as she moaned. It was just as electric as the first kiss. I hadn't blown it out of proportion or romanticized it. She lit my blood on fire. I kissed her breathless, and then did it again. I fell into her so deep that I knew this thing between us would only go one of two ways. We'd end up together, or we'd destroy each other in the process of trying. Groaning, I pulled back, breaking the kiss. God, Morgan.
Thank you.
She let go of my neck. For what?
For coming to get me.
She gave me an embarrassed smile. Anytime. I closed her door and turned around to see Garrett, Sam, and Sawyer leaning against her car. You about done over there? Because my car's at your place, Sawyer smirked. Yeah. I motioned him over and we all filed into the cars. Morgan was asleep by the time we got to her house. I parked in her driveway, then carefully lifted her into my arms after sending Sawyer and Garrett on their ways. Her head rolled against my chest, and she mumbled something about sleep and burrowed closer. "I've got you," I said softly.
"I'll get the door," Sam said, rushing ahead to open the front door for me. I carried Morgan up the stairs, into the house, and then up another set of stairs to the master bedroom. I'd only been here a few times when Diane and Carl had owned the place, and it looked entirely different now. Morgan had painted the room pale blue, contrasting with her white furniture. The result wasn't overly feminine, but clean and minimalist. I put her on the queen-size bed and started on her boots.
"I'll get her changed," Sam said from the doorway.
"Don't go, Jackson,"
Morgan demanded, kicking her boots off the rest of the way. "This is a bad idea, Montgomery." "I'll wait outside," I told Sam, then retreated to the relative safety of the hallway where I counted my breaths and planned an escape that didn't include crawling into bed with the woman who'd had me hard for 2 months, no matter how badly I wanted to. The door opened a few minutes later and Sam came out, leveling me with a skeptical glare. "She's safe with me," I promised.
"Oh, I know she is, because my in-laws own a lot of sailboats, and the ocean is a fantastic place to hide a body."
She stared at me unflinchingly. "You are a great friend, Sam."
"I know that too, which is why I'm telling you that Morgan took me in when I had nowhere else to go. No questions asked. That's what she does for the people she loves. The girl is selfless to a fault, and I'll be damned if I slip on my watch and let her get hurt. You understand?"
She stood in the doorway with crossed arms. "I understand." Warning received. She sighed, then stepped aside.
"Don't do anything that will make me hide your body. You look way too heavy for me to handle solo."
Noted. I nodded as I walked past her into Morgan's room. The bedside table light was on, and Morgan lay curled on her side facing the door.
"Will you stay with me?" she asked. "Please?"
"It's not a good idea." I sat on the edge of her bed and kept my hands on top of the covers.
"I didn't say it was a good idea," she countered sleepily. "I asked if you'd stay, just until I fall asleep. Please?"
Fuck. How the hell could I deny her when she was asking for the very thing I wanted? Easy, I couldn't. "Just until you fall asleep." She smiled and patted the bed behind her. Cursing my idiocy, I took off my shoes and socks, then put my car keys and wallet on the bedside table next to her pile of sea glass, which reminded me of the present I still had in my glove box. I killed the light and climbed onto the bed. Tomorrow was Saturday, but the flight schedule said I had to keep my word and leave once she fell asleep.
"Under the covers,"
she demanded, not even rolling over to look at me. "Kitty, that's not
under the covers,"
she stated simply.
"I trust you."
"I'm not sure I trust myself," I muttered. But I did as she asked, just because I wanted to hold her. A week ago, she'd stood outside, slamming the truck door, and I thought I'd blown my shot with her. This morning, she'd come face to face with Claire and then promptly run away, so hell yes, I wanted to hold her. I'd hold her every chance I had until she stopped running. I'm in. Happy now. Fully clothed, I turned on my side toward Morgan. She scooted until her back was against my chest.
"Now I'm happy."
I curved around her and she sighed, wiggling until her ass was firmly pressed into my hips and her legs molded around mine. My arm locked around her waist and I gave in to temptation and breathed in the scent of her hair while telling my body to settle the hell down.
"You can't use words like relationship with me," she whispered. "You have to be patient."
"Morgan." I stroked my thumb over her pajama-covered ribs.
"I'm a mess, and you're
complicated," I offered.
"Right. And I like you, Jackson. I do. But you scare me."
"I'll never hurt you. Not intentionally," I promised, pulling her even tighter against me.
"I didn't used to be a coward," she muttered, her words slowing. "You would have liked me back then."
"You're not a coward, and I like you just fine now." I pressed a kiss to the top of her head.
"Just give me a second and I'll fall asleep. I promise."
Her breathing slowed as her words faded off. "I'm not in a rush, Morgan. I can wait as long as you need me to." I meant it, and not just about her falling asleep. I could wait for her to heal, to be ready for whatever we could be. There was no deadline when it came to us. She mumbled her assent, and I closed my eyes. When I opened them, it was morning.
Chapter 14. Morgan. The night of the graduation ball. Well, you were there. I should have known it then, but I woke up the next morning so scared that I couldn't offer you what you needed. It was never you, Morgan. It was always me. My body threatened to secede from the rest of my body with every step I took down the stairs. What the hell had I been thinking? Sam clattered around in the kitchen, the noise ratcheting up my pain to a 7 as I came around the corner and stepped onto the linoleum. One more week, and this baby would turn into hardwood. A frying pan grated against the stove burner, and I cringed. "Sit down," Sam pointed across the counter. How the hell did she look so perky? Even her ringlet curls bounced with more energy than I had in my entire body. I slid onto one of the stools and propped my elbows on the formica to cradle my aching head. A glass of water appeared in front of me, and Sam plunked 2 painkillers down next to it. I already took the ones you left on my nightstand with the water. I lifted my head enough to catch her flash of confusion before she smiled slightly. "I didn't leave those there. Must have been Jackson." She took the pills back with a little shake of her head. "Turns out Mr. Carolina is one of the good ones." Jackson. Oh, God, I'd made an utter fool of myself last night. How bad was I? My fingers curled around the glass as Sam cracked 2 eggs in the pan. On a scale of 1 to me, you were probably about a 7. You definitely weren't at your best sitting up there, but you weren't dancing on the bar like it was Coyote Ugly either. She shrugged. Kill me now. I didn't think about the meds. She turned slightly, catching my eye. I know you didn't. If you had, then we'd be having a different discussion. I shouldn't have stepped out when you were ordering your drinks. You were talking to Grayson. Don't blame yourself for my shitty decision-making. Where's Mia, anyway? She left 3 hours ago. My eyes flew to the clock. It's already noon? Sure is. She slid the eggs onto a plate, then grabbed a fork and set the food in front of me. Now eat. I tucked in, and Sam slid a cup of coffee over as my reward once I was finished. Thank you. No problem. She leaned on the counter as her lips lifted in a smirk. Now tell me how it was sleeping next to Jackson. The woman wiggled her eyebrows. What? Oh shit, I had slept next to him. I'd begged the man to stay with me and then spooned up on him and... I fell asleep, I whispered. Well, yeah, I told him if he took advantage I'd bury him at sea, so that better have been all you did. My eyes flew to hers. No, Sam, I fell asleep. No video. Her eyebrows rose. No Will video? She clarified. No, just Jackson. I hadn't slept a night without watching that video in the nearly 2 years since I'd been given it. It had become my lullaby, my prayer, my sleeping aid, and my plea to my own brain to let him into my dreams. What does that mean? Was it the alcohol? Jackson? God, am I using him to replace... Stop. Sam's hand covered mine. It means that you went a night without watching the video. Stop analyzing why you took the step and just be happy that you did. Be happy that you can sleep without it. Sure, if I'm drunk enough Jackson